This week, we discuss the most demented storyline 911 has ever done, revealing that Buck is a savior baby.
The psychology behind that, how it makes everything about Buck make sense.
And how Buck and Maddie have always had each other.
Have you ever watched something that completely rewired your brain chemistry?
A procedural network drama might not be your usual pick, but it's ours.
This is The Buddy System, a 911 yapathon hosted by 3 friends who have DM'd each other enough character dissertations to earn a PhD in media literacy.
I'm Han, coming to you straight from the characters' heads.
I'm Sil, bringing you to the observation deck.
And I'm Rachel, connecting the dots with my red string.
With our powers combined,
no stone is left unturned.
And no buddy is left behind.
This episode brought to you by Taylor Swift Friendship Bracelets. Welcome to Dispatch. What's on call this week?
This week we're discussing Season 4, Episode 5, titled Buck Begins.
Written by Juan Carlos Cotto, directed by Jan Turner.
The director of photography is Joaquin Cedillo, and it originally aired on February 15th, 2021. What a terrible way to celebrate Valentine's Day.
Oh, no.
Doesn't emotionally scarring people for Valentine's Day sound fun?
Yeah. Okay, so while the true emergency this week was Buck's historied emotional turmoil and general disregard for his physical safety, our main call, like the main emergency, was desanitizer. And I can't take credit for that pun, but it's okay because it was a perfume factory. Get it?
I got it.
Was it a perfume factory?
Yeah. Yes. So
they call it, they just keep talking about sanitizer the entire time.
Well, because it was a perfume factory and they turned it into a hand sanitizing factory because of COVID.
So it is a hand sanitizer factory. Okay.
Yes, but it was formerly a perfume factory. So, desanitizer.
I'm so sorry. I've never noticed that one line. That must be that tells you that.
Yeah.
They say sanitizer for the entire fucking episode. So that's what sticks in my brain.
Anyways, so the emergency, a 5-alarm fire breaks out at a perfume turned hand sanitizer factory, thanks pandemic era, leaving workers trapped inside. Despite orders to evacuate, Buck pushes on to find the last remaining victim, but they ultimately get pinned and trapped inside the inferno until the rest of the 118 rushes in to give Buck a helping hand. Ta-da. Okay, so general thoughts on this highly anticipated episode. The floor is yours.
This episode is demented, said affectionately, and with a lot of admiration for just how demented this storyline is. And I really think that it shows a level of genius somewhere in the line that like they either planned this earlier on and started like planting seeds, or it just worked out this way and they just put all the puzzle pieces together and they were like, no, wait, this is the thing that makes everything make sense. Because it is.
Yes.
That makes everything about Buck make sense.
Perfectly.
Like whenever I have people like start watching the show, I kind of want to make them watch 404 and 405 first so I can be like, okay, but you're not allowed to hate Buck. I need you to understand why he is the way he is. Just because, again, I watched the show incorrectly. I started in season 2 and I was like, it's kind of annoying, but he's all right. And then we got to 404 and 405. He's kind of annoying, like affectionate, but he is kind of annoying. But we got to these 2 episodes and I was like, now I will defend everything this man ever does. Almost.
It all makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
My poor little traumatized baby.
I think earlier on, maybe it was when we started season 4, maybe it was like at the end of season 3. It's been so long, guys. For our rewatches, we were like, I remember us posing that question, like, I wonder how long they'd thought of that, like ahead of time, or like the pieces started like building so they could like come up with this story, because it really does make everything make sense. Really, really beautifully.
I mean, I said it last week too, but like it really is like a 2-parter.
Yeah.
Because this is such a wonderful episode. It's so great, but like it's not really Buck Begins without the previous episode as well. Like it doesn't fully hit as hard or make full sense contextually without it.
Oh, completely.
So I kind of just view them both as Buck Begins.
Yeah, I think we were talking about that last week too, with the whole like the Love Me Anyway and how that just like rolls so seamlessly into this episode. It's just kind of like one thing.
Yeah, and it's obviously very greatly written. It's amazingly acted. Again, some of Oliver's best work to date. Almost a believable teenager. you know?
Uh-huh.
I can suspend my disbelief a lot more than I think for Eddie.
Oh my God, yeah.
I do think we spend a little more time with like teenage Buck, early 20s Buck than we do with.
I just think that like he has a bit of a baby face still at that point in his life, you know, and he was still like thinned out, not like bulked up. You know, they didn't puff him yet, and
they poofed him.
They injected him with super soldier serum.
Exactly.
Put him in the microwave.
They did. So I think it sells it a little more. And then, you know, he makes his like high Pennsylvanian, not really Pennsylvanian, but it is by accident voice, like higher and more pathetic, like whiny teenager. So like, I think that helps sell it. This sounds like I'm insulting him. I'm not. I'm complimenting it. It's believable that he's a teenager. I don't think about that as much as I think about how JLH is absolutely not in her mid-20s and how she wouldn't have French tips.
Early 30s.
Yeah.
As a nurse.
But I digress. Incredible episode. 9.9 out of 10. Just because those ages.
Oh.
I know. I was going to be like, what's the 0.01?
Maybe 9.99 out of 10. You know, like it's just you got a little deduction because I'm a little confused how old he's supposed to be. Like the casting of like making the kids look like, you know, Buck and Maddie.
Excellent.
Great. They look like
them. They did
them.
such a good job.
It's, you know, it's a tiny little gripe. It's really like it's just an LOL gripe because it's like they look like them, but then I look at their like what ages they're supposed to be if I look at like the year and I'm like, are we sure? Because that looks like an 8-year-old. He's supposed to be 4 or 5. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. I think they did absolutely prioritize getting actors who look and embody young Buck and young Maddie more than they prioritize that, you know, the actual mathematical ages. Because like, who are we to cast stones here on the buddy system about being bad at math? But no, the math does not add up. It's fine. It's just one of those like hand wavy, like timey-wimey 911 things. It's fine because the actors who play young Buck and Maddie, like both sets of them, did such a beautiful job. And they really embodied like these characters at a young, like adolescent point. So it's easy for me to just kind of like, it's fine. But yes, that was a passing thought. I was doing the math and being like, I don't think that's right, but it's okay.
But on a more serious note, this is like one of the most moving episodes of the show for me. I cry every time and several times during this episode, just like the last one too. Actually, there's like 1 or 2 moments in the last one. It's a lot of parts in this episode that really get me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's demented and I love it. It's great.
It's great.
Demented. Yeah.
Well, I love hurting emotionally.
It is.
I mean, yes. No, it's bad. It's pretty evil, you know, finding out what the secret is and having Buck go through the motions of like dealing with it and then, you know, like recontextualizing his whole entire life too. It's bad. Yeah. For me, this is an episode that I do like to rewatch every now and then. I kind of stop because of other reasons, but like I remember when I was first watching it, you know, when we first were doing our first run through of like all the episodes, like this is one of the ones that I would put on all the time because I also feel like it's very like, I don't want to say cinematic, but like there's so many moments in here that I'm just like, okay, it's cinematic. There's so many moments in here that I'm just like, wow, this is just really good, like just good, visually appealing and everything. And then like we have the flashbacks, we have so much story, so much background story for both Buck and Maddie. It's not just Buck. With Maddie, it's just a little bit more kind of like Eddie, internalized, you know, and it's kind of, you have to like go in and fill in the blanks yourself. Such a shame we don't have a Maddie Begins. Maddie will never have a Begins episode. It's just
her Begins episode is 201 and Fight or Flight. Yeah. I think that's because I mean the Begins episodes are like how they became a firefighter, except that's not really what Eddie Begins and Buck Begins are about. It's like here's why this person's so fucked up. You want to know why? Here you go.
I feel like we talked about this before when we got to Eddie's and we were like, for Chimney Hen and Bobby, like their Begins Keegan's episodes are how they became firefighters. But for Eddie and Buck, it's like, a deep dive into their past and like I guess the decisions that they made as to how they got to the 118, not really like
true
why they wanted to become firefighters. I feel like it's like something that they end up like falling into.
Yeah.
But yeah, great episode. Definitely one of my favorites. You know what I do like though? I said it in the last episode, but it's like this recontextualizing through 9 to 12, Dads and Cats.
Yes.
So like after watching it, you kind of like see the threads that Tim was able to like build up on, especially like in terms of like the Buckley parents. Yeah. So like I thought that was cool, like how he was able to do that writing, or whoever wrote Dads and Cats. I can't remember right now.
Hold on, I'll tell you. Christopher Monfett and Taylor Wong.
Yeah. Okay. Christopher Monfett and Taylor Wong, who wrote that episode. So I thought that was cool that they were able to grab to this past episode and build onto those threads. Yeah.
Love consistency.
We love connectivity.
Yeah.
And depth and things that make the characters and the world feel more real.
Absolutely.
It's definitely one of the heavy hitters for Buck. Really makes him one of the most, I think, like nuanced, I want to say textured, but like...
It is though
one of the most nuanced, textured characters. It makes him one of the characters of all time. You know what I mean? Not that he wouldn't be without the backstory, but like the backstory really does
enrich it.
And we'll get into it later. It just really makes you go, wow. And he's still this amazing person in spite of all this. So just lovely work. I want to know who pitched this specific idea. Like, was it Juan Carlos? Was it Tim? Because you're sick in the head, whoever you were. I want to know. Said affectionately, again, sick in the head.
If I had to bet, I'm going to put it on Tim. I point as if he's right here.
Yeah. I mean,
this guy. I have a quote that one of us will read later, and it's like, I think alluding to, but, could be.
It was probably Tim.
Yeah, this really is like one of the episodes of all time, something that is so easily rewatchable, even for how emotionally like traumatic it is. And just the fact that like, even as we get more episodes and further on in the series, like it kind of hits harder with every new bit of information, like what Sil was saying with the recontextualization of this episode from Dads and Cads in season 9, and just like how that builds on things even more and again like makes this world even more real and nuanced. It's done really, really well. Also, to what Sil was saying about like Maddie's storyline kind of being a little more internal, similarly to Eddie's, Sophia Soto did a wonderful interview with Jennifer Love Hewitt for Awards Radar, and it's like a 45-minute video. Jennifer Love Hewitt has like such beautifully like nuanced thoughts and like character analysis on Maddie that I feel like doesn't always get to come across in the show sometimes, because they tend to cut some of those extra scenes with Maddie, which is like understandable. But like, if you really want a good deep dive on Maddie, which I feel like this episode provides a good amount, but like that interview was really, really great. So check that out. We'll have that linked below. And yeah, I think there's something about this episode that is so intrinsically peak 911. I know Oliver has said certain things like the Rescue Me montage in 9:15, where he said, and I'm paraphrasing, felt to him very like, this is exactly what 911 is, like the show. And I think the end in the hand sanitizer factory, where everybody comes in and comes to Buck's aid, and like I get goosebumps just thinking about it. That scene, it's one of my favorite scenes of the entire series. I feel like that is what 911 is in like a brief snapshot, and I think that is probably what makes it so strong. And yeah, that shot of everybody coming in and helping shoulder the weight to pulley the vat to free Sala is like, just so like you said earlier, it is cinematic. Like that is one of my favorite shots. It's absolutely gorgeous. And like that's one of the shots that I think of when I think of this episode. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, that song. So when that song comes up and that scene is playing, I kind of get transported to a Supernatural edit that I watch, but like it's very fitting, like the song, the cues and all of that. And so it's just one of those scenes that also like sticks out to me when I think about this episode. It's also like a scene that I like to replay too.
Yeah, because again, it is like, that is, if you were to point at a scene and like Han said, you know, showing someone this episode or these 2 episodes of 404 and 405 to really get a clue in on Buck, I feel like that scene in particular gives you a perfect like window into what the show is and the strength of this show and these characters. And it's really like a beautiful summation of that to me. I don't know what else to say that you guys haven't said, but amazing episode.
10 out of 10.
9.99 out of 10.
Oh, right. 9.999999.
And then
999.
kills 9.9999999% of all germs, right?
That was terrible. But yes. Yes.
You're
sure.
welcome. You're welcome. Flashover. Okay, so we're going to talk about the episode themes because we have some really interesting deep dive stuff. So I think that's going to be like, usually we do that next, but we're going to just flip it. We'll just do like as quick of a rundown as I can, because again, most of these are season themes. We're seeing them throughout pretty much all of the season 4. We have these 1-2 punches where you get more than you're bargained for. I think that's pretty summarized by the whole, like, not only are Margaret and Philip coming to town, but there's this secret, and oh yeah, Buck had a brother, but oh yeah, he died. And not only did he have a brother that he didn't know about, he was a savior baby. So it's just like the hits keep coming and they don't stop coming, which is poignant to this episode with the songs that they chose. And then of course, with this being a very Buck-isode, right? We have, you know, the being seen or see me Norman. And specifically in this one, we have this searching for identity.
To say it every time.
Yes.
I just don't think she needs to be that famous.
I think it's funny. Okay, fine. It's just it's Buck's want and desire to be seen for who he is. So with all of this backstory, we have him searching for his identity and therefore feeling lost. Also, that comes up again in a very like physical way when he and Saleh get lost in the factory. And then you also have disconnection and loneliness, which I feel is just kind of like pervasive for Buck throughout his entire life. And on the flip side of that, you know, finding connection and finding that family. We also have in the previous episodes, it was more like looking towards the future by looking at the past. And this one is very much like looking specifically at the past to frame the present. So specifically like looking at family history with all the flashbacks. And we also have perseverance, which is pushing through the pain or the fear, writing it out, which I think Buck really encompasses when he's, you know, on his last legs and being tenacious in trying to get this last person out of the factory and save them and not leave anyone left behind. Then from what we were talking about in the opening emergency with the mudslide about instability and grounding forces on the other hand of that, to me, that's kind of like what Maddie is for Buck. And Buck comes to realize and recognize that at the end of the episode, especially with that montage where, you know, throughout his unstable life, Maddie has been that like grounding force for him and the way that they're able to find each other again. And then the whole, we're all in this together. You are not alone. Like the 118 coming back to save Buck at the factory fire. And then I did just like really quickly want to look at, you know, some of the themes from Buck Actually 208 and how this is so similar thematically to that episode where we also had being seen, gratitude, like recognizing and appreciating what you have, reminders of the past and looking towards the future. Like there's so much connectivity thematically between these episodes because it is revolving around Buck.
Oh, and it's Buck's hamster wheel journey.
Yeah, like going around in circles.
Well, he just hasn't learned those lessons.
Yeah, just something to keep in mind.
We're gonna need the jaws of life over here.
Okay, I think now we can start to go into our deep dive section. We have some fun stuff. Interesting things. I have a number of articles and we'll pull some quotes from a few of these as well. So there's a few things about how Oliver found out and reacted to the fact that they were doing a Buck Begins episode. So this is from an Entertainment Weekly article by Ruth Kinane. They asked, how excited were you when you found out they were going to do a Buck backstory episode? And Oliver said, I think my first feeling was that I was a little bit intimidated because I've spoken to Tim in the past and he said to me, don't worry, I'm sure we'll give you a Begins episode at some point. I feel like all the Begins episodes in the past have been so brilliant and there's such a high bar, and I always played it like, oh, it's fine. I don't know if we need a Buck Begins episode. I've always thought the pilot was a little bit of that anyway because he was still relatively new. So it was done under the consensus that we would only do it if there was the right story to tell. When he came to me with this, I was like, okay, if there's a thing that you've settled on, then it must be good. I'm excited to get my hands on it and get stuck in.
And in an article with TV Line, Andy Swift stated, I was starting to wonder if Buck would ever get a Begins episode. He was so young when we met him, I didn't know if he'd have enough of a backstory. And Oliver said, I agree, right? Buck had just started at the firehouse in the pilot, and we were sort of figuring everything out through his eyes. So I didn't know if a Buck origin story would be a necessary thing. But then Tim Minear was like, I've got the idea for it. I understood why it was needed. It immediately made so much of what we know about Buck make sense.
Andy Swift again, same article. Andy Swift asked, what was your reaction when you first saw it all unfold in the script? And Oliver said, more than anything, actually, I was impressed that the writers were able to come up with something that encapsulated so much that we've seen of Buck over the years. The more I thought about his past behavior, the more I was like, oh, now that makes sense why he's always done these things and why he's got this hero complex. I thought it was brilliant. I also didn't know that some families really do have babies for this reason. It was very eye-opening. Never seen a Lifetime movie, this one.
No.
That was my interjection, just in case it wasn't clear.
No, it was pretty clear. It was pretty clear. Yeah, so I thought that was kind of interesting in terms of like, because like the audience sees things through Buck's eyes so often, especially that pilot. Buck is kind of like the audience surrogate for so much of the series, and like Oliver said, like we see so much of it through Buck's eyes that it's like, does he need a backstory? But I liked seeing his kind of reaction to, hey, we're going to do that because they had this story in mind, which was neat. And then there's also, in terms of like the physical and emotional weight of this episode, Buck Begins, for Oliver, from an interview by Meredith Jacobs for TV Insider. She said, between the family scenes and the fire, was this your most physically and emotionally strenuous episode? And Oliver said, there was so much adrenaline that it didn't feel at the time that physically damaging until the next days. I felt like I had to carry this through. Filming, it actually felt like more of an honor to carry that tank around or run through this fire or lift this and climb up here because I knew it was something good. It was once we called cut for the final scene that my heart fell out of my chest and my back shriveled up. So just like the way that it seemed like he really wanted to do this story justice was like not lost on him. So moving into some more production specific stuff, just a couple things about the writer and director like we usually do. So again, this episode was written by Juan Carlos Cotto, and just a few, notable, aka like absolute banger episodes that he's also written. So we have him also doing 206 Dosed, which was his first episode for 911. We have him writing 309 Fallout, 501 Panic, 513 Fearophobia, 610 In a Flash, 709 Ashes. So just like some of the episodes, like I think these are some of our favorites just generally, very much because they're inherently very like Buck or Eddie centric episodes that tend to stick with us, right? And he also will go on in the series to direct 3 episodes that he also wrote. So he played like dual roles. So he wrote and directed 516 Mayday, 602 Crash and Learn, and 617 Love is in the Air. So just like he does it all. I think we learned early on when we started paying attention to the writers that Juan Carlos Cotto did a lot of stuff that we really, really enjoy. And then the director is Jan Turner, and she directed 5 episodes of 911. Her first one was Rage, which was 305. This one, she also directs Jinx 406, which is interesting because they're sequential production numbers. So I feel like that doesn't usually happen where a director, you know, you can have
filmed them in a row. Like, that sounds exhausting.
Probably. Yeah, they were probably doing this block filming where it was like maybe all together sort of thing like they typically do. But I found that interesting because usually when they have a director come back within the same season, it's a number of episodes later, or at least like one off, or, you know, like a few production numbers apart. So I think that was interesting the way, I don't know if it just like shook out that way, or they were just like, let's have you just do both of these kind of like sequentially or all at one time. But I also think that like what a back-to-back resume of 405 to 406. And I think we all love Jinx very much. So that's kind of interesting. She also directed the season 6 opener, Let the Games Begin, which was 601, and 611 In Another Life, which is the Coma Dream episode. So a lot of stuff that's like kind of very Buck-ish. And then we also have, for the guest star, some people may recognize Samba Shoot, who plays Saleh, the person that Buck rescues from inside the factory. So you might recognize him from Our Flag Means Death, where he played the character Roach, who was like the baker. He made that like 40 orange cake. So just, you know, something to connect different fandoms. There are a couple quotes of Oliver playing young Buck that I thought would be fun to read out. I think this is for both of you guys, but we were talking about that in general thought. So I was like, just wait, there's some funny things there.
In a US Weekly article written by Emily Longretta, an interview with Oliver Stark. Okay, the article states, in Buck Begins, the character is 10 to 15 years younger than he is now, meaning that Stark had to change some of his mannerisms. Oliver says, I was a little bit intimidated by that, but when you're going from late 20s to early 20s or late teens, there's not too much that the makeup department can kind of... There's not too much that the makeup department can kind of help out with. I think when you're at that age, I think he said in the pilot, you kind of think everything revolves around you and you take everything extremely personally. Also, I try to make less aches and growling noises as I sit up. Okay, Oliver.
I thought that was so funny.
Oh, you're so funny, Oliver.
He's still only like actually like 29 or 30, like 29 at this point, is like aches and growling noises. Like
sometimes he's funny.
He's unintentionally funny.
Yeah. Which makes it funnier, actually.
He thinks he's funny, though. He does think he's funny.
He really does think he's funny.
I appreciate that.
Then Ruth Kananigan from Entertainment Weekly asks, when you were playing Buck in his early 20s, was making your voice higher like that your creative choice?
I thought you would like this one.
What a crazy way to word that.
I know.
Hey, was your voice like that on purpose? Or like, were you going through something?
No, it's like a very specific, like, tell me about your very specific acting choices for this teeny tiny
Can
detail.
You tell me what? No, me coded.
That's why I gave you that quote.
Me coded. Oliver said, my thing has always been, if I was 60 and they wanted to make me 30, makeup has lots of tricks. But going from my late 20s to my early 20s, I was like, what do I have here? What kind of tools can I use? So it's absolutely the pitch of his voice. It's a little more wide-eyed and there's a bit more spring in his step. It was trying to work out the little things. He just says things that I'm like, there's the British.
What a comedian.
What, spring in his step?
I can hear it.
Oh.
It just sounds British.
Yeah. I love reading his quotes because I can hear it in his voice sometimes.
And the least British accent you've ever heard.
It's worse now that we've sat with the man.
We've sat and talked to him. Anyway, I can't not roast this man. It's terrible. Okay.
Spring in his step.
Right. It was trying to work out the little things because even if you look back at season 1, I'm probably about 15, 20 pounds heavier now. I like to think in a good way than I was in season 1. So trying to then play 5 or 6 years before that, usually we're going into costume fittings and being like, all right, take the arms in tighter. This was like, no, baggy, to try and hide it.
And there's more, I think, input that he also had in some of the makeup and wardrobe decisions that we'll get to, which I think are really, really funny. And you guys will get a kick out of it. And then there was something interesting that the Buckley sibling montage, to talk again more about like production stuff. Apparently the Buckley sibling, what I'm calling that montage at the end, where it's like looking back at all of like the Buck and Maddie stuff, was not scripted as such. I think that's probably one thing that they ended up kind of like cutting together like in the editing process, I guess.
They said, you know what? That Eddie Begins fan edit we made was banger. Let's
do another
Buck.
one. Yeah.
The official Buck and Maddie siblings edit, the official 911 edit.
Yes. So yes, from an interview by Jennifer Moss for The Wrap with Oliver, he did mention that the montage was not scripted. That's how we know. And he said, so when I watched the episode, I was surprised by it. There are a lot of moments in there that I hadn't necessarily remembered we'd been through. So it was such a lovely culmination of everything to come to this moment and end on that moment of realizing that they had always been there for each other. I'm a sucker for a good montage. We know. Because they choked me up no matter what.
This man loves to cry.
Yeah, little cancer bitch baby just like me.
Yeah. He loves a montage.
I always say I love a montage. I love a good montage to cry to on this show. And this one does make me fucking cry like a baby. Terrible.
Wow. The voice cracking unintentionally.
Paid actor.
No, it was on purpose. Just like Buck's Pennsylvania accent.
Yeah. And then he goes on, but especially to watch one play out around that relationship, I think is such an important dynamic to the show. To have that reminder and have them remain strong throughout so much adversity was really a heartwarming way to bring it all to a close. So again, kind of similar to what Oliver said, I think it was at the Rescue vs. Chicago panel that he mentioned the Rescue Me montage. So this tracks. We love an emotional montage and they do it so well. And then there's just something funny that I wanted to include here in the production stuff, which isn't so much production, but it's kind of like a fan theory that became, I guess, kind of pervasive on 911 internet. And this is from TV Line with Andy Swift, which, like, again, I gotta hand it to Andy. Sometimes he just like talks about, like, he's bold. He talks about the things that like fandom's talking about sometimes and like just comes out and says it. And it's funny because then we get like some of these reactions about what's like the conversations that are happening online. So apparently, Andy said, before the truth came out, the fans had some wild theories about Buck's family secret, including that Maddie was actually his mom. And I know this was pervasive because I think it was maybe Jennifer Moss that also brought this up in another article or in the Wrap article. It might have been one of the other ones, but I just thought that was so funny. And again, I love looking at some of the fandom conversation that happened around like the time of the stuff that's airing, because like we coming in later are only privy to, you know, hindsight stuff and what's happening like in the current season, in the current moment. So I just think that's like really funny that people were like either Buck's adopted or like Maddie's his mom. And how
those were the options.
Yeah, those were the options like that some people were thinking of. So Oliver responded to this and said, yeah, I'm not quite sure why so many people latched onto that one. She's really not that much older than him. So there would have been a lot of darkness to explore there. It's safe to say that was never going to be the secret. I did see a couple people absolutely nail what it was, at which point I wondered who in the writer's room has a secret Twitter account. So ironic of him to say that for no reason.
Mr. Sports account.
This was when he was still on Twitter. Publicly. So yes, I think one of the other articles also brought up the idea that, or the fan theory that like Buck was adopted, in which case I think Oliver said like it would still play out that like Maddie and Buck would have that sibling relationship. So like it would kind of be the same thing there. So yeah, I just thought that was really funny. Like this is what people were talking about back in ye olden days of 2021. So yeah, the more you know. Okay, I think we have some mentions for Needle Drop. There were a good amount of like recognizable songs and like interesting music choices for this episode.
So Needle Drop, there's so many bangers in this episode. Like kicking it off with Tom Petty
right out the gate
really fucking sets the tone. Love it. And also I just think like as a 90s kid, you know, like they nailed a couple of these song choices, I think, which are like quintessential like 90s songs.
Gives you the feeling of the era.
Yes,
like
exactly.
We were back there.
So it's kind of like a nostalgic song, like kind of like looking back at the good and the bad and being like, you don't know how it feels to be me is kind of the whole crux of the song. Like people leaving you, but like it's really weird because it's like almost like romanticizing it, which I feel like Buck does to some point, like not romanticizing people leaving him, but like just the narratives that I think he like makes as excuses for people sometimes.
And it's kind of like poignant for how Buck, I think, to set up the the opening of the episode with this. It's just like, you don't know how it feels. It kind of puts Buck in his own island, right? Very disconnected from everyone else because they just like, they don't see him. They don't get him.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I took from that.
For sure. Also the turn the radio loud. I'm too alone to be proud. Yeah.
If he keeps moving, he doesn't have to sit with his own thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah. Then we have one of the all-time songs ever, but especially of if you're a 90s kid. And like, I know that this barely came out in the 90s, but like, we're still claiming it. Like, if you were alive when this came out, you're a 90s kid. Yeah. Like,
yay.
You know what I mean?
Like your driver's license has 19 on it.
Yes, exactly.
We were born in the 19th century, guys.
It's not the 19th century, but
in the 1900s, excuse.
Yes, there you go.
The 1900s, guys.
I was like, it's definitely not the 19th century.
Sometimes it feels that way, you know, with our little like horse and buggies.
Oh my God. But yeah, absolute banger of a song. Another one that's like kind of like existential dread in a bop, which is very 90s and early
Very
2000s, I think. Very Buck. So they were like, yeah, why don't you all bop your heads to while we see that he learns to self-harm to get attention. It's good fun for everyone, right?
I don't think you said the title of the song yet.
All Star by Smash Mouth. Like, I don't know that I really...
We knew what you were talking about, but
everyone, if they've watched the episode,
I know.
All Star by Smash Mouth. I think it's one of the most famous songs like in the fucking world.
Yeah.
I feel like everyone knows this fucking song.
And like, so technically it shows up when they're supposed to be in like 1996. And like this song was released in 1999, but it's like,
but it's basically not playing diegetically.
I know.
So I don't think it matters.
It's basically period accurate. Like it's the vibes.
It's also playing over time, is it not?
Just a little bit of time. Yeah.
Yeah. But he's definitely aged at least 3 years in the time that's.
Also just reminds me of like Shrek.
That's what I was going to say. I was like, wait, was it played during Shrek or was that a different song?
No, it was absolutely Shrek.
Okay. Yeah.
Like it's an amazing song by itself. But like when I hear that, I think of Shrek.
Me too.
It was everywhere, man.
It was everywhere, man.
Wow.
Smash Mouth must have been rolling in the royalties.
Okay, like, they really were.
Which is good because this was their one hit.
Was it? Damn.
I'm pretty sure.
I've heard a couple of their others.
Yeah, but it was like their one actual hit.
Yeah.
I believe. I did own the album.
So this song would have been everywhere, like in universe.
Oh, for sure. Like glitter, you know, you just can never get rid of it. But it also is a song that I'm never upset to hear, and I don't think I've ever gotten tired of in my life.
It's such a jam.
It's such a, like, it's so good musically. But yeah, some of these lyrics let me hit you with some of the existential dread. Oh, just the first verse is about being told you're stupid, which happens to Buck all the time. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart, but your head gets dumb. It's just like, I'm just not going to think about things because that leads to badness.
Again, him like running away.
You'll never know if you don't go. It's like, say yes, his radical acceptance. Yeah. Yep, that's pretty much it. It's a very Buck song. It's a very 90s song.
Yeah.
And then the song that plays that we were talking about in our general thoughts in the famous scene. But anyway, the song that's playing when Buck is, you know, trying to free Sally and then the 118 comes in and helps him is actually a song from Broadchurch, which is what I was holding back saying the entire time that Syl was talking about how she relates it to like a Destiel edit, because I am like an original Broadchurch watcher. Like the day it aired, it's one of the best shows ever. It's depressing as fuck. It's about a dead kid and like solving the murder of a dead kid.
Wait, I mean, that's kind of
that's very
relevant.
It's not a fun story. Really good show, just very dark and depressing.
Love David Tennant, though.
But for the second season, this song, The So Far by Olafur Arnalds, I'm so sorry if I butchered that, but...
Thank you for saying that, because I did not want to.
Olafur Arnalds, yeah. It's the credit song.
And I think that was originally composed for that, too.
Yes. But like it does make sense and it's fitting in here. But I feel like if you have the Broadchurch reference, it kind of takes me out just a little bit. That I'm like, because I'm thinking about the ickiness of that show and not like, oh, uplifting moment, family come. I'm just like, a child is dead and their family is devastated.
I mean, still, but
a murder.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously didn't have that frame of reference for this song. I do think it's absolutely beautiful and like very poignant, especially in some of the lyrics of how encompassing of Buck this is, and just like the production of the song itself, like when they have kind of that like beat drop come in a little bit when like Eddie gets to the rope and all of that. I think the editors of this episode did an amazing job at like timing that really, really well, and it like gives me goosebumps. Like that's part of why that scene gives me goosebumps is the song.
Yeah, that's my favorite part of that song. Wow.
I got you.
That's my favorite part of that part.
Yeah. Did you want to talk about the lyrics?
No.
And did you want to talk about the lyrics?
A little bit, yeah, actually. Hold on. Because that's the part like I can actually relate to. So far from who I was, from who I love, from who I want to be, so far from all our dreams, from all it means, from you here next to me. So far from seeing home, I stand out here alone. Am I asking for too much? So far from being free of the past that's haunting me, the future I just can't touch. You take my hand, please pull me from the dark and show me hope again. We'll run side by side, no secrets left to hide, sheltered from the pain. The lyrics, perfect, beautiful, show-stopping. So I try and like when I'm watching that scene, I try to really focus in on the lyrics.
Yeah.
But sometimes, you know, like Syl was saying, it reminds her of an edit in a good way. But like sometimes for me, like music, if it's so associated with something else, it's hard for me. And since it's related to something that I'm like, I gotta like really, but the lyrics are perfect. It's just like being lost and wanting to find home and find your person, your people, like people to have your back.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Yeah. It's like everything that Buck is.
Exactly.
So good.
But the whole, the like, so far from seeing home, I stand out here alone. Am I asking for too much? Is like,
because he always thinks he's too much, but also not enough.
Yeah. And because like, I think he thinks what he wants is too much. Like he thinks just wanting like the family and the support is too much.
It's not.
No, but he's traumatized.
I know.
And then the song that plays in the montage, the little Buck Maddie sibling edit at the end is Northern Sky by Nick Drake. And I don't really want to get into the lyrics, but it's like a nice little uplifting, like when I'm with you, like things are great because we're here for each other. Basically. Yeah.
It's sweet. That montage also makes me cry.
Same. Every montage on this show makes me cry.
They're really good at montages, man.
They're great at them.
Because again, it's so like quintessentially like 911. I've connected the dots.
You didn't connect shit.
So I think it's you. It's you in Peru.
Oh my God. A special Buckapedia section, Syl edition. I'm so excited for this.
Also, Syl, I don't know if you wanted to give the context for people who have not listened before that.
Oh. Yes.
Just for funsies.
Not everyone knows the lore.
For those of you who have not been listening for so long or just don't know this, because it's usually just sprinkled in here and there when I decide to talk about probably Eddie, most likely.
That tracks.
Both of my parents are Peruvian. I am Peruvian. No, I'm not adopted. There's a genetic reason why I look like this. But yeah, I'm Peruvian. So I've been to Peru since age 10. Yeah.
So you're very like familiar with Peru.
Do you have your dual citizenship?
Not yet. I'm working on it.
Almost
there.
Almost.
Well, technically I do. I mean, I'm registered now.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah.
Minor details.
But anyway, yeah. So if anyone who didn't know, now you know. Okay. So a couple of fun facts about Mancora, Peru, because like, why Peru? Everyone asks this. Everyone in the episode, including my own mother, who has never watched this episode. She also went, why Peru?
Oh my God. Specifically.
I would love to know why Peru. So whoever, so Juan Carlos Cotto, you please enlighten me. I would love to know why you picked this specific beach town. I would love to know if you vacationed there or something. I don't know. I would love to know why. But anyway, Mancora, Peru is located in Peru's northern coastline and is usually like beach towns. Peru's not really known for, it is known for its beaches, but like not as heavily known, you know, in comparison to like other tourist attractions like Machu Picchu and Cusco. So, but like, yeah, you know, normally locals in the country will travel to the north for beach time, especially because it's like closer to the equator. So it's warm, like 365 days a year. Nice. It's known for its golden beaches, it's great surf, vibrant bohemian atmosphere, and luxury hotels. Offering seafront views and stunning sunsets. I feel like a travel guide.
I feel like they need to sponsor this episode. Like the tourism committee.
Brought to you by Visit Peru.
No, literally. I've never been there. At this point, I probably should try to do a beach vacation up there.
You need to be our boots on the ground now. You need to do like first person research just to like see what the vibes were for like, 2015, 16 era Buck, you know?
I mean, in Peru, they're always partying. So I don't like, I think, okay, fine. Like, great. You went to South America. You went to actually one of the richest countries in terms of like history in the world. You know what I mean? And the food too. So, because that's what Peru is also known for.
The cuisine scene.
The cuisine scene. They were going to say gastronomical capital of the world. I think it was how people would describe it. That's what they would describe it.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah. And, other things that they have over there are like hot springs and mud baths. That's fun. I was supposed to do that once. Oh, that was on my last trip. I was supposed to do like a mud bath, but then I was like, I don't know about that actually. And yeah, I don't know. It's just party destination. Or if you want to have chill vibes, you can go outside of the main city and have chill vibe vacation while you're there, relaxing vacation. Buck, okay, he just really loves the beach. So he decided to go to South America, to Peru,
all the beaches
for the
in
beach.
all the world.
Because
they got beaches there.
I really know, because like, why would you go to this particular country for the beach?
Because someone told, you know what I mean? It was kind of like other people from, I think he was saying someone said something about Peru. Please.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it was someone who worked on the dude ranch with him was down in Peru. So like he knew by way of like, he knows someone who knows someone.
To the ocean. It's going to be too cold here soon though. So I'm thinking of checking out Peru. And then she goes, why Peru? One of my old ranch hand buddies tends bar down there. No, I'm sorry. I'm doing his young voiceover kills me. I'm going to be a mixologist again. Funny how life comes full circle.
We're like going in circles.
Buddy, you could have gone to the Caribbean. That's all I gotta say. You could have gone to the Caribbean. Let me tell you.
Yeah, but like it's all about the connection of someone he knows.
Yeah, I know.
Also, a ranch hand buddy.
We'll talk about that. Love queer coding.
Right. Because
I
I'm
do
sure
have a question,
financials,
and this is like obviously just speculation. How like bilingual are people in English in general, like in beach towns there? Like, does he have to learn some conversational Spanish, or is he just
like, is it tourist town?
Yeah,
sort of thing.
That particular, okay. You got to think about it this way. Not everyone that goes to Peru is going to be American or English for that matter. Like, not all of them. Yeah. It's not going to be a lot of the people that I've encountered. And this is not like this is not beach town central areas that I'm in. It's more like, yes, it's coast area, but like even Cusco, it doesn't even matter. Regardless, like they're not going to be the majority aren't going to be English speakers. Like I've seen people from Japan. I've seen a lot of Chinese people. I've seen people from all over.
Very international.
A lot of Europeans specifically too, but not all of them speak English. I've seen the French. I've seen the Swiss. I've seen all over. I don't think personally it would be broken English, if anything, from the locals. So
yeah, I was just wondering if like for the people he was working for, I think if he would have to learn.
If he had a connection, I think like, I don't want to say Buck knows fluent Spanish.
I don't ascribe to that headcanon.
No, I don't. If that's what you were getting at, I don't think he knows fluent Spanish. I think he's got the connection.
Like un poco.
He's like un poquito.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically what he would be doing. I definitely do not subscribe to the fluent Espanol.
Yeah, like Buck. Maybe enough to pick up on a few things here and there.
Or enough for the job, to be honest. Or enough to be like, where's the bathroom? Or I would like some of this thing. How much is this? To get his enough to like get around, get by, get a taxi, like that kind of stuff. Like, but fluent, no. I don't subscribe to that.
Enough to survive.
Just a little.
Yes, enough to survive.
Thank you, Sil. That was enlightening.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And next time you go to Peru, You might have to.
I might have to do a beach vacation.
Yeah.
Because I did the lake vacation. Now we got to do beach vacation.
You'll have to do like vlogging like you're Evan Buckley.
Just don't do bleach tips.
No. I think we're long past that.
All right. Are we ready for parallels?
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, so Saleh pinned by the tank in pretty much the same exact manner that Buck was pinned by the fire truck in 218.
Also, when he's with Saleh, when they're pinned and trapped and Buck's looking around, looking for a solution. And he said, like, I was a fire marshal once, and he's looking around for the fire extinguisher because he knows from being a fire marshal that factories are regulated to have the extinguishers like 3 feet off the floor. So he finds it when he's looking around for that. So he's using like his past knowledge there.
And then we have this technical use of like high-pitched ear-ringing tone when he escapes on his bike when Margaret and Philip are fighting with Maddie and transitions into him on his motorcycle. And usually this happens when things are overwhelming. And it's very similar to when I think it was Gerard in 801 that was like yelling at him and stuff. So that's a good technical use. And I think we also see it again, not related to Buck, but we see it in 910 with Abigail in the kitchen with Eddie. Yeah. So it's a great use for like big emotions, I think.
Yeah, especially with Buck, because that, we've talked about, and I'm sure we will talk about some more stuff with like his ADHD and just like his general sense, like when he's getting overwhelmed and just like everything like kind of fogs around him. And especially in 801, when everyone was doing like the Buck Spidey sense sort of thing that was happening, and the cinematography for that from Andrew Mitchell. So watching the scene in this episode where he's just like so overwhelmed, he can't deal. He just heard that Maddie is moving to Boston with Doug and he has to be left alone with his parents, and then they're ending up fighting and it's just like too much to handle. It feels like very consistently Buck. And then there's also a reference or a couple references to Buck joining and then quitting the Navy SEALs, which we know about from all the way back in season 1, specifically 102 Let Go, when Buck was talking to Bobby about how he tried joining the Navy SEALs, but they wanted like little robots and he couldn't really turn off his humanity, which is something that he reiterates to Maddie in one of the postcards of like, I'm going to try out for the Navy SEALs. I like water. And then I quit because they wanted red-eye robots and that's not me. So also just kind of like consistency of that like background information. Like it's fleshing out more of Buck's background that we still see off screen, but like we're learning more of it now.
See on screen?
Off screen, that we see off screen. Like we don't see him going out for the Navy SEAls.
No, but like we knew
dialogue.
that happened. Yeah.
So it's just like kind of fleshing out more of what he was doing at that time, like why he ended up like going for that and in his finding himself journey across the continent. And then I think we have a couple things for foreshadowing. We do get introduced in this episode to Captain Meta, who shows up again at the end of season 4, specifically in 413 and 14 as, I guess,
I see. Incident commander.
As the incident commander for the factory fire. And then at the end of this season, he shows up for basically the call when Eddie gets shot. And I think it's the 133 is his house, is on scene at that, like in the middle of the street. So
cursed.
A harbinger of doom.
Yeah.
A little bit, but then not so much, because we see him again in like a much like kind of more chill way with season 6, episode 13, Mixed Feelings. We see him at the secret poker game. So that's
but if you see him out on a call,
that's bad.
It's bad emotionally for one of our boys. Like, normally Buck.
Yeah,
actually. Yeah.
I don't know if we see him besides those other 2 times, but like I really like him. Bring him back.
133 is just cursed.
I think all firehouses in the 911 universe are cursing.
Yeah, I mean, now we have the 144, right? With Max, whatever.
Sam Max, whatever his name is.
Star of Obsession.
They really can't stop talking about that.
Never watched it.
I kind of want to.
I haven't either. I kind of want to.
I saw the trailer and I was like, oh, okay. I don't like horror movies, but maybe I'll watch it for the 911 connection.
For Max.
And then when Athena says, you know, at the very end of the episode, you were Buck. And everyone's just like, you were just being Buck. That kind of reminds me, and I'm sure we'll get to it once we get to that episode and we'll bring it up again. But in 611 in Another Life, Coma Dream Bobby saying like, you were Buck. So that kind of through thread there is just like, these are some of the lessons that Buck needs to learn. And it's like, it's that he's enough, just being Buck.
You are enough. Wait, no, that's not one of those supernatural.
It
Wait,
is.
One is it?
It is.
It is.
It is.
It is.
It's all three of them. So the You Are Enough one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, because I'm like AKF. Yana.
Yeah, that's
Always keep
Jared.
fighting Yana.
Yana is
You are-
Cockles, and yeah,
You are enough.
You're
Is
enough.
Yep.
the three of them. Okay.
the three of them.
Wow. I was
Again,
like, where
the
did I get
supernatural
that?
911 tie-in pipeline is a straight line.
It's a gay line.
It's a direct line.
There you
Once
go.
again, get the two on the show. The other one's
Yeah.
doing his fire country shit. I think he was.
No, I don't think he's doing that anymore.
Okay.
Get him on guest appearances. Okay, so I sat down and was like, I want to write some like psychological shit out about Buck for this episode because we learned things that can make sense, right? And I don't want to say devolved. It evolved. It evolved into a little bit of a paper. A little bit of a paper, but I'm calling it the Buckapedia Armchair Psychology Edition. So
That's fun.
strap in. So Buck Begins is the episode where the show finally explains to the audience why Buck is the way he is. And boy, howdy, I had this written down before you even said howdy. There's a lot to unpack psychologically here. Let me paint a picture for you. Savior baby core wound, childhood emotional neglect, abandonment trauma, and complex PTSD. That's what we're going to talk about. Fun stuff.
Woohoo!
I can't believe you didn't use this perfect opportunity to say, buckle up,
Buckle up, buttercup. No.
carry on. I'm listening.
No, it's serious time. Okay, so in the previous episode in 404, before Maddie tells him the truth, Buck confronts his parents and says, I've spent my entire life feeling like a constant disappointment. He doesn't know why yet in that episode. And we also have Chimney say, I think there's a reason why he feels so alone. He's the only one not in on it. And now 405, Buck Begins finally gives us the answer. So let's kick it all off with the reason where all of the trauma comes from. It's the savior baby of it all, right? So what is a savior baby? I guess if you're like Oliver and you've never seen a Lifetime movie, a savior baby is a child conceived specifically to provide a bone marrow or stem cell transplant to a sibling with a fatal illness. For a bone marrow transplant to work, the donor and recipient need to have compatible HLA types or the body rejects the donation. And HLA is human leukocyte antigens, which is basically like your body's biological ID system. So like if they don't match, your body is going to reject it and be like, no, I'm attacking that because that doesn't belong here.
That's what people are looking for when they're like, this is a match for that. That's a match for
Exactly
what Maddie and Buck were talking about when Maddie said like she and Margaret and Philip were not matches.
Yep. So like that's why a sibling match is so valuable and why there's really only a 1 in 4 chance of naturally conceiving another child that has the matching HLA type, right? So a 25% chance of naturally conceiving a baby that way. Today, when people do this is just factual. This is me not supporting it. I'm just telling you like how it's done. Today, people use IVF and pre-implantation genetic diagnosis or PGD that lets parents like select a compatible embryo that guarantees they won't have the genetic markers, making them susceptible to the same disease as well, but also make sure that they have the HLA, right? So then you have a 100% chance. But that didn't exist in the early 90s. I think it started like in the late 90s.
IVF existed, but not that
Not this specific type of
like screening for the genetic markers.
the PGD didn't exist. Okay, so the Buckleys conceived Buck naturally and hoped with 75% odds against them that he'd be a match for Daniel. And he was, but then Daniel still died. They also were running the risk that Buck could get the same kind of leukemia because there are a lot of genetic factors that being hereditary. So either way, through natural conception or IVF, the ethics and morals and legalities even on savior babies are murky at best. There's a bodily autonomy problem, like with legality with it. I don't think I'm gonna read the source for all of these. If you really want them, like, we'll link them, but it's just a lot of quotes. It's from papers, it's from articles, it's a lot of different ones. And I think it's just going to be a lot to like read the sources for all of them. So just know that there are sources. I'm going to list them. So this is a quote from a law review specifically. It says, extracting bone marrow from a child constitutes a personal bodily invasion and is a violation of a child's constitutional rights. Courts have routinely refused to force one person to undergo a medical procedure for the purpose of benefiting another, even in circumstances where a blood relationship is shared. So basically what they're saying is like consent can't really be given by a minor.
Yeah. I think my touchstone for this kind of issue is like pretty famous story. It's a book and a movie, and it revolves around like a savior baby. I don't remember if it's based on a true story or fictionalized, purely fiction. But yeah, that's essentially like very similar. The daughter ends up taking the parents to court for this exact like the bodily autonomy because she was too young to consent because she was like a baby.
Yeah, and there's a lot of I mean, I'm only brushing the surface on this stuff.
Yeah.
All of this stuff is just brushing the surface and just like taking quotes that really apply directly to Buck and his specific trauma. But there's a lot of like legalities because it's like, can minors even give proper consent? Even if they are like, do have like full conscious thought, even if they aren't an infant like Buck.
Yeah.
I feel like you'd get the parent being like, we have to do this to help your, yeah.
Yep. And that's definitely part of it because it's like putting pressure.
Yeah. It's also like manipulated into being.
Because it's how they explain it. It's like, it's just, we're supposed to be like kind and help others. And it's.
Or it would be like, hey, if you want to, like your brother or sister is really sick, but you have the power to save them.
Then it's like, you know, is that coerced or is that like truly out of their free will? You know, like, ooh.
So interesting.
We're not going to get into that. I mean, I have opinions, but that's not really what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about how it fucked up Buck. So kind of to paint a picture of, a not pretty picture of just like what actually happened to Buck. So he donated as an infant, which means he had zero capacity for consent. His body was used before he could form a single word. The cells didn't graft and Daniel died. Then the whole thing was buried for nearly 30 years while Buck grew up in a house shaped entirely by a grief that could never be spoken aloud, where he was unknowingly the ghost haunting the house. So another law quote, the minor donor sibling is put into a medically induced coma absent any purpose that provides a direct medical benefit to them. While the child is unconscious, a physician injects a needle into the center of the child's bone and extracts the marrow. Just to like paint you a picture of exactly what was done to him as an infant.
It's a pretty significant like medical procedure, I think, like because those are, I think, big needles. So if you're thinking about like such a big needle to extract the bone marrow on a baby, like,
yeah, because here's the thing: Buck has no conscious memory of any of this, right? Because he was an infant. He never will, but his body does. His body remembers it. So here's a quote from like a medical article: the hippocampus, the brain structure responsible for forming the kind of memories you can consciously replay, doesn't fully mature until around age 3 to 5. Before that point, infants can't encode experiences as stories they'll later retrieve, but a different memory system is already online at birth. This implicit memory system doesn't require conscious awareness. It stores patterns, what feels safe, what feels threatening, how the body should respond to stress. A baby who experiences repeated pain, neglect, or frightening interactions won't remember those specific moments, but their nervous system learns from them and adjusts accordingly. So his body remembers that pain, remembers the neglect, remembers all of it. His body remembers, and how basically his nervous system reacts to things. Like that trauma started from infancy because of this.
It kind of sets like the blueprint for the rest of his life, basically.
Yep. So more on this, talking about like if babies can remember trauma. So toddlers and infants, including like neonatal. So
very small.
Yes. Toddlers and infants can experience intense pain and show symptoms of traumatization. They are capable of experiencing an event as harrowing and life-threatening. These events are capable of being memorialized or symbolically represented, stored in memory in a way that can affect later behavior and learning.
Sounds like something for a therapist to uncover later.
Oh, yep. And then just another one to really drive it home, because infants record distress as implicit physical sensations rather than explicit stories. So it's like you can't logic, reasoning, something to give context to what's happening to you, right? There are simply no words for the older person to say, like, this is talking about how it affects like kids later in life, but like there are no words for when the trauma happens to you as an infant to kind of describe how that happened. Quote, the amygdala, our brain's emotional alarm system, is fully functioning at birth and immediately begins recording stress. So again, your body remembers, like, he was put under general anesthesia, had a needle driven into his bone, and he woke up in pain in a hospital before he could speak, before he could form a single conscious thought about what was happening to him. His nervous system recorded all of it anyway, and then it recorded his parents not showing up for him. And then it adjusted accordingly. His brain built the roadmap for what is safe, what is threatening, and what he has to do to survive before he even had like a single word, because again, he was an infant to like describe any of it.
Yeah. And like, if you think just like regularly for babies, like they have no way of communicating other than like crying.
Yeah.
Because they can't speak yet. And that's how they get attention. So just like think of that in terms of like Buck is probably crying all the time.
And getting neglected, I'm sure, already.
Or like, even if he was getting like paid attention to, it wasn't necessarily in the way that he may have needed it the most.
I imagine that Maddie was already being parentified.
Doing a lot of it.
Yeah. Okay, so the psychological effects of being a savior baby, right? So this is from a medical journal. 4 themes were identified: fear and anxiety related to HLA testing, overwhelming pressure to donate, guilt and blame when the ill child died, as well as emotional and physical isolation following donation.
That sounds textbook. Margaret and Philip.
Yep. So he hits 3 of them. He can't hit the one where it's like the pressure to donate because he couldn't give consent, but the guilt and blame when like the ill child died is the one that stands out. Like Buck carries this guilt even though he doesn't know what it is. For a loss he didn't know he was a part of. Like
even at the very end when he's talking to Margaret and Philip and he's like, I wish I could have done more. Like he still carries that guilt even though like it's literally not his fault. And they acknowledge that too, but like, too little. We'll get to it.
Yeah. But yeah, he's also facing emotional isolation from his parents without knowing why. And on some level, Maddie too, because like she was involved in the secret being kept from him that he doesn't know. So from another medical journal, when the recipient experiences transplant complications, sibling donors may believe that they caused the complications because their marrow or stem cells were not good enough.
Oh.
What does that sound like? They just had me for parts. Defective parts, as it turned out.
Oh boy. I wonder how much like medical research went into like writing some of this story too, because it is like textbook.
It's very textbook, yeah. And then this is from a medical opinion piece, but I believe from a psychologist or a doctor. But according to a 2013 Wake Forest University study, savior siblings have lower self-esteem than their peers, and 1/3 of savior siblings have post-traumatic stress disorder. Additionally, if the savior sibling's donation does not save the older child, they may face extreme guilt. And this does not actually have anything to do with Daniel, but I immediately thought of the season finale of season 4 of Bobby saying, like, it wasn't your fault that Eddie got shot, right? And he's like, no, I was just the guy standing there when it happened who couldn't do anything to protect him. Ugh. Yay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just like, I know we're not done yet, but it's just like so much of this. Again, it's like this is what makes Buck make so much sense.
Oh, yeah.
It's so perfectly like tied into everything about the character that they've already established. And it's just like, completely like blowing the door open.
Which is like, that's why I say it's fucking genius. Cause like, I don't think they planned it from the beginning, but it's like they did. You know what I mean?
It works.
Because the way they had him behave and like wrote him as a character so consistently for the first 3 seasons, it just fits perfectly with all of this.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into the neglect. Jazz hands. I'm sure there's no fun way to talk about this, guys. I'm sorry. So as much as we paint them out to be, the Buckley parents are not villains. They're people consumed by unprocessed grief who looked at Buck and saw the proof of what they did, because I don't think they feel great about what they did.
No, there's a lot of shame there.
I don't think they feel great about the repercussions of what they did, which was, that they had to move towns and the shame from that and how they couldn't look Buck in the inn, et cetera, et cetera. But, and what they lost, Daniel. And, they couldn't give him what he needed because they had nothing left to give. Like Maddie said, they retreated into their grief. And I don't think there was maliciousness in nature.
No.
Like, I don't think that they meant to neglect Buck, but the research is clear that the outcome for a kid is the same as if it had been intentional neglect.
Or like physical abuse. It's kind of equated. I know we've brought that up in another episode, and I forget like I have a source for that, but I know I've seen like,
oh, well, I'm about to read some.
Oh, great. I do want to say just like quickly, I'm glad you said that like the Buckley parents are not villains, because it reminds me of what Maddie says, that they're not bad people. They're just bad parents. And I think that kind of sums it up perfectly. It's not like villainizing them, but they not great parents.
No, and they never should have. Oh, anyway.
Sorry, read your quotes.
So this is from, I believe, like a psychology article. Not all childhood wounds come from obvious trauma. Sometimes the deepest impact comes from what didn't happen, comfort that wasn't offered, emotions that weren't acknowledged, or needs that were consistently overlooked. Unlike overt abuse, emotional neglect can be difficult to recognize because it is rooted in absence rather than action. Many adults who experienced emotional neglect describe feeling disconnected from themselves, emotionally too much, or emotionally numb, uncomfortable with vulnerability, chronically independent, or anxious in relationships without understanding why.
Oh my God.
So just as a reference for, some of the like emotional neglect, right? 404, like Buck calls his parents out for never once visiting him in the hospital as an adult, like not as a kid, as an adult. Like his mother has a phobia of seeing her children in the hospital, right?
Mm-hmm. Which like is fair, but he doesn't know why.
Yeah, but like it's an excuse because like what Buck experiences, like I was in danger and you didn't come, which is so interesting because he learns, and what we see him learn in 405 and through his flashbacks is that like he learns that the only way to get their attention was to be in the hospital. So
or putting himself in physical harm's way.
Yep.
And that's a conditioned response.
Yes, it is.
We're talking psychology, like that is a classic conditioned response where event, consequence, and your brain ends up equating those things.
Exactly.
And then if you repeat that behavior and it gets reinforced positively, which this is,
and then you're like, oh, that's how I get affection from my parents. I just hurt myself.
Yeah, exactly. And
except it doesn't work in adulthood. Not that he was doing it on purpose to get their attention at that point, but it just reinforced the neglect and that they didn't care.
At that point, by the time he's an adult, it's so ingrained in him that has just kind of like, on one hand, it's like become part of like who Buck is, just like inherently, but it's also like, he's found a way to channel that into something a little more productive, which is like his job as a firefighter, where he can do that in like a more like safe manner, almost occasionally.
Some more safe manner. Yeah, I know what you're saying though. This is from the Wikipedia on emotional neglect, but like that cites, do we say WHO or the WHO? I don't know.
I think either. World Health Organization.
And then, a lot of peer-reviewed studies, but I thought this was like a good excerpt. So adults who experience childhood emotional neglect may not recall specific trauma, but often struggle with emotional regulation and identity. The usual symptoms are alexithymia, difficulty identifying, naming, or expressing their own emotions, a chronic sense of numbness or feeling hollow inside, hyperindependence, a reluctance to ask for help or rely on others, and self-criticism, a tendency to judge themselves harshly or feel deeply flawed.
I feel like all of these sources just like studied Evan Buckley as if he was a real person.
I know. Oh, I forgot to mention in the Wikipedia for Save Your Sibling, guess who's there as a reference?
No.
Evan Buckley.
Wow.
On the Jumbotron.
Damn.
On the Jumbotron.
On the wiki. Yeah.
That's wow.
Are there like other fictional characters there?
Yeah,
as
there's
well,
a couple other ones. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Then this is something on complex PTSD. The need to feel valued or appreciated becomes an almost desperate pursuit. This can result in the adult taking on too much, constantly overextending themselves in an effort to earn love, validation, or approval that they never received as a child. But because the underlying belief is that they are inherently unworthy of love, no amount of external validation ever feels like enough. The need to feel valued or appreciated becomes an almost desperate pursuit. This can result in the adult taking on too much, constantly overextending themselves in an effort to earn love, validation, or approval that they never received conceived as a child. But because the underlying belief is that they are inherently unworthy of love, no amount of external validation ever feels like enough. And then I put as a little fun tidbit, we don't see Buck be the one to reach out for help until 9:15. Let that sink in. All the other help has been freely offered to him or forced upon him, actually.
Yeah. This is something that is a constant for Buck. Even up to the current seasons, where he's just learning, chain of command. You can lean on other people. You can ask for help.
The last quote for this section, another psychology article. Growing up with trauma means nothing is safe. The body must constantly be prepared for the next bad thing. There is a sense of powerlessness and despair. Relationships are not safe. They have been the source of pain. Those messages do not leave the body once a child reaches adulthood. To quote Bessel van der Kolk, the body keeps the score, which is very, the mind may not remember, but the body doesn't forget.
Yeah. And that just feels very Buck, where he's just kind of a map of all of his injuries, physical at least, but there's a mental map in there too.
All right. So, hey, you didn't think we were going to have this without talking about his abandonment issues, did you? Abandonment is its own thing here, separate from neglect, but connected to it. The neglect that Buck experienced was his parents being present physically but checked out emotionally.
Yeah.
Abandonment is people actually leaving, and Buck has experienced both constantly his whole life. His parents, were emotionally absent from day one. Maddie leaves for college when Buck is still a kid and then leaves again in season 5. Eddie leaves for El Paso. Every romantic partner he has had eventually leaves him. That is not a streak of bad luck. That is a pattern his nervous system learned to expect in childhood and has been unconsciously recreating ever since, in his romantic relationship.
No, and that's the thing. He's learned subconsciously to expect it.
Yep.
And that's where a lot of that issue stems from, is because it's he's always, and we see this, he's always waiting for the shoe to drop, or the other shoe to drop. And that's why I think one of the things why he's always, the Buckley family thing is always on the run. So he leave before you get left, right?
Oh yeah, Taylor Swift. So Wikipedia on abandonment, just a general overview, how we're talking about it here, is feeling rejected, which is a significant component of emotional abandonment, has a biological impact in that it activates the physical pain centers of the brain and can leave an emotional imprint in the brain's warning system. So this isn't metaphorical. When Buck spirals after someone pulls away, even briefly, even over something small, his brain is registering it the same way that it registers a physical injury. His reactions are big, but they aren't overreactions because they're proportional to what his nervous system has been conditioned through his trauma to expect.
That makes so much sense.
Yeah.
Because it's the proportion then doesn't matter, because it's all the same.
Yep. So if a child experienced neglect, loss, or inconsistent caregiving, they may internalize the fear that loved ones will leave. Later, this can lead to clinginess, jealousy, or panicking when someone pulls away. Even briefly, if a child grew up feeling unwanted, criticized, or invisible, they may internalize beliefs like, I'm not lovable. As adults, they may tolerate mistreatment, settle for unhealthy relationships, struggle to believe compliments, or sabotage relationships when things feel too good.
Wow. Put a
It's just
picture. I hope
check.
Yeah, I hope the image in that textbook or
I know. Buckley needs to be in all of these articles.
Yeah.
No, really. He is a textbook definition for all of these. It's so sad.
And then this is from an article of how childhood trauma affects adult relationships. It's a very short quote, but I was like, oh, damn. What protected you at 7 can sabotage your relationships at 37.
Oh.
Another quote, many adult survivors of abandonment desperately seek the love and connection they lacked in their childhood. Survivors may turn this desperation into a quest to find a partner as a subconscious way of proving to themselves that they are worthy of and deserving of love. Experiences that they may not have had during their crucial developmental years.
Is this kind of one of the reasons maybe why we've talked so much about Buck ends up finding, specifically a romantic partner because they express interest in him first. So he's oh, you like me? Okay.
You're paying attention to me?
Great.
Yeah, exactly. For someone who lacks self-esteem due to childhood abandonment, the fear of being abandoned again becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, as their clinginess and other negative behaviors tend to push away potential life partners and friends.
This hurts.
Yeah. So just some examples. Maddie leaving for nursing school. She was his entire emotional support system, his one consistent person, and then she was gone. That's the foundational abandonment that sets the template for everything after, I think.
Yeah, especially when she's leaving him in this, emotionally neglectful environment.
Yep. And then we have Abby leaving for Ireland, the first adult relationship where Buck genuinely tried to connect emotionally and she left. The outcome confirmed every fear he had. And then in season 3, sorry. I'm going to bring up lawsuit discourse, but this is just a psychological, I think, accurate read, which is just the season 3 lawsuit fracturing the 118. Buck advocated for himself, and the people he'd built his whole life around just went cold on him, which reinforced the most dangerous lesson that he learned as a kid, which is like asserting his own needs leads to rejection.
And again, that's why he made that quote unquote disproportionate, but not actually like decision to do to follow through with the lawsuit and everything because of like all of the Bobby stuff.
Also think about anytime Eddie has pulled away, like how Buck reacts to that, like season 5 when he leaves the 118, but like he's still in Buck's life, but he does kind of shut Buck out emotionally. Think about season 7 when Eddie befriends Tommy. Think about season 8 when Eddie decides to move to El Paso for Chris. Think about season 9 when Eddie becomes closer with Hen as his new work partner. Think of his big reactions to that, right? Like he's feeling physical pain over that because his nervous system is like reacting to that like it's abandonment.
Which again, he doesn't have the capability to fully describe.
No.
Because this is something like so ingrained in him from such a, well, I mean, like the abandonment was like, you know, he was 13, 14, whatever. But like,
yeah, but it's still
compounded on so much of that other trauma that like it just, he can't necessarily like communicate that.
Yeah. And then also, again, like think of all of his partners and how they've all been emotionally unavailable in some way. Like this is Buck unconsciously recreating the abandonment dynamic because it's all he knows. So fun. Finally, our last section, complex PTSD, because no, he couldn't have normal PTSD. It's complex.
That's our Buck.
This is where it all comes together. So complex PTSD isn't like one big thing that happened to you, which is what regular PTSD tends to be. It's like a traumatic thing happened to you and now you have, you know, post-traumatic stress disorder based on that one thing, right? Complex PTSD isn't one big thing that happened to you. It's what happens when the trauma is ongoing, inescapable, and coming from the people who were supposed to love you. So some more psychological quotes here. I can't say this. CPTSD includes all of the symptom clusters of PTSD plus bonus difficulties with emotional regulation, difficulties with interpersonal relationships, and a negative concept of self. Think of it like death by 1,000 cuts.
Yay, Taylor Swift.
Yay.
With PTSD, it's one big thing happening to you. With complex PTSD, it's like growing up in an emotionally neglectful environment. All of the little interactions stack on each other. 100 things that are that big, but they add up to the same impact. So like that's Buck. There's no single thing he can point to, just like a lifetime, a whole childhood of small moments that compounded until they kind of weighed the same as one major PTSD event, if that makes sense. Like he spent almost 30 years thinking something was fundamentally wrong with him. And the truth is something was done to him. He just didn't know it yet. Someone experiencing complex PTSD may struggle to control their anger, may make self-destruct decisions, have low self-esteem, find it difficult to trust others or find intimacy in relationships, or generally feel guilt, hopelessness, worthlessness, or despair.
Just like Buck gesturing to all of him.
Like literally, like, is this play about me? Yes, it is. So how that all shows up on screen is like his parents only ever paid attention when he was hurt. So his brain learned danger gets you seen. Being in jeopardy is the price of being loved. That's not a personality flaw. That's conditioning, like Rachel said earlier. And it explains every single time Buck has thrown himself into something he probably shouldn't have survived. It's because his worth comes from helping others and being seen. And he thinks that he is worth less than others. And therefore the obvious person to pull the sacrifice move.
Sounds familiar.
Yep, this is another quote. The lives of many trauma survivors come to revolve around bracing against and neutralizing unwanted sensory experiences. The flip side of numbing is sensation seeking. Many people try bungee jumping or high-risk activities. Any of these methods can temporarily reduce the inner agitation.
Thanks, Bessel Vanderpool.
Yeah. So think about all the flashbacks in 405 with like teenage Buck on the motorcycle, just all of the injuries he's collecting. Yeah. And Maddie's always patching him up. Like even before we know the full picture, like the show is telling us that this is a pattern with his history. And he just all throughout the show has always kind of like, so to speak, thrown himself on the grenade. Like whenever there's like, if Bobby doesn't get there first, whenever there's a sacrifice play to be made, if Bobby doesn't get there first, Buck is doing it. You know what I mean?
And because that rolls into all of his like the sensation seeking, but also the self-worth issues where like everyone else is worth more than he is. So like he's gonna do it. So like nobody else has to, which is like also a protective thing for the people that he loves. But it comes as like via this self-sacrificial like martyr sort of situation.
Yep.
Yeah.
Then like with his relationships, like season 1 Buck is sleeping around. Like it isn't about sex addiction. It's the only form of connection that doesn't require emotional vulnerability. And his body is the currency he knows how to spend. He knows that like he can use his body to get attention from people. And it's not coincidental that every major partner across the series is emotionally unavailable in some way. Like he keeps choosing and being chosen in dynamics that are familiar, because familiar is like, you know, what people seek out. They seek out what they know. And yeah, the like sleeping around stuff. And then the like serial monogamy, like trying to find a partner. That's all like the sensory seeking stuff.
Yeah, to me that like makes total sense with like that sensation seeking and the numbing, but it just like that makes so much sense because you're numbing out like all of the like as he's adapting his attention seeking methodology at that time, where he can use that physicality in a different way but also in a productive way to make other people feel good. Like it's a way of him numbing his emotions because it's the no strings attached sort of thing, but also like the physical sensation seeking. And I know we've talked about it multiple times that is kind of like a way that he's kind of self-harming in a kind of roundabout way. But like just like the evolution of the things that he's done to garner that like attention seeking behavior and like how that changes like as he grows older, like from adolescence to where we see him in season 1 and then continually like still kind of making the sacrifice plays.
We don't see him learn the lesson of like he is enough, like just being himself is enough until season 6. In another life. But yeah, now with the light of season 9 and 9, 14, 15, Vander Kalk again.
Wow, MVP.
I know, right? The flip side of numbing is sensation seeking. When physical danger stops being enough, the next tool is chemical numbing, like same wound, different exit. So the quote from the NIH is, opioid use has been theorized to numb unwanted emotional states, especially in cases where self-regulation during childhood was impaired in some way. Self-medication occurs in a context of suffering from self-regulation deficits, such as difficulties in regulating emotions, sustaining interpersonal relationships, and maintaining self-care. I wanted to go on a deep dive into how the effects of 913 fucked him up so bad emotionally and triggered him so bad. But I was like, we don't have time for that. And we will get into it whenever we get to that actual rewatch episode.
I would like, really like to
oh my god,
that,
the psychology of that, like with like building upon all the psychology we just talked about.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's so fucked up. They're deranged.
Yeah, because you've got like literally everything you've just like pointed out here on top of like the I'll be Derek.
Yeah, which is like
transforming into the opioid dependency.
Another fucked up thing, which is like adjacent to Save Your Sibling, is Replacement Child, which like Buck isn't for them, but like that's kind of in a weird kidnapping, not actually your child way, what Bonnie was trying to do.
Yeah.
But it's also like the depersonalization and all of the like, it's a lot of the same flavor of the kind of trauma that he experienced as a kid. But then with, you know, the kind of trauma of like being an adult and like knowing how fucked it is and like knowing that like loss of your autonomy is happening to you.
Like being fully conscious. Like it's almost, it's almost worse because he is fully conscious of everything that's happening. But
yeah, like no wonder like, and he got prescribed because he was like really physically harmed and he got prescribed opioids, and no wonder because of all of his trauma. Also, we didn't even get into the neurodivergency of it all, but like so much of this stuff is compounding on also like the ADHD of it all.
Yeah. You would think like his doctors and his charts would say something about that, but like, no, of course not.
Isn't he not diagnosed with ADHD yet?
He's not.
No, but yet. I'm talking about like there should be something like he's gone to therapy about some of this stuff. Like I feel like it should be reflected
that he
like,
probably was diagnosed with ADHD as a child, but like his parents didn't believe in it, or like
I can
it feels like one of those situations.
I don't think they cared enough to even
get him tested.
Yeah, like I don't think.
But if he was getting taken to his checkups, like
they could have.
I feel like
the doctors.
I feel like that's something that you know, as a parent, like you would take a note and then ask about it. I don't even think that that's what happened.
I could see something like teachers or doctors saying like, you might want to look into this sort of thing. And then them just like not.
Yeah. Like not, again, part of the neglect. It's just them not. If we're going to say they're neglect,
like, he's fine.
Yeah. Like something like that. Yeah. If we're going to call them neglectful, I don't even think that ADHD was in the conversations, whether they wanted to talk about it.
I think they were probably just like, it's whatever. He's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, so So like, that's it. That's the psychology. I mean, there's like more.
That's it.
That's not
There's
it.
obviously more to get into. There's more to get into, but like, that's kind of like that's the abridged version of the psychology.
Mm-hmm.
That's why why he's the way he is. Like every behavior, every pattern, every moment that made you go, what are you doing, bud? Across all of the seasons up until you get to this episode, like it all makes sense. And honestly, given everything we just laid out, like the fact that Buck turned out to be like one of the most genuinely good, loving, generous, fictional people ever put on television is kind of a miracle.
Like he is who he is, like in spite of everything that's happened to him. And that's kind of remarkable.
Like a kid who didn't receive anywhere near the amount of love that they should have, being like the most full of love person, you know, like there's something poetic about that.
That's on nature versus nurture to me. Like,
true. Well, yeah, you know,
bring that up later.
Maddie is part of the nurture. But again, I will say it probably isn't the last time, but the writers were absolutely demented for this. They built a character with so many layers of compounding trauma that like we needed a literal research document to unpack it, and somehow it all tracks, like every single piece of it. But like, that's our boy.
Love him so
I love
much.
a psychologically damaged man.
Oh my God. And this is why we love Buck and Eddie.
It is why we love Buck and Eddie.
No, because they're both like they're both so complex. And this is why like I think like looking at characters as if they were real people, because there's so much like nuance that you can find in these characters and just like the way that they're written. And again, just like, no, this may not have been like set out to be Buck's story from the get-go, but it works so seamlessly and just like really fully rounds him out for like how often can you like find something out about like a person that you know and be like, oh my God, this all makes sense for why you are the way that you are now. Like it's just so laid out. It lays Buck out bare, basically.
Yeah, it really does. I don't think Buck would not be relatable if this wasn't his backstory. And I don't even think it's the like savior baby, obviously, that makes it relatable, because I don't think that's like a super common experience, thankfully. But I think the trauma of it all, like the neglect, the CPTSD, the abandonment issues, like there's a lot of people who see parts of themselves in Buck and feel really like seen and relate to him and are really moved, you know, by this character. And it's because of like how layered and nuanced and real they have made him, you know, and me being one of those people. Me doing this psychological research and being like, some of this is familiar from my own therapy. Not in a bad way. My parents have told me they loved me so many times.
I'm very glad.
Yeah. But, you know, everyone's parents fuck them up somehow. But the good ones are trying their best to fuck you up in a different way and not fuck you up how their parents fucked them up. You know what I mean? It's
Who's cooking?
So now the time that everyone's been waiting for, we're getting into who's cooking. Okay, so I think we're going to talk about Buck first and foremost, because this episode is all about him. And I think we're going to do it in kind of like a chronological way. So like we have all of the flashback, and I think we'll go through that and then we'll move into the present day, and the same for Maddie when we get to her. So it opens up. We're in 1996. Buck is learning how to ride a bike taught by Maddie. We're pretending that he's like 5 or 6 years old.
sure.
And
whatever
again,
you say, 911.
That is an 8-year-old for sure. But again, timey-wimey, hand-wavy, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, no, he's 5.
Yeah. So he's learning to ride a bike, you know, something that kids would usually do with their parents. But again, Maddie is his pseudo parent. She is the parentified child. And I just thought that, you know, opening up on him learning how to ride a bike was kind of a fitting metaphor for his life, where it's like, Maddie, let's go. And he's on his own. And he stumbles and swerves, but he's doing it on his own. And then eventually there's someone there for him when he crashes. So I just kind of like big picture, like, you know, zoom out that way. I thought it was kind of, you know, that makes so much sense for me.
Yeah.
For why they kind of opened it up in that way. Buck is learning, like, he has to learn to do things on his own, but he's also like kind of abandoned because he's like, don't let go. And she let go. And he's doing it on his own, but he still like gets a soft place. Well, he doesn't land softly, but like there's still someone there eventually.
Yeah. This is also like the defining moment of like, oh no, like they're angry at me. And she's like, they're not angry. And then he's like, oh, they're really not angry. And they paid attention to me.
They were nice to me.
Because I hurt myself.
Yeah. This kind of really is exactly what
It's just, I'm just thinking about the poor little baby.
Yeah.
Who just wants affection. And he's like, what if I just keep hurting myself and they'll love me? Laugh so that I don't cry.
Did you guys catch the part where he calls for his mommy?
No.
He does, because like, you know, they're coming out of the house, and like Margaret's like saying her bit. As she's saying her bit, he's like, "Mommy." Yeah, he was asking for her.
Oh no. I mean, that's just like Buck continually like trying to reach out.
Ignored him.
She was triggered.
She was really like,
yeah, but your living fucking child is
I
right
know.
there, who is 5'8" years old, whatever. You should have gone to therapy by now. Therapy existed in the 90s. I know it did.
8 years old. Yeah.
Support groups,
Mhm.
something. God damn. Or just like do what my parents did and just push through all your trauma and try and be better than your shitty parents or your shitty circumstances. Like,
Which I mean, I
damn.
think we'll get to that with Maddie, because I think that's what she's trying to do and why she's trying to like mend the bridge. But you know, some people just don't deserve that. I do think it's so interesting with like when they get inside with the scraped knee, and there's that whole blow up, you know, after the little crash and everything, we see Margaret and Philip like come out, and Margaret sees the bike, which has the license plate that says Daniel, that Buck just like did not pay attention to at all. And there's this like big blow up once they're inside. I mean, most of my notes are about on this are kind of about how Margaret is like, we live with a reminder every day.
Dude, fuck that woman.
that
Dude,
which
like,
is
I know
crazy.
I said earlier that they aren't villains, but
It's
like
the things that she says. She doesn't
Yeah.
like realize that that her younger kid, her youngest son is like listening to this, or realizing that, because like part of it, I don't think she would say it to his face. I don't think is there proof of that?
No, but she's not being like quiet
But she's
about
not
it.
being quiet about it.
No.
But that's typical, right?
She thinks that she's safe to say it without him understanding
That too.
because it's a secret, but it's like, kids remember the damnedest
Oh,
things,
yeah.
don't they?
Yeah.
Mhm. And it's part of that just like ingrained like psychological trauma.
Yeah.
So she's like, while Maddie is taking care of Buck and being nurse, and we'll talk about that more with Maddie, and Buck is like so worried that they're so mad at him. You know, Margaret's talking to Philip, and we live with a reminder of Daniel every day staring at us in the face. Isn't that enough for you? And I hated that so much, because it totally like dehumanizes Buck to me in a way, and almost makes him like an object rather than a person.
Well, yes.
So it like on top of taking away, like as a child, like, or as an infant baby, like taking away his bodily autonomy, it takes away his autonomy as like a person, you know, as he's.
No, it's like a scar.
Yeah. And it's just like, this is kind of the impetus of Buck not being enough. And it's like he's a living, breathing effigy to Daniel, but he's not close enough to the real thing, which is insane, because it's like, you would think that Margaret and Philip, if they were in their right mind as parents, would be like, well, let's pour everything we have into the children that we have, you know? And it just like, they totally like close themselves off. And just like the way that they move is absolutely wild.
Well, they just never exited the denial and anger stages of grief. Like,
No.
they just live there.
Yeah. And we see that like time and again when like Margaret is so easily kind of triggered in these kind of circumstances where it's like, obviously she's hurting because like nobody wants to see their child get hurt, but like the reasons behind that are so mired in like a trauma response.
But it's like, do you care about Buck getting hurt, or just that like it's another one of your kids and it's reminding you of your kid that you actually cared about?
I think I wrote that down too. No, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, is this about Buck, or is this
It's
just
not
like bringing you back to Daniel?
Yeah.
And I thought it was so interesting too, just to kind of still harp on Margaret and Philip, the way that Philip apologizes by making it up to Buck, you know, after they've had their little argument off to the side as adults. There's so many air quotes in that. So like the way he kind of apologizes by not actually apologizing, he never says, I'm sorry. None of them do, until like kind of, do they even say that? No, they don't even really say that at the very end either. But Philip offers to buy Buck a new bike and buy him ice cream, which I think is kind of like classic manipulation techniques, which is really brought upon by Philip's own guilt of the whole situation. So not just like his guilt of keeping one reminder of Daniel, but, you know, his guilt of like, this isn't a way to treat a child. Sort of
I'm
thing.
sorry. It's also just such a classic dad thing.
Yeah.
I think if you have a dad who's emotionally constipated and can't say I'm sorry, they will just buy you things as an apology.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's another like classic solution of kind of throwing money around and again providing material things in absence of providing emotional support. There wasn't an emotional apology, it's all material. And so I kind of get the feeling like I know we were talking about neglect and how it's just as bad as physical abuse. I do kind of get the impression that like, you know, they're doing enough so that like if anyone were to have called like Child and Protective Services for whatever reason, they would not have been able to like technically in a court of law like take the kids away because they are like technically in like again the most bare minimum kind of way. They're providing everything for physical well-beings, that being like food, clothes, a roof over their head, schooling, toys. But again, these are all like material things. The lion's share of the emotional well-being is for Buck is being taken care of by Maddie.
Yeah, until it's not.
Yeah. So yeah, this is really just like, I love that they opened this up as like, here, this really sets up literally everything else that you're going to see in this episode.
Yeah.
Because it is where that conditioned response of physical injury / harm equals worry equals attention is really solidified.
Yeah.
So then we see that, you know, when he's like, wow, like you said, they really aren't mad. And Maddie's just like, yep, which isn't also the most helpful, but she's, you know, what, like
also
14, 15, like she's a child.
14 or 15.
So she doesn't,
I guess.
She doesn't know any better because she's a child herself.
No, yeah, I think she's just like, well, they're paying attention to my brother. They're providing him nice things. So she definitely she didn't realize that at the time.
How harmful
it would have been. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, look, they do care. I was right. So then we go into that all-star injuries montage. Buck's like,
hurt yourself for love.
Yeah. He's like MacGyvered his own little ramp with plywood and paint cans and just like, and he crashes. And what does he get? He gets pizza. Like Philip is like presenting the pizza to him as he's getting looked at on the stairs by Maddie. There's also some more skateboard where he like, I guess it trips on a rock and then he's climbing a tree and then falls out of the tree. And Margaret's just like marching up there being like, Evan, what are you doing? And he gets like breakfast in bed. I think it's like cereal and stuff. And the way that Buck was just like waiting there on that tree branch with kind of an expression I read as like, I'm waiting for someone to realize that I'm here is so just like
my poor baby.
Heartbreaking. Like, oh, he really just was doing it for attention. So someone would pay attention.
Yeah.
And like give him the things that he thinks that he needs, like as much as he can reach out and communicate that as a child, which is saying not much.
That seems like the only time he got like positive attention from them, because it was either probably they just like ignored him a lot, didn't see him a lot, the way they looked at him and looked right through him, right? Mm-hmm. Or criticism, because they love to do that.
Yeah, it just seems like there was a lot of yelling involved, like
yelling, criticism.
Like, why are you doing that? Yeah. But at least when they're yelling at him when he's doing these reckless things, it's because he knows or he's made the association that they're not upset, they're worried.
Maddie says it to him. He kept that in the back of his mind, like, yeah, if they're not upset, they just care a lot when they're yelling at me. That's
so he's also like associating love and care with like kind of
just glance to the right to see Han doing what Han is doing.
Well, it's just so bad for both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's terrible for both Maddie and Buck.
No, they're yelling because they care.
Because that's what she's had to. I'm trying not to get too much into Maddie right now, but it's so intrinsically tied. But yeah, so he's like, Buck has made the association also with like caring is like caring loudly with kind of like, you shouldn't be doing that, which is not what actual care is, but like that's how he comes to understand it.
Should also say, like, I'm not saying that he yells at people. I'm saying like the overreacting. Like, would you say like he also models after that? The overreacting to things that happen, you know what I mean?
It's a trauma response. But yeah, it's probably also because it's like, well, how would they know I care if I don't?
Yeah.
So it's probably layers. Yeah.
Exactly. And I think that we also kind of can see this too with Bobby when I'm missing the word when Buck does something and Bobby's just kind of like, now kid, you shouldn't have done this sort of thing.
Scolding, is it? Is that the word you're looking for? Reprimand, scolding?
Yeah, like either of those, I think. It's kind of like that's almost what Buck is seeking out because it's like that's what care is. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So then kind of moving right along, we skip a few years and it is now 2004. Maddie takes Buck in the Jeep. They're actually she's driven them out to wherever they were that they lived before in the before
I'm
times.
assuming some neighboring to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it's probably somewhere kind of close by.
I was thinking about this earlier. I was like, what if they lived in like the Philly suburbs or like...
It seems kind of suburby.
Well, it was definitely suburbs, but I'm just like, in what direction did they move from?
And it would have to be like far enough away that like people wouldn't have known them.
A different county.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. So it seemed like Maddie was going to tell him about Daniel and then kind of backs out. But Buck is talking about how he's been grounded because he was trying out for the football team, assuming he's in like early high school now. What's so wrong about that? Well, he forged the signatures for the permission slips because he said that he figured if he asked his parents, they'd say no. They'd just say no. You know how they are. They suck. So all of this kind of reinforces the idea of like the things that Buck actually like truly wants doesn't even get kind of like taken into consideration, or specifically because it's like it's the football team. So it's very physically active and he could get hurt, all the stuff about like concussions and injury and all of that stuff. Like they would say no, probably because Margaret and Philip think that they're doing this to protect him from these like bodily injuries. But, at some point, a kid has to be a kid, and that's not a reason for them to keep him back from that. And so like he forged their signatures, which is bad, but he was going to do it anyways.
Yep. Sorry, no one cares who isn't from Pennsylvania, but I'm logically deducing that they either lived in the suburbs of Philadelphia or Pittsburgh, based solely on the fact that like they would have been going to one of the best children's hospitals, I'm assuming. And since one of those is already in Hershey, I don't think they would move to the place where like all of the hospital staff knew what they did. Probably, I want to say Philadelphia suburbs and going to like the children's hospital there.
That would probably make sense. There are so many people in like the 911 fandom that are from Pennsylvania though. So like maybe people do
Maybe
care.
they do care. I mean, I care just because like logistically I don't live too far. Like I grew up going to Hershey Park like all the time. So like I know the area really well. But I do think that like living in the Philly suburbs and going to the children's hospital there makes sense. And then moving from like Westchester to Hershey, I think that's 2 counties. So that's plenty far enough that like no one's really going to know them there, because I would assume that they would move far enough that it wouldn't be a problem. It's like a 90-minute drive.
I would assume that like Maddie taking Buck for like little drives just to kind of get out of the house and get out of like that environment are like something kind of frequent. I think that.
Yeah. But like short, like it would have to be close enough that she could do it like in an afternoon drive there and drive back.
Yeah, like after, like pick him up after school and like be home for dinner sort of thing. That's kind of what I'm thinking of. But I think that if you think of it in that way, like, the Jeep is so symbolic of freedom for them. And we'll get into that later as well, that like it would just make sense for me that they would just, take kind of maybe like meandering drives to like clear their heads. And
also, there was nothing else to do.
Well, if he's grounded, there is nothing else to do.
But I'm saying in 2004 in South Central Pennsylvania, there was nothing else to do.
Back in the day.
Like driving around used to be like the thing we did for fun. Yeah. Like there's not that much else to do in 2004 in South Central PA.
Yeah. I mean, he wasn't doing any sports extracurriculars extracurriculars.
And he wasn't drinking, he's a kid still. She's not taking him anywhere that's like adult. So yeah, just driving around and getting out of the emotional turmoil and getting him out of that area. And
just finding a little bit of peace and quiet for themselves, but together, which is what we see too. So again, it seems like Maddie is about to tell Buck about Daniel. That's why she drove them all the way out there. But then Doug calls and she kind of backtracks. So she ends up telling Buck that she's leaving with Doug to go to Boston. So
imagine how bad it would have been if she told him and left.
I don't think she would have done that.
But she already had decided to leave and she was going to tell him. Yikes.
So we get the call from Doug on the 2004 Motorola Razr. Love period accurate props. It was just wow, flashback. We get the phone call with Doug. We'll talk about maybe that more with Maddie. So even at 13 or 14-ish years old, Buck had the instincts to recognize how bad of a guy Doug was.
Which supposed to be 13 or 14 there, is he?
He tried out for the football team, so I'm assuming he's a freshman in
oh my God, the ages of these kids are not accurate enough. Sorry, go. He looks 12.
I know. Fine. Well, if we're going with 91, in 2004, he would be 13-ish.
Okay, that's,
So
12 or 13.
Yeah, that's why I said that.
Because I was also Maddie would be 24. I don't think she would be.
No, I think she was 22, 23. So she was I think she had graduated college because she was going into nursing school, which is that secondary. Anyways, so I think that really underscores how wrapped up in their own Delulu world that Margaret and Philip were. And I think we talked about this a little more in last week's episode with 404 about how they didn't recognize that Doug was such a bad guy. So it's Margaret and Philip were really not living on the same plane of reality that Buck and Maddie were, because Buck, who we know is just already pretty observational and pretty attentive, and he picks up on things. He's just a smart character. He picks up on things very quickly. So you would think that Margaret and Philip would also do that too, but they're just putting on their blinders. They're just not living on that same reality that Buck and Maddie were. And then Buck's reaction to learning that Maddie would be leaving him and that abandonment core wound kind of starts is just devastating to watch, because you can see in little Buck's eyes all of the consequences of that one decision of Maddie's just kind of occur to him all at once, where it's just my safe space, my grounding force, my emotional support and safe haven is going to be leaving. So now I have to deal with mom and dad all on my own and have to live so many more years under their roof.
Yeah.
Because he can't necessarily, I wouldn't be surprised if he tried running away a few times. I'm kind of surprised that we don't see that in any of the flashbacks. Maybe that would have been a deleted scene of a flashback sort of thing, because
it's 20 minutes that got deleted, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, and maybe that would have happened after Maddie had moved to Boston with Doug, because there would have been nothing really tying him to that home, to Margaret and Philip, but would have had to come back home anyways at some point. Do you guys have anything to say about the reaction to learning?
I just think he's smart, like you said, and he's totally valid in all of his emotions this entire episode. I think he handles things as well as he possibly fucking could, at all times. Considering especially the laundry list of trauma and trauma responses we just talked about. I just think that Buck could be so much worse.
Yeah.
Could be so much more volatile.
And still probably be valid.
It'd still be valid, yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah, for me, it's kind of hard to even talk about, because the actions that he does take, it's he's a kid, and he's been, he's the result of whatever his parents have done, and then the abandonment issues. It's just kind of it's just hard to even be what's in his brain, but what is he thinking, because everything that he's doing is super valid. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's valid, and a trauma response.
Yeah,
it's on top of that.
All trauma responses, he's a bag full of trauma.
I'm just like, this is the episode of why exactly why he is. So like, it's just like, I don't have like an analysis for it. I'm just like, here, look at this child. Look at what he's doing and why it happens. Like,
I can tell you as like myself as a child, I would have reacted worse, like verbally.
Maybe he did, but this is on ABC, so. No, it was on Fox. Excuse me.
I think that makes it worse.
I mean,
respect thy parents or whatever the fuck it is. I'm sorry.
Honor thy mother and father. Is that what you're talking about?
Honor your mother and father and whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he could have been so much more volatile. Like we see him, not to skip ahead, but like we see him react, in present time to her, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how he says like it's easy to forgive people you never really could count on, easier to lash out on people will always be there.
Yeah.
And it's like she's leaving, but maybe that's why he doesn't lash out, because he doesn't feel comfortable in her always being there because she's leaving.
Mm-hmm.
And that was like his only constant.
Yeah.
So that's also a trauma.
Like the closest, like, I guess talking back he was able to do, like, before we get like college Buck, right? Like, was to be like, she got, what was it? Like that she got accepted to nursing school, or
like, you should be proud of her.
Yeah.
And then it was like, oh, don't be stupid, Evan. This isn't good news.
Yeah. So like, and he's always had her back as like their dynamic is so like, love it. But like, because it's built out of drama, it's like parentified, bigger sister, younger brother, but older brother.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like protective, like we talked about in the last episode a bit. Yeah.
It's almost like maybe like he would just take the verbals and just be like, whatever, again, because like he's thinking that it's because they care. Meanwhile, Maddie, especially at this age, is probably like does not see it that way at that point.
She does stand up for him.
She does.
Though.
That's what I mean.
Say, like, don't talk to him like that.
That's what I meant. Yeah, like she doesn't see it that way anymore.
But it's interesting, and we did talk about it a little bit last week with the dinners, because like Buck does stand up for Maddie, and it's interesting because he acts first. So like, yes, they have each other's back, and Maddie stands up for Buck as well, but he's always the one to kind of like take that action first and foremost.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's willing to take the brunt of whatever's like thrown at them, metaphorically speaking.
Yeah.
So he is the fight, and she's kind of the fawn flight, that kind of stuff, which I remember we talked about last time too. And it is interesting because like when they arrive home, and I can't wait to talk about the stuff with like Maddie as well. It's so interesting. But like, yes, Buck stands up for Maddie, but also when she stands up for him, he kind of just like takes that opportunity to bounce when he sees this is kind of like gearing up to be another long fight between them, where he's not necessarily like in the middle of the conversation. So he just like takes this window of opportunity and just like books it on his bike. And Margaret and Philip are too preoccupied with the decisions that Maddie's making to pay attention to Buck. And this really underscores to me that this is such a common occurrence, that it's just kind of like, oh yeah, Buck is going off on his bike. He'll be back eventually. He's got to like blow off some steam, I guess, if they even like have that conscious thought. And Maddie, who usually does pay more attention to Buck, is so preoccupied with, defending her own decisions where she can. And like, this is Buck like taking the opportunity to like run and escape. And yes, he'll come back. But this is also where we hear that like high pitched ringing tone on his bike, and he's like hitting the handlebars, and it's just like, it's so overwhelming to him. Not just like the fight, but I think specifically, and maybe more so, the idea that Maddie's not going to be there for him. And that's probably the most upsetting part out of all of it, because the rest is like normal, oh, they're having a fight. That's normal. Like, whatever. I can ride for a little bit and then come back and it'll be like blown over. They'll give us like something.
Well, and dealing with his emotions on his own, or working on packing them up, his MO.
Yeah. So then
the hyper independence and not relying on other people.
Oh, exactly. And then that's where we get that really cool transition of him on his little like manual bike into him on his motorcycle in 2012 as he's bankrolling keg parties. So I'm assuming
College.
2021-ish, college-y.
Like,
age.
hey, bro, could we wear a motorcycle helmet on the motorcycle?
How's he not doing that?
He's wearing a bike helmet on the motorcycle. I'm sure that was probably to show his face for production reasons, but like in universe, I'm like, why do you want your brains to be mush?
Like he doesn't have a death wish per se.
It's passive suicidal,
passive, but like
ideation for sure.
Yeah, I think he takes like the most basic necessary precautions, but also just kind of like, again, that
if I die, I die.
That like mild disregard for his own safety, well-being because of that low sense of self-worth. So like, if I die, who really cares?
Yeah.
Doesn't really affect anyone.
Yeah. I did really like how the motorcycle crash kind of mirrors that first flashback in 1996 where he's learning to ride a bike in the first place. But this time there's no Maddie to help him steer, like physically or emotionally. So it's like, this is Buck without Maddie. And it's like those behaviors have just kind of like that we saw starting to like ingrain themselves when he was younger, just like starting to ramp up in riskiness and danger as well, arguably becoming more reckless. And he's still in a state of emotional turmoil. And especially like knowing that he's going to be in trouble, he doesn't have anyone to necessarily stand up for himself because Maddie's not there.
I also think it's just like, it's such a throwaway line that says a lot of like, oh, I spent my tuition money on trying to do things that would make other people like me.
Yeah.
100%.
And pay attention to me and care about me.
Yeah. Because he just wants people. He wants people and he wants them to see him, like him. He's putting a lot of his self-worth like externally. Like that's how he gets his self-worth from other people.
Yeah.
Rather than himself internally.
Do you know what like visual image just like popped into my brain?
What?
I guess it would have been Proby Buck at the auction with the buck flip.
Oh my God, yeah.
It's basically that too. Like he's doing something
showboating.
Yeah, the showboating. He's doing
Yes.
the like, you know, the buck flip could potentially be dangerous, especially now that he tried it in his very old age of 34 or 5, I don't know, something. But like his
old age.
Sorry. 35 or 34?
34, 35? I don't know.
I think they basically have him as like born in 91, 92. So one of those.
Yeah. I don't know. Maddie called him old, so I'm going to call him old. I say as I'm not that far away from him either.
No, we're all about the same age.
Yeah, we all are.
Give or take.
Yeah.
Either way.
Yeah, either of the ways.
No, but still, I think you're 100% correct in this. It's like he installed cool modifications on his bike and he bankrolled keg parties because he wanted other people and you know, showboated over at the auction later on in like 2018, 19 or whatever, because he wanted people to like him and give him a sense of self-worth because like, if other people like me, then I'm worth something.
Well, I mean, and also like just the 8,000 and
yeah, like no, that's bad. It's like at that time for him that would have reinforced that even more.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and the making yourself valuable to people by making them need you or appreciate you for what you can provide for them, whether that be fun or beer or your body or
good time book. Yeah. And he, I think, wants to be seen as this fun, cool guy who like has not a care in the world sort of thing. Yeah. Because he has so many cares and he cares so much.
Yeah. I don't want to get in. It's such a stupid thing. But like, what's his face? Maddie's coworker calls him the football star.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if you were a football star, how did you not get a scholarship to Penn State or something? Like, you don't have to have good grades to get a football scholarship.
He might have and then got kicked out.
To community college?
Or maybe he just...
I'm sorry, I was in community college for a long time, taking like 1 or 2 classes at a time. Never encountered a kegger at community college, but maybe that's just me.
I have.
Because most of the people at community college are like a bunch of different ages. You know what I mean? It's not like a bunch of actual kids of college age, but
it probably depends on the culture.
I think it depends on the culture and location of the school because
you'd be going to Hack, which I went to.
Okay, well that's your area because I'm
thinking
to the same
community college?
Because the community college that I went to is basically on the same campus as a big university. So that's why I was like, yeah,
Okay.
everybody went to the football game regardless.
Yeah. I think it depends. And I also wouldn't be surprised if like, okay, I do like this headcanon of, maybe he was a football star and he had a scholarship, but then he got kicked out.
Well, then he played tight end.
Yeah,
played
exactly.
tight end.
Like he played tight end, which they referenced in 801. I believe.
4?
That was 4.
It's No Place Like
Home. Yeah.
When they have the
Yeah.
football, the cheerleaders injury.
Right.
What I was saying was like he might have, had that scholarship to a state school and
He could have just turned it down too.
he could have turned it down.
Possibly.
He could have gotten kicked out because I think they mentioned like he's gotten kicked out again. So I'm assuming that he got kicked out of whatever school that he was playing football for and he would have lost his scholarship. And maybe he still was like friendly with some people over there. So he was like, being the cool, I got kicked out of school. Like, I'm bankrolling this keg party for this frat. So I can still like hang around them.
Yeah.
Because they give me worth sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of how I see that.
So I don't think he was kicked out. I think he just doesn't have money. She says, wait, how do you even get kicked out of community college? And he says, maybe use your tuition money to make some cool modifications on your bike. So
no, but I think she said like again, because he said I got kicked out and she said again.
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't think he actually got kicked out. I think he just spent all his tuition money from community college.
Yes. Yes. I know. I was talking about this fictionalized headcanon that he actually got kicked out of some
that makes sense.
State school playing football scholarship. He got kicked out of there and then squandered his tuition for community college. So it's like, again, this behavior of his has kind of like accelerated, which is kind of like what Maddie is experiencing with Doug, as we'll see, and we'll talk about with Maddie too. So like the little morsels of attention aren't cutting it for him as he moves through the world, like trying to figure out who he is and who he wants to be. Because again, he doesn't have really much of a self-identity at this point. He's just kind of like trying to find where he fits
Whatever
in.
You want me to be, people who will be nice to me.
Yeah. And it's even worse, I think, because he feels still abandoned, even with Maddie so close since she and Doug moved back, because she's the only person that he can rely on. And
he mentions he hasn't seen her.
Well, yeah, because Doug would be, as an abuser, isolating her.
Or whatever injuries she's been getting. She's probably also isolated herself.
Yeah, true.
Exactly. So Buck tells Maddie, like, things have gotten so much worse with his parents. And he says, they think I'm a total loser and I'm not. And I think that's like one of the saddest things that Buck could ever say, because it's not even like they don't care about me. It's like they think I'm a loser, which is like so much worse. Like he thinks that they think of him less than dirt, which they kind of do. So like he's kind of valid in that.
Well, yeah, I'm sure he's gotten a lot of criticism from the getting kicked out of school.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or the not performing the way that they think he should in school, because they're both teachers and he has raging ADHD and trauma, so he's not performing well in school.
Yeah.
So they're probably, calling him lazy and stupid.
So it's like, and there's nothing worse than like parental disappointment.
Mm-hmm.
That was a hyperbolic statement, but you know what I mean. Because it's like, I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. So like thinking that they think that he's a total loser is just kind of like they've written him off. And he says like the way that they look through him is,
it's the worst
that's
thing
awful
ever. Yeah. But him being like, I'm gonna be something, I just don't know. Like, that's such a relatable thing for the character too, to like have him just be like so lost and not knowing what he wants to do, but being like, no, but I'm gonna do something that matters. Like I'm gonna make something of myself in my life, but like I just feel like I haven't been given the chance to, or like had the right people put
like believe in
faith
him.
and support in me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that line that Buck says to Maddie is really beautiful. There's a quote I have from Oliver Stark from The Wrap. He said, "There's a really lovely scene in the episode for me where a young Buck tells Maddie that he knows he's going to be something. He just doesn't know what it is yet. And then I think we get to see all these different iterations of Buck. he kind of just tries on all these different hats, as I think a lot of late teen, early 20s do. Not many people know their thing yet, but they know that it's out there to be found, and he just has to work his way through them until he finds himself in the right place. He was always destined to be a firefighter, hearkening back to he was born to save somebody's life. And then even once he has that job, he still has that same mentality. It's all just coming from a subconscious place until he is finally able to put it down to the circumstance of why he was born. And it's just like, I think that really speaks to, and I feel like Oliver gets it, like there's just always been something in the back of Buck's mind of him, like there's a piece of information or a piece of himself that's like just out of reach or missing, like he doesn't have the full context for something. And he's trying like on this lifelong quest to like figure out what it is and find it for like everything to click into place for him. And it's just like, he's not given that kind of boost and ability to really understand what that is because they're keeping so much from him. So they really, Buck is really put at a disadvantage here just for like figuring out who he is, who he wants to be by like looking at why he came into this world in the first place, which is something else that he'd have to grapple with. So after Buck talks to Maddie after the motorcycle accident where he's so like nervous about going home and like he even wants to basically like stay with Maddie and run away from Margaret and Philip. And he comes home and they have it out in this like knockdown drag out fight that doesn't fully realized. And this is where we have Margaret just flying off the handle again a little bit because she's so triggered because Buck was, you know,
in the hospital,
harmed in a bad way.
Yeah.
Like it's pretty bad. And she says the line like, you think you're indestructible, but you're not. So her hysterics really do, I think we mentioned this a little bit briefly, feel over dramatic to Buck, who has no context for why she's getting worked up over this. And oh yeah, this is where I put my note. Like, does it show that she like genuinely cares about Buck, or is this a PTSD trauma response about having to go through a child getting hurt again? And it's probably like a complex mix of both, but it's coming out in like such a poor way. And then Maddie comes and he just like Buck books it. He takes this opportunity again when Margaret and Philip are like having this argument and he's just like, I can't be here right now. Just like years ago when he took the bike, he's just like, I'm out of here, and just like books it for Maddie and the Jeep. We have Buck using Maddie basically as an escape route from the argument, and Maddie throws him the keys, gives him the Jeep, and like this is her solution. So this is Maddie giving Buck the freedom that he kind of so desperately. You know what? Actually, I don't even think that Buck desperately wants the freedom. I think Maddie wants the freedom.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's a distinct difference.
I mean, what I was going to say is like he had a whole motorcycle. Like, you know what I mean? Like he could have.
Yeah.
I think he could have left, especially if he already thought that his parents think of him in a certain way. He like literally just freaked out because now they're going to find out why he's not like actually in school right now.
Cool. Yeah. That was the big threat.
Yeah, that was it. Because otherwise, like, I don't really think, to your point, I don't really think he was looking to escape like that. If anything, he wanted to be with his source of, you know, his safe, his person, you know, with Maddie. Like, I think that's where he wanted to be the most. So it's not the freedom. It was just that source of comfort and safety.
I kind of wonder then, like, if Maddie and Doug had stayed in Boston, maybe eventually Buck would have moved closer to her, or if she and Doug moved back to Hershey or Pennsylvania or where close by. I mean, I know Doug had like, I think the job offer, so maybe that was why, but I wonder if like, you know, if they stayed further out, if Buck would have like gone to her, but because she kind of like came back home-ish.
I wonder if that was a discussion. You know what I mean? Like, well, no, he was still in college, but like he couldn't really necessarily like pack up and move, especially if like, I wonder what the financial situation would have been like in terms of like how much money the Buckleys are giving him and how much he could have like.
They wouldn't have given him anything. If he left.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
it's same as Maddie.
Yeah.
They cut him off if he's not following the life path. That if either of them aren't following the life path that they think their kids should
They're
be
cut
following,
off.
they are not bankrolling
Yeah.
it. Yep,
Yep.
they're cutting them off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only kind of support they've ever provided.
Again, it's the monetary
Yeah.
physical needs as opposed to the emotional needs.
Yeah.
So Maddie basically is offering Buck freedom with the Jeep, and I'll talk about like why like Maddie's version of this, but like Buck is kind of like excited. He sees all of a sudden this like world of opportunity open up for him, but he still doesn't know where to go. He's like, where would I go?
Yeah.
Like he never, again, to your point, so like he never really let himself think about leaving. Like that just never really occurred to him previously. Like he has the open
It's
road.
not even like it didn't occur to him. It's like he saw what his parents did to Maddie. So I mean, like, what's better, no
Yeah.
money or money? You know what I mean? Like to
Mhm.
to kind of like survive. So
The only security he's
Yeah.
known.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think he also kind of feels like if that thought occurred to him to like go somewhere else, maybe in his mind it would be like he can't do that because he would then be like abandoning Maddie also when she needs him, even if she doesn't let herself need him. So then like immediately he offers or like pleads for Maddie to come with him, just like you and me against the world, you and me in the world.
mhm.
And just like all of a sudden, like the world is their oyster kind of thing. It's like, okay, now they kind of have a plan. As long as they're together, they can take on the world because that's all essentially, as far as Buck is aware, like that's kind of all he needs at this point in time. I think he also realizes that like it's not quite enough because he needs like that self-worth for him. He doesn't recognize this, but he needs to find self-worth for himself. But like as far as he's aware, all he needs is Maddie and it doesn't really matter.
He did immediately say, you have to come with me, and like got her to agree. And I don't think if she hadn't written the note like she did that he would have left. Because I don't think he knew what was happening like at all. But I think he knew that like shit wasn't good and that
Yeah.
Doug was no good. So yeah, I don't think he would have left. But Maddie, Maddie really like did the sacrifice play here. And like,
Yeah,
yeah,
he did.
it's not just, but it was also, we'll get into it later, but she wanted to make sure that Buck left, and she did what she needed to get him to leave because of how we've seen him react in situations before to like feeling rejected.
Yeah.
Where he does just run, and she gave him the means to run.
Mhm.
So, I think she did the best thing that she could have in that situation.
Yeah.
Without actually, I don't think there's any other way she could have gotten him to leave. She had to make him feel like he was abandoned, basically.
She kind of had to hurt him enough to like basically push him out of the nest,
Yes.
to push him to, drop everything because it's like taking away that last like thread
Yeah.
of connection there. So yes, when Buck finds out that Maddie isn't going with him and he finds that note, it's, oh my God, it's so heartbreaking. The way he like crumples up the note and just like throws it into the trash, like bursts out the door. Like, I think you can really, again, kudos to Oliver Stark. You can really feel his heartbreak in that moment and just like absolute devastation. And even as Maddie, in that note says really lovely things, like she wants Buck to find his place in the world, the thing that makes him happy, the people who make him feel loved and never look back. And again, we'll talk about this with Maddie. I think she is speaking kind of like trying to live vicariously because that's what she wants. And that's like her like personal motivations for stuff, but doesn't necessarily like, she realizes that she has to hurt him, but it's also like, it's tough at the same time. Yeah. So I guess we'll talk about this more with Maddie's stuff, but like we come to find out later on with context from Chimney that when Buck reads Maddie's letter saying that she can't go with him, is actually like revealing that Maddie is in hiding over in the emergency room. And she, again, like you were saying, Han made the sacrifice play, which Buck is not privy to until the present day. And I think we'll talk about that more with Maddie. So
I think we'll talk about it more in the present day.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I think the only thing I will, I guess, add, and I don't remember if we already talked about it. No, I think Han already said this, but yeah, it was the way that she wrote that letter. I get it, but also, girl, the whole like, basically go away, never come back. Like the never come back really gets me. I'm like, man, you could have said that.
Or the never look back.
The never look back and never come. No, doesn't she say never and never come back, right? Or did she say never look back?
I think it's a look. Hold on.
Man, I just heard never come back.
That's even harsher. Ooh. I mean, that is a way for her to just be like, don't peek behind the curtain and see what's going on with me and Doug.
Dear Evan, I'm sorry to tell you this way, but I can't leave with you for one crazy minute. I really thought I could do it, but then reality set in and I realized that my life is here, but yours isn't. It's still ahead of you, and I want you to find it. Find the thing that makes you happy, the people that make you feel loved. This is your time now, Evan. Go find your place in the world and never look back. So I think it's the nicest way she could have possibly done it. But if you're Buck, or at this point, Evan, you're Evan and you're reading this, what this sounds like to me, if I'm putting myself in his head, is I'm sorry, but my life is here and I don't want you in it, and I don't care about or love you enough to go with you or want to keep you here in my life. So could you please go find people who actually care about and love you and don't come back here? That is what it does sound like. If you are Evan Buckley.
And that's really like not too far off of a read.
No.
Yeah, truly. So it's just like this opening up of that wound again, where it's just like Buck feeling unwanted, unloved, and basically Maddie abandoning him without ever going anywhere because she's staying put, but he's the one that's leaving. But it still feels like he's being abandoned.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, he never really planned to leave. It was not without her. Like, it was just never on his mind. It was just finding a way to be with Maddie as his, his safe space.
Yeah, his emotional safe haven. Yeah, so then he kind of takes that advice to heart a little bit and starts sending postcards to Maddie as he's like traipsing across the United States and
Peru?
Eventually South America. Which like I really do love that he is sending postcards to her, because like even with that amount of hurt that she just like put upon him and that he experienced, he still is so like wanting to be close to her and wanting to connect with someone who, as far as he knows, and it is true, like she knows him and understands him to a pretty good degree. I think they understand each other even more when they get closer once they reconnect in LA in season 2. But it's just like his like yearning for connection, and it just seems like he's so lonely even if he's surrounded by people, because he talks about, he met a girl and he went with her to there, and then he met like people over here and did it. Like I think it's so easy for Buck to find friend-shaped people because he is an extrovert. He is very personable. He is like, he's molded himself to be kind of like the good time guy, right? Where it's just like, it's that want to be appreciated and thought of as like cool, and that external like self-worth. If people like me, then I'm worth something. So it's like he's on this, like he's on the move and connecting with people, but it's on such a like superficial, it seems like, level that he's not making like deep friendships, and he's just still so alone on his own, sort of thing to me. Yeah.
Oh, I'd be remiss as the lyricologist or whatever the fuck. One of These Things First by Nick Drake is the song that's playing during the postcard montage, and it's one of the most Buck songs ever, actually, because it's just like, I could have been this or could have been that. I could have been this. I could make myself anything if like I could like basically be yours. You know what I mean? Like I can make myself whatever I need to be yours. I don't know. It's kind of sad. It's good song choices, but they're just goddamn.
No, I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense too with all of his like variety of jobs that he's kind of picked up, because it's like he is trying on these identities and seeing what fits, what feels right.
I just want to read the second verse because it's very like him and Maddie. So it's like, I could have been your pillar, could have been your door. I could have stayed beside you, could have stayed for more. I could have been your statue, could have been your friend. A whole long lifetime could have been the end. So I think it's very like trying to find myself, but also like, if I could just like, if you would just like let me be in your life, I'd be whatever.
Yeah. Okay, so I do kind of have a list of the postcards, as many as like I think we can see, and like his different jobs, his different identities that he's trying on. So there's one from Georgia, And then there's one from Virginia Beach where he is a mixologist and he learned to surf, finds out that he likes the ocean. Then we have Florida and he's doing some construction. Then there's one from Flagstaff, Arizona, one from California. That's when he says that he's trying out to be a Navy SEAL. One from Billings, Montana, where he's a ranch hand on a dude ranch. There's Pacific City, Oregon. And I think that's kind of the last one that like we see. A veritable smorgasbord of jobs that he's taking on and kind of like trying to figure out who he wants to be. So Maddie, as she's, reading like the last postcard, she's like, I think Buck mentions in it getting to Oregon, it's like he's back in the coast and he has to see the ocean again. So it's like everything's coming full circle. And Maddie's like more like going in circles, which is a thing that we know very much that Buck tends to do, is like be on that hamster wheel. So it's kind of like, again, he's following anywhere the wind blows, cue Bohemian Rhapsody, but he's not putting down any roots. And I think it's also because he doesn't really know how, because nothing sticks, because he's still trying on all of these different identities, but also like he has the freedom to do so. So like no judgment, because like he's trying to find himself. I don't think he fully understands what it is that he is subconsciously looking for. So instead, he's just like, making these, again, like maybe superficial connections with people. And just like there's that Buckley running away family trait, like roaring back, that he's just kind of like bopping all over the map, Like he has that freedom to choose to go wherever he wants to go.
So it's like he's just not finding a place to belong, or like that connection where like I guess this is a great transition into it, but like the whole you go we go that Connor says to him when he meets Connor in Peru, which again, bro, why Peru? But I guess, you know what? It worked out.
It kind of did, because it brought him to LA. But yeah, I think it's kind of interesting too that like he ended up in Peru because someone that he knew from Montana on the dude ranch. So it's just like, connection, trying to like, oh yeah, that sounds good. Let's go here. Basically, like he's almost like blindly, like throwing a dart on a map and seeing where it ends up, sort of thing. And I know we probably want to talk about Peru, especially meeting Connor, especially after what we see in season 9. And I just think it's so funny that like it starts, like it pulls back like in Peru, because like he's watching on the television, like in the back of the bar, it's like a Firefighter movie. At first, I thought it was like a telenovela, a TV show, and I was like, hot shots. But I do think Connor says like it's a movie. Either way, it's like very meta, and I really appreciate that choice.
I think it was Hot Shots.
No, but it's a movie. It was a movie. It can't have been Hot Shots.
I thought it was Hot Shots at first, or I was gonna like make that
the
connection.
Alleged Hot Shots.
Yeah, but Connor said it was a movie. He could be like, full of it, but
well, I mean, actually, what would Connor know? He's drinking. You
True.
know what? In our head canon, it was Hot Shots with the Spanish dub. It's Spanish dubbed Hot Shots. There you go.
Yes.
You're welcome, guys.
Yes. So talk about things coming full circle. That is also how I want to headcanon it, because I think that would be like the most funny thing ever.
There's also so many firefighter shows. I can't think of any firefighter movies.
I mean, it was obviously made for this.
Right, but I'm saying like if we're like it's a show.
Well,
yes.
Fun fact. Yeah, so I think I was 4 or 5 probably. I was very much into natural disasters as a 4 or 5-year-old. Yeah. Oh no, believe me, I was into Listen, Rachel has to understand this.
Adorable.
Rachel has to understand this, because as somebody who lives in Florida, who likes hurricanes and stuff.
We're living different lives, but yes.
Did I say who likes?
Someone who lives in Florida.
Who is surrounded by hurricanes. I feel like I said likes hurricanes. Who's surrounded by like the idea of a hurricane coming in, or the reality of a hurricane coming in. Listen, you don't understand. Ages 5 through 10. So elementary school me was into natural disasters for some fucking reason. And space, yes. like the nonfiction type of like, I want to know more about tornadoes, hurricanes, earthquakes, volcanoes,
You were very curious.
Yeah, so I would be reading that shit. But anyway, no, it was just a random Friday night, most likely, and my mom was watching a like, I think it was like a volcano movie, but it was in Espanol, but it was a movie, and there were firefighters in it, and she was like, "Put it on. It looks cool. It's the stuff that you like." And I'm like, I put it on, and the firefighter melts in the lava.
I think that's Dante's Peak. Is it? I'm pretty sure.
Oh my God.
Was it Spanish dub or en Espanol?
I don't know. That's the thing. I was 5.
Hold on.
So ages 5 through 10. And that traumatized me. I think I had that image in my head because I love that movie. I had just put it on and that was the first thing that happened. So I was like, damn.
No. That would be traumatic.
Maybe not. Wait, no. Yeah, the only character who actually melts from lava. Oh, no, just called Volcano. Played by John Carroll Lynch, steps into a bed of molten lava or rescuing a subway passenger and melts.
So yeah, no, I guess my point was like, if it was an actual like American English movie, then okay, fine, whatever. But I was like, damn, did like the Spanish people make a volcano movie? Like, I don't.
Group of firefighters are shooting water at the lava. Okay.
So it's an American.
The subtitle of this movie is "The Coast is Toast."
Is this like a B movie? Like a B
I want to watch this movie so bad.
Oh my God.
It's LA. We definitely need to watch it. It's a volcano in LA. Oh, this says it's hotter than hell in the subtitle. Don Cheadle's in it.
Wait, hello?
Interested. What year was this made?
97, baby.
Maybe it is that movie.
We're watching this.
Come on, 2015 Peru, Connor. Let's go.
Okay. R.I.P.
R.I.P. King. You tried your best.
He said, "Hey, you're a hot bartender."
I was gonna be like, you really wanted that cookie so bad.
Oh, you want to move in with me and my other, and we can all be friends in a house full of men.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was a formative moment for Connor. Let's just be real. Just like, hey, bartender.
Hey, bartender.
And then Buck turns around with his frosted tips and his puka shell necklace and Hawaiian shirt.
Why?
And it's just like, yes, that
he
one right
looked at him and
there.
said, "That's my future baby daddy." Like he really
No,
did.
yeah, I was going to say he really wanted, I really want to have your baby.
But daddy, I love him.
Why the puka shell?
Okay, this is
okay.
Okay, I have some. Let's talk about this first, and then I have some fun quotes. Okay.
Oh boy.
Let's character analysis this. So anyways, meta with the firefighter, maybe subconsciously, putting itself into Buck's head. Connor, he turns around, he sees Connor. Connor offers like a ready-made family because he's like, yeah, my friends over here and I, like, we all live together in the same house. We've got like a cool, like, craftsman style house. Like, it's great. We all live together. And Buck sees and hears this and is like, community, family,
belonging.
I want some of that.
You go, we go.
I mean, I'll be in a huge house full of people and I'll never be alone.
Yeah, because I think Connor's like, we go everywhere together or something like that.
Also, the way Connor's like, "You're from Hershey, man, that's so cool." Literally no one in the history of ever has ever said that in real life.
Oh, Connor.
That's where chocolate was invented. You were so down bad, my guy.
Never heard of Hershey, Pennsylvania until I was like 15, 16. And not even for chocolate. Well, actually, no, it was because of chocolate. It was because of the theme park, not because of the actual like chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever.
Yeah, we stopped making chocolate here in like 12.
Okay. Anyways, so it's hilarious because like, well, first of all, Buck does his classic like Buck thing where he's like, well, actually, and says like chocolate was like originated down here in South America with like
He is correct.
And
where it grows. Crazy.
He is correct. As he should be. As he always is.
There's a whole Magic School Bus episode about
great.
the cocoa bean. But like, how crazy is it too that Connor like is like, hey man, you should come with us to LA. I don't even know you, but I think you're the hottest thing around. And like, join my little family over here, and like, you can come live with us, basically. And it's just
other
like
faceless men.
Yeah. Like I know, in just referencing back to one of our best buddies sections where we did talk about how Connor and Cameron have always been like weird. This is why.
write the fan fiction where he invites him to live in with him, and Buck gets there and it's just Connor.
Hey, what happened to everybody else? Oh, they moved out.
They moved out.
I guess it's just us.
Connor, what the fuck are you doing in Peru?
With his buddies that he takes everywhere.
With his guys.
They're codependent.
Oh, God.
And no, seriously, like that whole like you go, we go. I mean, that is very appealing to Buck. It is kind of.
I'm about to get angry. Like,
I was about to say, oh, he didn't have a homoerotic situation best friend for 8 years who he could have left his child in a will to. And I went, oh no, that's right. He had no other friends. He asked this one for sperm.
Yes. Yeah. It's weird. Anyways, so like the whole idea of like this is a already made unit that is like very tightly knit. You go, we go, like they're a family. And that's what piques Buck's interest because again, he's like going with the flow, he's like making connections and they're kind of like informing where he goes next. So it's like,
actually kind of funny because like he's like, so tell me about LA as if he wasn't there before. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just kind of funny.
Oh, for the SEALs training.
Was it LA or was it just like California?
Oh, was it just California?
It was SoCal, wasn't
I thought
it?
it was.
Isn't that where SEALs training is?
I don't know.
Oh, I guess my point is as if you weren't already in California before. You know what I mean?
Where the fuck is Coronado?
Coronado Springs?
Coronado and Imperial Beach.
Probably Bay Area.
It's San Diego area.
Okay, so not too far. It is SoCal.
Not too
It's
far.
Probably like 2 hours.
But not LA.
It's about 2
No.
hours.
But I'm sure he went there.
Yeah. So it's like, because for Buck, even through like all of the odd jobs and sightseeing across like the US and South America, he still hasn't found the people who make him feel loved. And I think that's what he's really probably glomming onto here with Connor. It's like, okay, they have this unit, these people who they do apparently everything together. And he's like, yeah, that sounds like something I'm interested in because it seems like he's more ready to like just try to find people. That's his journey.
No, I think he's always been trying to find that. Yeah, he heard. Can't believe Connor uses the word bruh and bitching. But he says you'd fit right in. Kind of a family. You go, we go. Like he says all the magic keywords, buzzwords for Buck's algorithm.
Yeah.
To go, yes.
Just so weird of Connor to like, I mean, obviously he was probably very drunk, but just like, I met you 2 seconds ago. You should come with us. So it's just like, Connor's weird, but it works. It works for Buck, you know, because he's just like, yeah, that sounds great. Incredible stuff.
Was he even talking to his friends about Buck, or did he just go up and invite? I'm sorry, I can't stop thinking about it.
It's really weird.
And he was like, una cerveza, por favor. And I was like, wow. He was like, a bartender. Una cerveza, por favor. Meanwhile, it's the whitest guy you've ever seen.
Well, he had the spray tan.
So I have a couple quotes from Oliver talking about some of Buck's different jobs and some of the makeup and wardrobe decisions for Peru Buck. So from the Entertainment Weekly article interview with Oliver, where they asked him what was one of his favorite jobs of Buck's. And Oliver said, I think Cowboy Buck would be the one on the ranch. I think that would be fun to see just from a personal point, because I'd just get to ride around on horses. To see him in such a different setting around different people, still doing a relatively physical job, that would be fun. Even when we took that picture, I put the clothes on and I was like, I think I might have just found my identity. This was who I've always wanted to be. So I took the cowboy hat home. I haven't worn it, but I look at it every now and then, and that's enough for now.
Why is he like this?
Anyways, I just thought that was really funny. And like, of course, that would be his favorite. I love that.
No, I'm so sure.
I think I've seen some pictures like from wardrobe behind the scenes where he's trying on like different Dude Ranch outfits. And it looked like he was feeling himself. And now we have like evidence to back that up. So also cut to 805 Masks where he dresses up like cowboy. It's just so funny to me.
Did he say anything else?
No, I have. He did make a couple comments about the wardrobe and makeup decisions for Buck from Peru. All right. So Oliver talked about this in a couple different articles. I think, namely, he mentioned it in the Entertainment Weekly and the TV Line articles. So I'll just kind of like mash up the quotes a little bit because it's talking about the same things about Buck's incredible 2015 Peru look. Can we talk about that for a minute?
Yes, I want to talk about. Let's go.
And
I want to hear about it. I want to hear his response.
Oliver said, ever since he read the script, he was going to the head of makeup, head of hair, head of costume saying, I want to look ridiculous. I really want this to have been a phase. And he was very keen on pushing the boat and on that and making it an extreme phase in his life. And I'm kind of paraphrasing some of this. Once he had it all on, the leathery tan, the highlights in his straightened hair, he looked at himself in the mirror and thought, Oliver, you've made a huge mistake. In another one, he said, I have made an error. I feel ridiculous. So he said, I think it accomplished what we were trying to do here, though. He was trying to find himself, literally trying on different hats throughout the episode to find his place and his purpose. And then from Entertainment Weekly, they said, you didn't love the puka shell necklace? And he said that was his favorite part. And also that Tim called him the other day and was like, is that a wig? I think referencing the frosted tips.
Yes.
And Oliver responded, nope, that's me. So everything that is 2015 Peru Buck is because of Oliver and his choices. So sit with that.
To what I said just now earlier, I can't wait to roast him on that because your choices were very, I'm going to be like, did you do any research about that country? Have you ever, did you ever think about that? Because why the puka shell necklace? There's no such thing.
I mean, he said he wanted to look ridiculous and
yes,
and that he wanted it to seem like Buck was really going through a phase. So I think
yes.
Maybe not to to me, it would be like, okay, Buck is working at this seaside resort as a bartender, mixologist. He loves the ocean. He loves to surf. He's just it's a hyperfixation phase for him, I would think. So it's just kind of
so what year was it?
2015. So it's his.
Baby girl, this is not Hawaii. I think that's also why I get a little angry about it.
It's the fact that it's 2015 and he's old enough to know better. If this was early 2000, I would be able to.
Well,
Google is telling me you would have to get it shipped. There's no such thing as
the puka shell.
Yeah, there's no such thing.
No, there's off-brand puka shell necklaces that you could find anywhere in a tourist trap store.
Do you know what we sell there, Rachel? Artisanal things for tourists. Fabrics, those multicolored fabrics that you find, the bags, there's no such thing as I've never seen. And I've been, I go to Lima a lot and I go to the marketplace a lot in Lima, and that would be the place probably. This is not Hawaii, my guy, or whoever decided to put it. Sorry. I will be asking Oliver.
So versus her number one up, the puka shell necklace.
Apparently.
On screen for 10 seconds.
No, I would
love it.
I would just think that for Buck, this is his touch point of what someone cool who lives on a beach
better got that
would look like.
Because that was just
and it's not period accurate. It's not era accurate.
It's not area accurate.
Well, no, of course it wouldn't be because he doesn't actually not necessarily becoming one with the culture. I think he's just still very in his own world and this is what he thinks that looks cool, which is not cool, but he thinks it looks cool. It's not. Connor well, maybe because Connor thinks it looks cool, so it worked, I guess.
Actually, you know what? I'll take it back about the puka shell necklace. It's not those puka shell necklaces. Maybe he would. Maybe they would. But still,
I don't know. I feel like I'm defending Buck and his fashion choices, and I'm not.
And I don't know why.
It's not so much it's the spray tan, woohoo, and the frosted tips for me, and the puka shell necklace. The rest of it, I'm whatever.
Oh, it's the Hawaiian shirt for me, or the.
He just thinks it looks
I think
cool.
He's just a white dude, and he's at the beach, and he thinks that's what he should wear.
That's what I was saying. Yeah,
yeah.
But it's hilarious because it's such like a stereotype.
Yep.
Yep.
You know what?
Buck.
Fine. Maybe it made sense. You know what? Yeah, I'll be asking our friend, our dear close personal friend Oliver Stark.
Defend your choices. No, so I really love that like Oliver had such a hand in crafting this particular version of Buck and they let him do that.
My God.
What? It's so funny to me.
I was just imagining Eddie, who has a crush on Tom Cruise, and he finds out that Buck was a bartender, and he's like picturing Tom Cruise from Cocktail, and it's like the complete opposite.
Oh yeah. Oh my God.
Like imagine his
mental
fantasies just getting destroyed if he sees that postcard. Wait, is there a picture of him on the postcard?
I don't know.
I don't think there's a postcard from Peru.
Maybe it's for the better.
No, he just says he's going.
Yeah, I don't think the postcard made it.
The international mailing was too much for him. He was moving back to LA.
Then the Polaroid photo that Connor snuck of Buck that's found in his personal items that Buck inherits.
Oh my God. No, wait. Wait,
that actually is so funny.
No. Oh no, we're about to go in a small little tangent. Small. No, because like I need Buck to know about Eddie ballroom dancing, and now I need Eddie to know about Buck in Peru as a bartender looking like that.
Yeah.
So they need to have pictures of themselves.
Yes.
Yeah. Cool.
Oh my God. Putting that on the wish list. Oh my God. Amazing. Okay, so I think that's curtains on Peru. Where it was such a small moment, but it gave us so much.
It gave us so much to talk about.
Forever grateful.
Why Peru?
United everyone in asking.
Even the people who don't watch it. Why Peru?
Why Peru?
Okay.
Peruvians going.
Why Peru?
Why Peru?
Oh my God.
All right, I'm done.
We see, Buck's gonna take Connor up on his offer and go to LA, and then 2 years later, here's Proby Buck's first day at the 118. The prodigal son returns or like arrives, basically. And we see basically like this is the origin of Buck. So it's interesting because part of this scene where Buck enters the 118 and is talking to Bobby and Chimney and Hen are there, that is reused footage from Bobby Begins Again. And I don't know if it's like the whole bit or if they like maybe did a pickup shot of Buck probably driving in, like exiting the Jeep. I'd have to go back and check. But so interesting that they kind of use that same footage. It's very consistent. They didn't have to go back and film it again. But yes, the origin of Buck. So we learn why he decided on being known as Buck in this new iteration of his life going forward. And it's as simple as there were 3 other Evans in his academy class.
Sounds like shit.
And
I've never met one Evan in my life.
No?
No.
I've met quite a few.
I've met 0
I don't think
Evans.
I've ever met an Evan either.
Oh, that's so interesting. I certainly
I was
have.
going to say maybe suburban, but then again,
I mean, not for me anyway.
So I think it's just like kind of so sweet, but also funny, but also like, oh, that he has to be seen. He has to find something about himself to like stand out. So he's maybe one of the other Evans decided to go by a nickname as well, but it's Buck that says, nope, I'm going to go by Buck. And that's the identity that he has decided for himself to inhabit and the identity that he wants to foster for people to accept and to love. And then it's immediately validated by Bobby, who says, like, welcome, Evan. And then Buck says,
He bullies this child.
it's a little like
Shows up, they all bully him.
this is also before they see him. But Bobby, to his credit, and unlike Buck's parents, when Buck says like this is what he'd prefer to be known as, Bobby immediately corrects, like, okay, Buck, and the rest is history, basically. But it's like Buck has decided or found this identity. This is what's finally going to stick. So there's like a sense of, we're not there yet in terms of like his character, but there's like a sense of like completion for him a little bit. It's like he's finally on his way to like the last parts of his journey.
Okay, yeah, the welcome to the 118 Buck. Thank you. This is amazing. Is it always like this? Always. We're going to ignore the other part because that's depressing now. And then Buck says that I might be in the right place. So yeah, how he finds his family.
Yeah. By a random happenstance, like
ADHD way
of events. Yeah, no,
stumble
really.
into your career path.
No, it really kind of is about like, well, I guess in this way, it's more about the destination, but like the journey that he took in order to get there, just kind of like the circumstances and sequence of events that like brought him eventually to the place that he would be able to call home, find a family with, is kind of like a beautiful trajectory to follow along, I think. So it's like, it's nice to like fill in the dot for Buck. It's like, oh, because we've heard kind of a lot about it. We've heard that he's had like so many, random jobs and been to so many different places, but to kind of like see how it came to be and get more of the details on that is always like really enjoyable because it just like, again, it rounds out the character even more. It makes him more real.
Yeah.
And I think that does it for the flashbacks. All right. So now we enter the present day for Buck. Well, present day as in his present, which
his
is
present in season 4. The present of this episode.
Yes. So we kind of get dropped right back into where we pretty much left off from 404, which was it's like the aftermath of you have a brother and he died, like Daniel bomb drop. So I kind of love Buck's reaction to this, where he's just kind of like taking it all in. Like he gets up, he goes to the window. He's like, wait, this is like shocking. This is shocking news to me. And like, it seems like he is in shock, him saying like, it doesn't make any sense. And just like watching him like put these pieces together like pretty quickly, I think.
I think he put it together sooner than he said.
Yes.
I think he put it together very fast and then was trying to like get her to like be honest about it or like hopefully say something else.
100%. Yeah. Like I wrote in my notes, I was like, the way he fishes for information before confirming what he already thinks or knows. What he thinks or like he knows deep in his being, when he says like, it's surprising they didn't try like a bone marrow transplant. He knows exactly what's going on. And he's just like, you see his world like crashing down around him, basically, about how not only this huge secret was kept from him about a brother, the reason that he's in this world in the first place, and the absolute betrayal of Maddie for keeping this from him for like almost 30 years of his life. And it's just like, when I was talking about in themes, like, the 1-2 punch, like more than you bargain for, it's like all of these three things like in quick sequence, just like, whoa, And
I think he handles it about as well as he can. Like he, he stays long enough to like get the confirmation that is what happened. And then he leaves because he's so angry and like hurt and feels betrayed. So I just feel like he's probably thinking there's nothing I can say that's going to be kind right now. And he needs to process it and doesn't want to be there where he doesn't feel like safe and supported.
Exactly.
And doesn't trust her.
Yeah.
So
because he's just been betrayed by the person he's closest to in the world. And like he does have like a completely valid response to just kind of like shut down, leave, process on his own. And I do think it is like worth noting that he doesn't yell and revert to like that 12-year-old that he was like after the 2 dinners with the parents. And he just kind of like takes it in and almost like he's basically starting to internalize it, right? Like all of these things are starting to make sense now. And it's him having his world rocked. And I think it's like totally understandable that he would just kind of like silently bow out. But it's also kind of interesting because that's not usually like Buck's MO with how he deals with things. So it's like a 180 because he's so in shock.
Well, yeah, and this is not a situation he's ever had to deal with before. And this is kind of like, 29 or how many years of that could be conscious slamming into him at once of all of the feelings that like, if he had known about this his whole life, he would have had to like grow up constantly, what I mean? Dealing with that, grappling with that. But now it's like he's trying to cope with the 29 years of not knowing this about his family, about himself, and like compounding on how alone he's always felt. I think it's just like there's no other way that he could have responded that would have been positive or constructive for him.
No, not at all.
I do not like the way that he is like, I mean, we don't hear him telling the team about like, you know, the news and his childhood, but like I imagine he's doing it a la the vibes of All-Star by Smash Mouth. Because that's like, you know what I mean? We go right from that into the team kind of like laughing and, you know, and he's like, this explains so much about you. And Hen's like, it's a miracle you even survived childhood. And Eddie's like, it's a miracle he survived yesterday. And it's like, he's treating it like a joke. So they're like following kind of
his lead,
but they're also just like, they love Buck and like loving ribbing, you know? Like,
because that's what a family does.
Light razzing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But Buck is so self-deprecating with it. And this whole scene is so uncomfortable. And I mean, it's supposed to be on purpose, but he was like, it was the only way I could get their attention. Guess now we know why. They never wanted another kid. They just had me for parts. Defective parts, as it turned out. And it's just like, you ever seen your station golden retriever have a crash out in real time of epic proportions and smile through it and joke about it? Like, it's not a big deal. It's so uncomfortable.
Yeah, and I really do think like they are like trying to take Buck's lead, because it's just like, you know, if they treat it like, if he's saying that and they're treating it like this big thing, that might have like he might have like an adverse reaction to some of that. And I think they're just trying to like, you know, not like wear kid gloves with him, but just kind of like take his lead. And just like the way that he says, like kind of flippantly, you know, that he's defective parts, and just like his opinion of himself, especially at this point, like is so low. Like he does not think he matters. But even with that, he is so aware that he has this propensity to make things about him, and he's trying so hard not to do that.
But it should be about him. And this is about him.
And this is, in fact, one of the most valid times to make it all about him, because it is all about him. Because like his whole worldview of his family and himself has been completely
upended. The only other person it should be about is dead. So like, I don't think they're worried about their feelings on it.
No, but he's like, again, it's something that we see with Buck where he reacts. And we see this when he talks to Margaret and Philip at the end of the episode, but just like the way that he has so much empathy for everyone else in this situation except for himself. And that's kind of when we see that like shift between, well, I think this is spearheaded mostly by Hen. She does a lot of validating for him in this episode, because Hen reminds him that he does matter, just to try to like, you know, pick him back up a little bit, because I think she's recognizing like, yeah, he's playing this off. I think they all recognize it, that he's just like playing this off for a joke, but it really comes from a hurt place.
Oh, as soon as he said the defective parts thing, it was record scratch city.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this is not a joke. We need to actually like reaffirm him.
Yeah, because after he says the like defective parts thing, like Eddie's like, hey, that's not on you. And Buck's like, don't think they agree. And I think Bobby is like, have you talked to them about it? And he's like, what am I gonna say? I'm really sorry about your dead son, but can we just talk about me for a minute? And yeah, people are realizing like, he's not doing well at all. So everyone's on Buck watch. Yeah, when he's more of an active suicide risk.
Yeah. Especially when Chimney comes in and like the vibe shifts.
Yeah,
for Buck.
Oh, and he's not mad at Chimney at all, which I really appreciate. It's like, I think he respects him being there for Maddie, and that he was, like he says, put in a tough spot.
Yeah, I think it's very clear that he puts more of that blame on Maddie and not on Chimney.
All of the blame is on Maddie.
Yeah. Because yes, Buck does understand that Chimney is choosing, not really taking sides, but like being especially sensitive to, you know, his partner in life, kind of over the 118 family, which is Buck. But essentially that still makes Buck like second fiddle. So it doesn't like help matters, but it is putting Chimney like in this like weird like mediating position that I don't think Buck wants to put him in. But Chimney who, especially after the last episode, has seen, or like, because he's been brought into this secret, he understands why Buck is the way he is. So like Chimney now has this like very special position where he does see both sides of it. Like clearly he has the full context. And I totally understand why Chimney's trying to play mediator. And I think he's doing it as gracefully as he can.
Yeah, and I think Buck understands that he wants to support him. I think he understands that they all want to support him, but he's kind of just like, I don't want to be supportive. It's supported, you know, like he just wants to, you know, what does he say right after this when they get called to the scene? And Chimney's like, you're going to have to talk about it soon, like sooner or later. And he's like, nah, I'll just keep running from it. It's the Buckley way or something.
It's the Buckley family way.
I do just want to mention that like Hen does try to say like, you matter too, Buck. And Buck's response is like, sure, just not to them. So, and no one can say anything to that because like,
it's kind of true.
It's kind of true.
Yeah. So then we kind of see Maddie visiting the 118 kind of surprises Buck, which
she's
is
ambushing him.
Yes, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. She ambushes Buck. There's this really great shot of Buck like polishing the engine, like, and
then her reflection just shows.
I know.
Got jump scare.
Like it's a little like horror movie-esque, but it's a great shot because it's like Buck seeing himself in a reflection. Like he is doing like the most self-reflection that we've kind of ever seen him do. Because it's like his entire world is like breaking, but also how like Maddie is always a little bit in his periphery. It was like really sweet. And like Maddie's classic worry that Buck probably shouldn't be working with such big news just dropped on him, and the potential for him being distracted on the job. That I fear that she is doing the thing that their parents did, where it was like, you can't do anything right now because you'll put yourself in danger. And Maddie's just like being protective, but that's obviously not in the way that he needs it at all. Like he even says, you don't get to take that away from me too.
Yeah.
Like, especially because being a firefighter, as we know from like seasons 1, season 2, it's so tied to his identity. And now he's like, it's not like the only thing he has, but like when something like this happens, it is his fallback. It is like the only identity that Buck has carved out for himself.
Yeah.
It is very important that he has this to cling to, like at this moment. And it's like, sorry, you're going to hate me. Like he's literally clinging to his identity as a firefighter, both like metaphorically, but it's almost like he's clinging to the fire engine as a life raft again. And I'm always going to bring that up when I can.
Your own metaphors? Yeah.
Yes.
We know.
Yeah. Because it's like, it's his buoy.
At least you have very sincere metaphors, Rachel.
You know, Buck is talking to Maddie and he's showing how hurt he is and how he expresses like he thought it was always like an us versus them, where he and Maddie had each other's backs. They like stood up for each other, but it turns out in his mind that it is a 3 against 1, and Maddie's trying to make herself feel better out of her guilt for keeping and then spilling the secret. And I mean, I don't think he's like fully out of order here.
No.
He's not wrong. I do think
she's
Maddie
concerned,
does genuinely,
but it is also
Yeah.
that she feels terrible and wants to feel better, which is human.
Yeah.
But yeah, she should be giving him space and trying to have other people who he's open to talking to check in on him, to be honest.
No, truly.
Yeah.
And maybe we can bring this up again with Maddie, because it's just like, it's not the right approach.
It's one of those moments where I'm like, I don't think she's the person who knows him best. I really don't. Like, I really think it's Eddie. It's not even like through a shipping lens. It's just like
through just like a purely
just
best
through
friend's
like
lens.
who handles him the way that he kind of needs to be in these moments where Maddie is always like overbearing mother, kind of like just seeing him as a little kid she's trying to protect instead of seeing him as like a fully grown autonomous person.
I know this is jumping ahead to season 5, but it just makes me think of that conversation that he has with Eddie after Chimney punches him, and how Eddie's like, you don't know Maddie the way Chimney knows Maddie.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like the vice versa of that, because like she's, basically like what you said, like she's probably picturing, you know, the younger Buck, you know what I mean? Like the one that she was able to kind of like be there for, especially if he was more receptive to it. But like, this is obviously like more of a betrayal from her, betrayal from his parents. And she doesn't know how to navigate that. So no, she doesn't know him at this point. And like the 118 and the 118 or Eddie or Hell or even Hen, like probably do know him best at this point in time.
Actually, still, I think you make a great point here because it's like, you're right. Like Maddie has never really dealt with a betrayed Buck sort of thing, especially when it's like partially of her own doing. But you know who has dealt with a Buck who has felt betrayed is the 118 with the whole lawsuit and everything from season 3. So it's like, I think in this aspect, they really do kind of understand like how he goes about like reacting when he is betrayed like that. And maybe that's part of why, you know, as much as he's trying to keep it kind of like hee hee ha ha lighthearted, they're eventually able to kind of like see through that and like puncture through that facade and be like, no, you do matter. Like, this isn't your fault sort of thing. And give him those kind of validations.
And also kind of give him the space, right?
And give him the space. Exactly.
Because even Chimney, who's like, hey, can we talk? Doesn't pursue it any further.
Yeah.
So like, they probably know when to give him that kind of space to process. Unlike Maddie, who's just like, I'm sure pregnancy hormones and then like, and then everything else. And then what I said about like how she was also, you know, how she raised him and dealt with how he used to be back in the day.
Exactly. Yeah. And Buck too, to his credit, also knows that like for the 118, like especially with Chimney being in this kind of awkward position, he's still pretty professional about it also because he realizes and recognizes that this is not Chimney's fault. So they're able to still be like professional and civil when they're called to the factory fire scene. That's where Chimney says like, you know, you can't run away from this forever, or like as they're leaving for it. And Buck says, sure I can. It's the Buckley family way. And like,
valid.
Yeah. Can't really fault that logic. Like,
he got some points.
Yeah. Cause I mean, like Margaret and Philip ran away to a new town to hide from the judgment and the shame. Maddie ran away from home to Doug and then ran away from Doug. And then Buck's been kind of like less running away. And I think Buck's been more like running towards something like purpose and identity basically all his life. So running is a Buckley family way, pretty much. There's not too much in here that like I really hopped onto, but I did really appreciate more of Hen like validating Buck. I was like, yay. When Buck suggests splitting off to help the team on the other side of the warehouse, and Hen is like, you're not wrong and you should go. Like that is, I think, very validating to Buck because he's always going to be the one to kind of volunteer to go and do kind of the dangerous stunts. And this kind of indicates to me that like, while he is still taking risks, they are in essence like more measured than they may have used to be, even in like season 1 or 2 or when he was like younger. And I think I've mentioned this before, but it is within his, like, what he knows that he's capable of doing. So like his reliance and belief of his abilities and to do the job. So like that kind of thing is more measured. But on the other hand, when he makes the risky decision is when he realizes someone will be left behind. And that is because he knows from experience, right? And he doesn't want anyone to suffer that fate, especially in a situation like this. But he's kind of like projecting his experiences on that. So that's where like that compartmentalization kind of like falls away a little bit. And like, I think that's really well illustrated when he basically has like a visual fork in the road where he sees the exit sign and it's kind of like clear of fire and debris and everything like that. And just like could make a direct run for it, but he goes against the direct orders and goes like the complete other way. So it's not like the attention seeking behavior of when he was younger, but it is a little defiant and with the purpose of saving someone that he knew that he could. Because again, it's slightly more measured in the way that he's like taking in, he knows what he's capable of. Also, I think some of the potential guilt for not feeling enough that he didn't do enough to save them. So that's also, I think, why he makes that like riskier decision, which is not advised. And then when he finds and makes contact with Saleh and they get trapped, Saleh is like, we're both lost now. And it's just like such a narrative mirror to how Buck has felt lost like his whole life. And it's just kind of like something about Saleh as a character in this particular emergency that like he's so positive, and that it almost to me kind of feels like like a physical manifestation or extension of Buck, like all of Buck's goodness, like existing outside of himself in a weird way. So I was like, I don't know. I was watching this really late at like 3 or 4 in the morning. I don't know if I was being big brain or not. We'll see. But it kind of like, to me, it makes sense if we see Saleh as like a metaphor for Buck, both lost and trapped, especially when, you know, he gets caught under the large vat, which, you know, just like in that way that connects to Buck being pinned by the engine in season 2 so viscerally that I'm just like, they're making this kind of a purposeful parallel here. And then I was like, in a weird way, it almost reminds me a little bit of like the Life of Pi.
Yeah.
The book with Pi and like Richard Parker the tiger, and it ends up being like, you know, was it a metaphor? Was it not a metaphor? Like not that part, but like the way that it could be seen as Richard Parker the tiger was like an extension of Pi. Like, I don't know if that makes any sense.
I mean, I don't know the reference, so no, that isn't helping.
Okay.
But I think it is a larger metaphor, and it's not just the fire engine. It's not just the injury. It's the how he's like, oh, thank you for finding me. Thank you for trying to save me. You know, once things get worse, and he's like, he just is like, it's fine. Like, I'm accepting it. Kind of like, the passive, just like acceptance of dying, like Buck kind of has. So it's like, there's definitely, I would say, mirroring there.
Yes, like the entry point to recognizing that this is a parallel or a mirror to Buck is because of the vat falling on him. But like in general, like, yes.
I think when I was watching it, but I didn't get to do my Delulu big brain that I did for like womb. I think that scene, in a way, I think it was more or less like the whole Daniel thing, just mirrored or some way projected onto this call. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But again, like it was very like bare bones idea that I had, or maybe even like a metaphor for like Buck's entire journey. Yeah, no, actually more like a metaphor of Buck's entire journey of like getting lost and lost and lost until he finally found, you know, a place that he was accepted in, you know, and he found his, you know, his family who does come in and helps him, even though when he thought like, when he almost gave up, you know what I mean? So
no, exactly. Like if we look at this as that metaphor or parallel, it's like if Saleh is in the place of Buck, Buck is taking the place of the 118. So like Buck is not leaving Saleh behind, but the 118 doesn't leave Buck behind either. And we see that kind of like like metaphorical for that way, but also in like a literal way when they come in. I think you're right about that. Also, I just like out of curiosity, I looked up the meaning of the name Saleh because like there was a lot of emphasis on it, and it means like righteous or virtuous or pious. Like it would be given to individuals who possessed exceptional moral qualities and righteousness, which like that sound like anyone. So I don't know. I was still tying that into like the metaphor of like he is kind of like a Buck stand-in right in front of him a little bit. So we see outside with the 118 and how everyone's like, you know, where's Buck? Where's Buck? And that's when Captain Meta learns that Buck, you know, disobeyed a direct order. Bobby's like, he does that. Like, this is just so typical for the 118.
Of course she is.
Yeah, of course he did. Of course he did.
No, but I meant like the parallel to Athena, how he reacts to finding out about Athena in 801, 802.
Yeah, I think it's 2. It's so Buck, and our people, the 118 is so used to that, but they're still concerned. And I guess cut to Buck like almost giving up inside the factory, and then like everybody coming in. So like Buck gives Saleh his oxygen mask, and Saleh is like, well, how will you breathe? And Buck's just like, I'll hold it as long as I can, which is to me just like Buck's tenacity at like full roar, right? So like this is where he's like pushing through, persevering, and also like I know we talk about how smart Buck always is, and like at this moment his ability for like the critical thinking and problem solving never fails to impress, because he's like thinking so quick, like at the moment, like looking for the fire extinguishers, like he's falling back on all of his like previous knowledge. It's kind of like when the moments are the darkest and he gets kind of like signs from the universe in a way, which might be kind of interesting to revisit next episode with Jinx. Like, that's kind of where his faith comes from, like what he has faith in the universe, and things tend to work out for him because he finds the fire extinguisher, and that's when like the sprinklers finally come online, and it kind of gives Buck the extra hope and push to like, okay, we can do this for a little bit. It's a little short-lived, but then it comes back into play. But that moment, like when the sprinklers turn on and Buck takes that second of relief to just kind of like, okay, like center himself, and then like his eyes open up. I love that moment because we have like that vocal choir choral sort of music happening, and it stops and there's like this swoop sound effect, which is like perfectly timed with Buck opening his eyes with like burning determination. I think that's a fantastic moment. And I don't know how they directed that, or if that was just like an Oliver things. But yeah, anyways, like that moment where like he opens up his eyes gives me chills. Yeah, the way that he's so determined and he's just like working so hard to make this rescue happen, and then kind of like loses steam a little bit. And that's when the 118 show up, like all of them. It's just them. Like they went in after him. They're not leaving him behind. Like this is the family that he's found and who see him and make him feel loved, just like Maddie wanted him to find.
Yeah. And it's literally the kind of like the you go, we go. So like they went after him.
I think the whole thing is just before they show up, it's a demonstration of Buck kind of like his determination to always save everyone he can. But it's also him projecting a lot onto this one save.
Yes.
Not that I don't think he would have done it even if he wasn't like in the current emotional turmoil he's in, but it's kind of like this save means more than any other save.
Yeah.
To him.
Especially at this moment.
Yeah. And it's kind of like, he's like, well, I'm getting him out or neither of us are getting out. That's kind of where he's at. And he's about to give up because he's like, he's not getting anywhere. You know, he's trying to do everything he can by himself, which is his MO. And he can't do it because, well, that's just like, unless he had Steve Rogers super soldier serum strength. Sure. But yeah, then everyone shows up for him, and it's very indicative of kind of what I said earlier. Like we never see him ask for the support and help until season 9, episode 15. But they give it to him freely. And it's not just on the job. Like they have his back. They love him. They care about him. They're not going to leave him behind. And they tell him that like it's such a like, he's saying words and like it's about the call, but it's also about like his own emotional turmoil that he's going through right now. And he's like, I went off on my own, and 2 seconds later, I didn't know where the hell I was standing. And they're like, it was amazing. He's like, you know, I almost gave up. And if you guys hadn't come in, and Hen interrupts and says, but we did, and we always will. So while I think this is beautiful and like such a like beacon and like symbol of like Buck and his relationship with the team, it's also another example of me being like, send him to mandatory therapy. Oh my God. One of your firefighters just said, I almost gave up, and like what, just sat down there and like let yourself burn in the fire when you were perfectly able to get out. It's kind of, to me, there are some lines in the episode where it's like maybe people aren't taking some of the warning signs as seriously as they should with him. And maybe it's because they're like, he's going through something, but it's like, I love it. It's very touching. It's very moving, but there's also a part of me that I'm just like, please see how bad it is.
It straddles the fence.
Yes. Of like, this is concerning.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, like, I think, and it does take like the whole season to get to that point, I think, with.
Yes, literally.
With the will.
Yeah.
The will scene.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
We get there.
But I think, well, okay, but like before you guys do the analysis part of it, I think like structurally as a season bookend type of thing, like it works.
Like as an arc, for sure.
Yeah.
I just meant like in universe, if these are real people, I'm just putting my, like, I always, when we do the analysis, I put myself like in the character's shoes, like especially when it's Buck and Eddie in certain situations that I really like relate to. Like if like it's a kind of mental space that I've like been in before, kind of adjacently. And I'm just like, I would have wanted someone to notice like how bad it was.
Yeah.
And do some gentle pushing to not just like, and it is everything to him that like they love him, they support him, right? But it's just like it's bad. And I don't think anyone realizes quite how bad yet. So it's just that thing where I'm like, I can, from this objective outside third party, see how bad it is, obviously, but they can't yet. So I'm just like, I wish they would notice already, but they aren't. So
yeah. And kind of to some of that point that, you know, he never asks, right? So that moment where they reach him inside the factory and he looks so surprised to see them, like he was not expecting them to have his back in that way because he knew the risk that he was taking. And sometimes I think he forgets that he's not all on his own anymore. Like occasionally he's just like, oh yeah, there is this family that I've made and grown here. And it's just like, especially in this time, in this moment where he's feeling so isolated and disconnected from his self, from Maddie, like his blood family and his found family, like he kind of reverts back to like, I am an island Buck, that they just come in at like the perfect time and they give him the strength as a team. Like it is a team effort. So much so. And it's just like a beautiful illustration of that, of how they are having his back and how they're not going to leave him behind. And he's never really had that before. There is a quote from Oliver from the Wrap article where he's talking about like Buck's mentality of that moment. So he says the mentality of Buck in that moment is that everything he knows to be true has just had doubt cast over it. And so the only thing he's able to cling to is his identity of being a firefighter. So as much as he's trying to save the victim at the emergency, I think he's trying to save himself and trying to cling on to the only thing that he still knows to be true. And then that goes one step further with the rest of the 118, when the rest of the 118 come in at that last moment and save the day. I think that shows Buck that as kind of problematic and fraught as his true family has been, he has this other family around him that is always going to be there. They are always going to step in. As alone as he has felt, he's not really alone because he has these people that as much as he'll run into the fire and save these strangers, they'll be right there next to him and they'll put themselves on the line. So I think it comes full circle at the end of the episode there when he realizes his family has always been there and it's just not quite who he thought it was. That sums it up like pretty well for me, honestly. Yeah. So then we get to that scene outside when, you know, they've extracted Buck and Sully and I'm assuming gotten the fire a little more under control. I don't want to rehash too much, but this is that moment where we get Athena coming in. And I think this is her only scene in the episode, by the way.
Yeah.
And it's the only scene we truly get, like, that I think we truly get of, like, maternal-ish treatment of Athena to Buck. And I love it dearly. I love this scene so much because she's, like, talking about, like, how she heard this was, like, a really big one and kind of just like, woo, they weren't kidding. And Bobby's like, Firefighter Buckley here pulled out the very last victim. And she says, of course he did. And then Buck very self-deprecatingly, because that is his MO this episode, said, yeah, then everyone else had to pull me out. And she goes, well, I'm sure whoever you saved is just glad you were being Buck. And then we get a kind of throwback to one of the, you know, the flashbacks we had earlier, because Buck says, I don't even know what that means. And he had said that to Margaret earlier. And she was like, children die.
Oh, yeah. I love all of our Margaret impressions. We're just like,
children die. Yeah, it's, you got to do the, yeah.
We love Dee Wallace in this house.
People die. Children die.
You're so good at that, Sel.
It's like, okay, yeah, I know people die. What the fuck are you saying to me? But yeah, he repeats that, like, I don't even know what that means. And she says, you never give up. That's what being Buck means to me. But whatever you do, don't stop. Which also parallels something Maddie said earlier when she, like, wrote the note that we said came across really badly.
Yeah.
Where she's like,
Mhm.
you know, like, don't look back. The point is to go. Like, that's kind of.
Yeah, the point is to go.
Yeah.
When they're at the Jeep.
Yeah. So I was like, oh my God, his mom's.
Really,
But not really.
truly.
I mean, like, I don't really ascribe to the whole like Athena being Buck's mom. It's like he's like the stepchild that like she inherited
Yeah, the stepchild.
in adulthood. Like literally.
Yes.
She also didn't ask for.
Literally, like he's a grown ass. Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, I will give you tidbits of wisdom and like affection when you are in my
Yeah.
presence, but like it's not really the same dynamic that he has with Bobby, like even remotely, like in the parental, like pseudo parent kind of thing. But I do adore this moment, and I think it's so important for Buck because
Mhm.
I don't think anyone's like ever said anything like this to him before. And to have Athena Grant being who she is and being the person who thought that you were like scum when you met, look at you
Yeah.
and be like, yeah, of course you're the one who pulled out the last, you know, person trapped in there. You know, I'm sure they're happy that you were just being who you are, which is someone who never gives up. Like, I'm sure that means so much to
Mhm.
him. And I also think that it's a really beautiful parallel to when we get there in season 6. I feel like this is kind of like the groundwork for him kind of being like, I was just Buck and that's enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it takes him 2 more seasons, but we get there.
Listen, we get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think especially because like in season 6 in the coma dream, like it's Athena saying this and then like Bobby reiterating it, which are like two of the like authority and pseudo, more for Bobby, parental figures, but like people who he looks up to and respects greatly, saying this about himself to him. And I think he really values that. And again, yeah, like looking at Buck and Athena's rocky start of their relationship from the first episode,
Yeah.
how it's grown and how Athena like so clearly has a good grasp on who Buck is as a person too, I think is really, really lovely, especially because she like doesn't necessarily spend as much time with him as like the rest of the people do. So, and she's just always astute like that.
Yeah.
I didn't mention it earlier, but I just want to really quick mention the whole like the 118 coming in and saving Buck at that moment also gave me like 218 vibes, you know, when they have like all of the civilians and the people standing by like rush past the partitions and like help lift the fire truck. Like it's kind of that similar vibe for me, you know. It's like people pulling together to save Buck.
Yeah.
And it's just like, ugh, there's no one better or like more deserving of that kind of rescue. I do have another quote from Oliver because I know we've kind of had this question throughout our conversation so far where Oliver was asked, and this is from the TV Insider article, would Buck have done anything differently in that fire if he hadn't been dealing with everything with his family? And Oliver said he might have done it for different reasons. When he hears there's someone left behind, he's never going to want to leave the building. Because of the circumstance, him running off into that fire is as much to save himself. Mm-hmm. And then from another quote from the Wrap article as well that I feel like ties in, he said he doesn't quite understand why he has to be the one that runs into a fire to save someone, but he's done it his whole life. So I know this question gets posed at the end when he's talking with Maddie as well. And I just really love that perspective that Oliver has on Buck, where it's like, he's literally being Buck. This is what Buck does. This is who Buck is. He's gonna be the person that runs in to save someone. He's gonna, you know, never give up and never stop and never leave someone behind. It's just that core pillar of who he is as a character. Like, I love Buck so much.
Me too. I feel like I'm restoring balance in my soul, you know?
From talking about Eddie for like a year.
From talking about Eddie all the time, which I love to do. But I feel like I talked about like mostly Eddie for the last 7 months. And because like season 3 was heavy Eddie storylines too. And like Eddie Begins, like.
Yeah, I feel like basically since, and we recorded that in what, like August or something.
Yeah.
So like, well, yes, season 3. So basically like a year we've been talking very Eddie heavy.
Yeah.
Content,
which I also love, but yeah, I feel like it's like, yes, we are the Eddie system. That is the joke. Not really a joke, but like we're also the Buck system. That's why we're the Buddy system.
Okay, so we can, I guess, jump into our favorite people, Margaret and Philip Buckley, visiting the station as a surprise. But, it's Buck and Bobby coming back from like that final doctor's checkup, and Buck has like cleared bill of health. He's just fine. We get that like interaction with him and Eddie. I don't know how much we want to talk about it here or in Slow Burn. Yeah, Eddie tells Buck, you have visitors. There's someone waiting for you. And Buck is like, what? I think the last people that he ever expected to show up at the station. And it's like maybe this like weird breach of containment for Buck. Like he doesn't do as much compartmentalization as some of the characters like Eddie. Sometimes Bobby does. He's not as good at it. But like, never. It's kind of like the 118 family and his parents, and never the twain shall meet, and then here they are. So
I do this game with both you and TJ where I go about 10 to 30 seconds before you say something. I go, I know exactly the exact thing they're about to say, 1 to 2 sentences. And then you do it. And it's like a game I play in my own head.
I'm glad you're winning.
But yeah, what a terrible surprise when you come back from, a light NDE, after a really emotional, turbulent day. But he did just get reminded about his support system, so that's nice. He did just get a clean bill of health, so that's also nice. And Eddie was waiting for him when he got back, which is also nice.
And that's very nice, yes.
Yeah. But then he has to go sit at a table with his parents, and like he apologizes to them, which fills me with unbridled rage.
Well, first they say like, they were listening to the rest of the 118, like the rest of the firefighters talk about, like tell them stories. And it's like, I think this is the point where Margaret and Philip are like starting to understand that the 118 is Buck's actual family, and that the 118 and this family are the people who appreciate Buck for who he is.
They seem to like you a great deal. Yeah, it's crazy. People can do that.
He's a very likable person. It's not difficult. But yeah, the way that Buck just like approaches them with like so much more empathy than they deserve is like, I hope you guys weren't waiting long. And then he apologizes like, oh my God, Buck Buckley, you are one of the most big-hearted characters of all time. Like they don't deserve that.
They do not, in fact, deserve it. And they can tell, like, you can kind of tell, like, to their credit that like the apology kind of does touch them, which I'm like, okay. But they're also like, we want you to know that we never blamed you. And it's like, well, I would fucking hope not, since he didn't ask to be brought into this world as a fucking savior baby. But okay. So glad you never blamed him. But you know what else you didn't do? Literally anything else positive.
They never really apologize to Buck either. Like Buck is the one apologizing to them. They don't deserve it. He never gets an apology. He just gets we never blamed you. It wasn't your fault. But it's like their shame prevented them from seeing what was, would you say right in front of them, where it was like 2 children and a family that would like, they chose not to glue themselves together, but like splinter off basically and leave Buck and Maddie like to fend for themselves, which is like still so upsetting.
So Buck says, I can't imagine what that must have felt like to not be able to save someone you love. And after they're like, we never blamed you, none of this was your fault, he says, I still wish I could have done more. And then this woman comes out with what might be my least favorite thing any bitch has said on this fucking show. Literally ever. I'm sorry. It's terrible. Like, I understand the heart and 911 of it and like what they're trying to do. But as the person who was emotionally abusive via neglect, who conceived this child and never gave him like a modicum of the love he fucking deserved, and you're gonna come out and say, well, you were born to save someone and that's what you do, so we're proud of you. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Literally go fuck yourself.
Yeah. No, it's the worst person to have say this. Like I think structurally, again, I think structurally or like in the writing, it's fine. It's a fine line. Worst person to have said that, to deliver it. Because like, if you don't read it in a bad faith way, it's kind of okay. But if you're reading
you're saying it to your savior,
that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm literally saying
I know.
Yes. Worst person to say that.
Stressed.
Yes.
Yeah. Because again, it's like the sentiment is good.
Yeah.
And that would deliver psychic damage to me. I would never be out of therapy
100%.
because I would be like, I'm either need to be in therapy weekly to deal with this, or I'm going to be in prison for murder. If that wasn't clear.
No, that was pretty clear. I just didn't really have anything to add to that.
It's just
but again,
so deeply fucked up.
Yeah.
no, it is.
Yeah.
It is. Because again, like the sentiment is good and it's kind, but the way that it comes, because it comes from
Her,
Margaret Buckley, where we know, like just in the previous episode, you know, she's saying all of these like kind of like passive aggressive, but veiled in,
Mhm.
you know, quote unquote care things to Maddie, where she's like, oh, it was a compliment. And it's like, it's not.
It's like unintentionally backhanded and like, slap in the face.
Yeah.
Like that. It's kind of what it is.
It undermines any of the good faithness of that comment.
Here's some other ways that you could have gotten what I think she's trying to say, or what I think the show is trying to say, because I hope on purpose that this was bad, like that they had her say it, because it's showing kind of like how they're still not great and they're not on great terms.
Still like disconnected they are from.
Yeah, I'd have to talk to the writers and like ask their intention. But to me, these are
I
some
would like
other
to know.
ways, if you actually were trying to have her actually have some good intention, how you could have phrased this. Buck, you have such a huge heart, and it's amazing that you have a job where you go out and you save people every day. We're so proud of you.
Yeah.
Just for example.
That's lovely. Yeah.
Buck, it's lovely that you know, put yourself out there to help people in need. And that's what you do every day. That's so lovely. And we're so proud of you. Not like you were born. Your purpose is for your body to save other people. And you're finally doing it because you couldn't save our son. He's dead. But I'm so glad that you're saving other people. We're so proud of you. That's what that fucking sounds like to me. And I want to not even bitch slap her. Like, I want to.
You're going to throw her down the loft
Oh,
stairs.
literally, I will.
Not even down the stairs,
The
like over the railing.
Over the railing and then jump down on top of her and keep going.
Oh, I was
like,
going to say, are you going to run her over with the fire truck?
The engine.
Yes. Like I'm getting extra bonus points.
Dee Wallace, I hope you never hear this, actually.
No, we love Dee Wallace.
I love her. This is the worst thing that anyone has ever said to a character that I love.
It's not about her delivery. It's just the fact that they had those words come out of Margaret Buckley's mouth.
It just looks so...
the delivery was fine.
Because to me, like, my favorite fictional characters are like real in my heart. You know what I mean? So it's like, if that's why it makes me so viscerally angry. Because like, imagine if someone did say this to my real friend, I would be in jail or have a restraining order. Like, it's just, nope. Like ripping out my clip-on earring. Go.
I did mention earlier, like at the start of this episode several hours ago, that, you know, Tim was able to build on the threads that he wrote for Margaret and Philip in these two episodes, and was able to give us what Dads and Cats was, especially like that ending scene with that final scene with Philip and Buck. I think it's I'm not even sure what I'm trying to say. I just think that Chris Monfett and Taylor Wong.
Oh, Dads and Cats.
For Dads and Cats. Like, grabbing onto those threads and having Philip do his, I guess, like, do we consider that an apology, or just like, no, doing his acknowledgement of like how terrible they were as parents. But like, I think like some of the things that he says in this episode, even in the flashbacks, like it was just masterfully done, you know, like even though like he is using like the financials to like make Buck sort of like in a weird manipulative way feel better, I think there is a slight tinge of remorse, maybe.
Yeah.
Like this last line that he has where it's like, we never blamed you. Like, I think it is something that Buck needed. Like he delivers the lines that I think Buck needed to hear, but it's always too little too late.
Yes.
Yeah. So like, just like in Dads and Cats, finally acknowledging we're bad parents, like, and then acknowledging like what Bobby was to Buck. Like, I think between, I guess what I'm also saying in comparison,
Yes.
Margaret's worse.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry, that was a whole roundabout circle that I was just trying to get to.
I think we're in agreement that the mothers of both Buck and Eddie are worse than the fathers.
Yeah.
Fun fact, I wrote in my notepad over here, I'm like, we should do a mini-sode comparing the parents. Like, you can do a mini-sode of like Margaret versus Philip or Helena versus Ramon. Like, which one's worse?
I think we've talked about that before, and I would like to do that.
I think we talked about ranking the 911 parents.
But I think like being able to like dissect it in these little chunks is probably better.
Directly comparing them, I think would be cool because I feel like there's like overlap, but also it's like they're severely fucked up in different ways.
Yeah.
Yes.
But like with some of very similar effects.
There are some interesting patterns that are kind of consistent where it's like, it seems like the mother is maybe like driving some of the force narrative. I don't know. And the fathers are taking like more of a whatever you say, honey.
Yes.
Role.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. With the bike scene itself. I was also going to say it seems or it appears that as far as the Buckley siblings go, if you had to say like which parent I don't want to say connect, but like if you had to pair them off, like I guess in like a connected way, like obviously it's like Maddie and her mother and then Buck and his father, I would say. Because like I feel like because of everything like Daniel shaped, Margaret literally cannot look at him.
Yeah.
Philip could try.
Yeah, and I think that comes across. I mean, just like what we've seen in the text where it's like it is Philip who ends up saying those things that Buck has needed to hear for so long. Not so much Margaret. I mean, she may share some of those same sentiments, but ultimately it does come out of Philip's mouth. So there is like a little bit more maybe of like he might get Buck like a modicum more sort of thing. And it's like, especially in this scene where they're talking at the table and Buck insists on being called Buck because the people who know him call him Buck. It's him extending an olive branch basically of saying like, I kind of want you to know me who I am now. So like people who know me call me Buck. So so to their credit, Margaret and Philip do correct themselves and say Buck in this moment. But this is also, I think, because this is the most emotionally close they've ever been to each other because they're having this. I know.
That's why it's hard to talk about it. Like, to use the right words for it. Yeah.
They're having like the most frank conversation between them about this. And it's not great, but it's like a little bit of progress, but it's still just kind of like
here's the thing. There needed to be some kind of apology, if for nothing else, just keeping the secret from him because he deserved to know, because it was something that happened to him and he wasn't able to give consent. And then again, without his consent, this thing was kept from him for almost 30 fucking years. And if they had their way, he still wouldn't know. So they show up, but it's not even an apology. Like the most loving, like motherly thing she can say is like, we're proud of you because you saved people with your body, which is like his entire core fucking wound that we talked about in the entire psychological section. Yeah. Like his worth is still conditional. It's still tied to like his body, like, and what it can do for others. Like she summarized everything wrong with how they raised him.
I think it also like her saying that, I guess like it's a way to make herself feel better. But in terms of like, we created this child to save someone. I guess he's actually doing it in that kind of way.
We did a great job.
Look at us. Pat in the back.
Look at us.
Bare minimum.
Yeah, but it's very much like them being what Buck accused Maddie of doing. You know, like he was like, you're just here to make yourself feel better. And that's exactly what they are there to do. Or exactly what I think Margaret is there to do.
Margaret specifically.
Like the part that's so upsetting is because like Buck accepts it. Like he even looks moved by it because it's like the most affection or like praise he's ever received from them. And like he doesn't know that he's allowed or should need more than that.
He's working on it.
But I think he says it best when, you know, he's at Maddie's, which is like, you know, it's easier to forgive someone that you couldn't really count on in the first place.
Yeah.
It's like fake it till you make it a little bit. It's just kind of like, yeah. But, you know, with Maddie, it's different because there's deeper emotions there.
Like, I just don't like, what narrative is he writing? Because he shows up to Maddie's and is like, they wanted me to forgive them. I did. I mean, maybe he just knew that that's what they wanted, was like forgiveness and to be let off the hook, but they didn't ask.
Isn't that like kind of like a testament to Buck's? It's just radical acceptance. He's like, all right, fine, a little bit.
Yeah, to me, it's no, they didn't ask for his forgiveness, but the forgiveness was more, I think, for him, so he could finally kind of like let that go.
And also, like, the man should still be therapized, right? Like, probably also talk to, his therapist, maybe off screen, who knows? And it's just like, like, oh no, he wouldn't have had the time. He wouldn't have had the time yet. But like, I think maybe there's like techniques, because I'm sure like, the whole reason why he went to see Dr. Copeland, I think, was like a result of Abby, and then him having to forgive or, her in a way, or let it go. So like he's learned from that to just let this go for himself, not for them specifically.
Exactly.
I won't harp on it, because it's like, I know he's gonna get there, but like, it's just so painful for me, because it's like,
I know.
Yeah, sure. Forgive people for your own peace, but like, make them fucking work for it if they're there, like, not asking for it but expecting it. Like,
I think it's just like, to me, it's illustrated by what Buck says to Maddie, where it's like, it's hard to feel betrayed by someone you didn't really think you could count on. Anyways, yeah. I think that to me, that is really just like Buck accepting the fact that like he doesn't have to care about them anymore,
because he does.
But he's I think allowing himself to not care as much. Like, he'll always care for them because they're his parents.
Yeah.
But not to place as much value in his life and in his mind on their perspective, opinions of him, because he knows his real family thinks so much better of him, and that he can rely on them. And he's just kind of like, he's taken like all of that emotion that he wanted, like the attention and the love and everything, and he's just kind of like, packed it up and like moved it over here where it belongs, almost. So like the Buckleys are like a vacant little lot.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of like that he's found his real family. Again, dads and cats just keeps coming to mind a little bit, but he's found like his real family, and they've shown him that they've got his back. Meanwhile, like with his biological parents, like, yeah, like you said, they're just so far removed. They're just like family. It's like twice removed, does not matter until they decide to show their face again.
He's closed the door on them.
Yeah. It's not basically people. It's not like they're not people that he will rely on going for. Well, he's never relied on them anyway, but it's what I heard a noise.
Laughing. No, because he hasn't.
Yeah.
relied on them. He's never been able to.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So like they're so far removed. Like he's never relied on them in the first place. Except for obviously like for money back in the day, college days. But like, yeah, he's just never relied on them, and they're just very removed. They're on their own little island until they show their face.
I think it's like him realizing that he doesn't have to, as much as like, Buck is still learning these lessons, and he still has like self-worth issues because he's a work in progress, of course. But I think he has become fully conscious that he's not going to get any modicum of self-worth from them. Like, as much as he still kind of like externalizes that receiving value from other people, he's not going to get it from them. He's not going to get what he needs from them. So it's just kind of like,
I know all of this. I just wish sometimes Buck was meaner when people deserve it from him.
But then he wouldn't be Buck.
No.
But he has his moments though. And I always love those moments. But yeah, he's never mean to the people who truly deserve it, unfortunately.
I mean, he had his crash out moment. I feel like he's he's
he had the little moment.
He has his crash out moment.
I feel like they deserved more than that one time. But that's okay.
Yeah.
We take what we can get.
For a lifetime of
trauma?
Yeah.
I would at least be forwarding them my therapy bills after all of this.
That's fair.
You know what? Yeah, actually, I think that would be really funny.
Yeah, after this, it's like Dr. Copeland like got booked double date. Like 2 sessions a
Mhm.
day, you know what I mean? Or 2 sessions a week or something. I don't know.
Yeah, all his emergency sessions. Yeah.
Like, oh no, I'm out of network. Darn. But yeah, I think, Buck telling Maddie, like, it's easy to lash out to the person who you know is always going to forgive you. That's where he's putting the value of family in. I think he's realized with the help of Chimney, which we kind of glossed over a little bit, but like it's basically the same as what we said before, where like Chimney is advocating and mediating for Maddie because he understands like both sides.
And he knows the full story.
Yeah.
Yes, he has the full context. So like Buck is realizing, I think, with all of that new information and like putting the puzzle pieces together, that Maddie was more sister and kind of parent to him than he ever realized. And I think he's found like a new sense of gratitude for her and for having her back in his life. Like they've found each other again. And just like the fact that he asks Maddie to talk about Daniel, because he's like, and I can't ask mom and dad because they're still traumatized and would probably have a conniption, but he's asking Maddie because that's where.
Did we skip the Chimney locker room talk?
We just said that we glossed over it, and then I said, yeah, well, Chimney had the whole context.
Oh, I just wanted to read the line that makes me sob. Chim asks how it goes. Did it go okay? And he's like, yeah, I think so. And he said, Chim says, is it going to be okay with Maddie? And he's trying to like brush him off. And he's like, you're totally allowed to be mad at her, but if you can find a way to forgive them, you've got to find a way to forgive her. And Buck's like, she should have told me. And Chimney says she didn't want you to think that you weren't wanted, that you weren't loved. And Buck says, you know what? I wasn't, because he, I think for very valid reasons, was like, well, I wasn't. And Chim says, yes, you were, by her. And then I burst into tears. Literally every time. Sitting on my couch the other day, like thinking about doing this episode, thought about that line, burst into tears.
Yeah, so that's where that like
yes,
appreciation and gratitude comes into play for Buck, especially because Chimney gives him that little moment of like what actually happened when Buck got Maddie's letter about not going with him in the Jeep. And now Buck has that full picture. He's working with all of the information and he's able to appreciate Maddie so much more now as adults for everything that she did for him when they were children.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And again, he asks her to talk about Daniel. I think that's really lovely because it's like he's, again, kind of offering that olive branch to Maddie and also giving her an opportunity to heal something in both of them, but especially in her, because she's also had to keep this locked away for so long. We'll talk about it more. And just like the way that Buck is so able to kind of like find some of the light and the humor. Yes, it's kind of dark humor because he's like, yeah, I really don't have one of these baby boxes, do I?
Yeah.
And this is where Maddie goes and finds all of the postcards that she kept as some of the things that matter to her the most. And she says, like, no matter how hard it got, I always had you. We always had each other. And then we get that beautiful Buckley sibling montage.
I love official 911 edits.
Yeah. It like makes me want to cry just thinking about it. I have one more quote from Oliver Stark about Buck and Maddie's relationship from the TV Insider interview. They asked, are Buck and Maddie closer as a result of everything coming out? And Oliver said, I think so. Anytime you go through such an intense falling out between two people who are so close, coming out of it the other side is only going to make that bond stronger. By her showing she kept all of those postcards, Buck realizes finally and fully for the first time just how much of a rock she has always been for him, whether she was with him or not. And I think that's really beautiful.
Yeah. Man, I love when actors get their characters. I don't have to read some asinine bullshit.
And that's why I have so many quotes from him, because it's just like, yes, this, yes, this, yes, this. So that's Buck.
Yay.
That was brief.
Did you say that was brief?
So brief.
Okay. Shall we talk about Maddie? I know we've kind of like alluded to a lot of it and her just like absolute mess of a childhood as well. Like we've talked about how she's kind of been parentified, and I just want to like really touch on again how messed up it was for Margaret and Philip to make Maddie at 10, 11, 12 years old make this promise to not talk about such a huge part at that point, like a large portion of her life, at that up until that point as an adolescent, to keep this secret from a member of her family who she cares so much for. Like, that's dastardly. That's terribly kind of like...
Yeah, if we ever want to, we can absolutely get into the psychology for her, like in a mini-sode or something, but like I didn't do any research on it. But yeah, they absolutely fucked her up, just like in a different way, but like in some of the same way, because the neglect was absolutely there. And then how that neglect kind of primed her for being susceptible to DV, and kind of the ways that it made Buck be susceptible to people who are emotionally unavailable,
Yeah.
Because as we talked about, like emotional neglect and like physical child abuse, it like has similar effects on the brain psychologically.
She's similarly to Buck, like following some same patterns, which again, it shows the neglect for her and the way that she's treated is different from how Buck is treated. And I do think it's like really interesting, again, at that first flashback when Margaret and Philip rush out of the house and see that, Buck has scraped his knee. The first thing they say is like, Maddie, what did you do to him? And I think that is so telling of how much they put on her, but also kind of like leave her to their own, like her and Buck's own devices sort of thing.
It's a little bit normal. Blame the older sibling for any time something happens to the youngest sibling, to be honest.
No, but I think that also like scars her into, because like when you think about like her and her relationship with Doug, everything is like, Maddie, this was your fault. Maddie, what did you do?
Yes.
Maddie. So like this is like normalized berating and scolding towards her. And so like she knows, I think she was a victim of DV, but she's also like, again, to what she says to Buck, which is like, they yell because they care. She also believed that.
Yeah, she did. That's the thing. She had to believe that because she's also like, because she's older, she would have been a lot more privy to the conversation surrounding Daniel and his treatment, and probably overhearing what Margaret and Philip were arguing about. Like, it seemed like even back then they had a lot to sort through. They said in 404, like they even went to a therapist themselves. And it's just like, they probably should. Yeah, they should have done that like a long, long time ago. But these are the things that I think Maddie has had to internalize as like, this is what family is. And it's people who argue and fight because they care too much. And that just like, as much as we talked about like this incident kind of instilling that conditioned response for Buck, I think it's already been ingrained in Maddie for like years at this point, which is so upsetting because it's like she's had to grow up in such like a different kind of like familial dynamic than Buck has, because she's had to witness all of that change. Like, she saw them before when they were a happy family. She saw them during while they were dealing with Daniel's illness, and the after. And I feel like that's
the actual emotional abandonment, because she knows what it was like to have them be present and then have them not be.
Yeah. Where it's like she is experiencing multiple levels of losses that, because she's older, she is fully conscious of, but because she's still so young, she can't necessarily like communicate on that stuff, like some of the stuff that you were talking about, Han, with like all of that psychology.
Yeah.
And it's just like, not only has Maddie had to deal as an adolescent with the loss of a brother, someone younger than her, but the loss of her parents. And it's almost kind of worse because they're still right there.
Yeah.
They're like within reach, but not emotionally. They're so distant and so like shut off. And sometimes I think during that montage where she sees Margaret or Philip like react to Buck's attention-seeking behavior, it seems like Maddie is kind of like surprised or impressed. Like she got almost a glimpse of the parents that she used to know because they were giving Buck the attention that he needed. And it's just like, it's heartbreaking. Like, really no wonder she ended up with someone like Doug.
Well, yeah. And people like that prey on people who are emotionally vulnerable.
Yeah. I did just want to mention really quick that moment where Maddie drives Buck in the Jeep to like their old neighborhood, their old house, where it really seems like she had the intention of telling him about Daniel. Like it really makes me curious of why now, or like why at that point, and how she would have like talked about it. And I mean, I guess it reiterates what Maddie says at another point in this episode where she was like, I wanted to tell you so many times, I got so close. And how she was like mustering up the courage to divulge such sensitive information. But then like she kind of buckled under the pressure when Doug like broke that silence or like broke that tension in there. But the way that she gets scared off by Doug and she like fawns back. We talked about like, you know, fight, flight, freeze, fawn, and she kind of like fawns back. And we see this kind of reiterated again when she musters up the courage to leave Doug, but then like buckles under the pressure and wanting to protect her people. But it's very apparent that like her bravery has been there all along. She just like really had to tap into it, which is what she eventually does in Fight or Flight. And also like how willing like she was to get away from Margaret and Philip. Like she was talking to Buck about like she's going to pay for nursing school on her own and like take night classes and get a job during the day so she doesn't have to rely on them at all for anything ever again. And it's just like, this is kind of tragic.
Yeah.
I was going to ask like when the DV, like when do you guys think the DV started? Like after she moved away with him? Or do you think like during while she was still living?
Like the physical aspects.
Yeah. Because I'm sure because the emotional was present because based off of like what Buck was saying and like
the controlling.
Yeah, the controlling. So the emotional was there, but like
why does he need to know where you are all the time? And
so guessing after.
I would if I had to take a guess, I would say after.
And then it just kept going.
Yeah. It probably got progressively worse and worse and worse and worse and worse because
Yes. And we kind of see that illustrated in these flashbacks, like progressively, because it's like, yes, there's that manipulation with like wanting to know where she is. It probably did start when they moved away and she was like fully isolated and cut off, especially because she was cut off by Margaret and Philip. And I do find it interesting that like Doug called, I'm assuming like right after he called her, he called the house, like Margaret and Philip, and told them about.
So weird, actually.
No, I thought it was weird at first, but it's a manipulation tactic.
Yep, it's classic because she can't back out of it.
Yeah,
because he knows her and how obstinate and like she is of them. You know, like even when Buck is like, "You should come with me," like when she's giving him the Jeep, and she's like, "Oh, Mom would love that. Mom would love to like just say I told you so." You know what I mean? So it's like if he had any doubts that she would go through with it, you know, he would pull this so that
he cemented it.
He cemented it.
Yeah.
Because there would be no going back.
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to figure out what exactly he said. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, I just wanted to call because I got accepted and it's great that you're letting Maddie, like, you know, great that you're letting Maddie.
Like it's great to have your support and I'll take such good care of her and
like Maddie and I are so excited about our move to Boston. He probably did something like that.
Like a slip up or pretend slip up. Yeah.
Yes. Like it's very calculated because I think especially with him being, you know, a smart person because he's a doctor, like he has brains enough.
Well, basically everything that he did to Chimney is okay. Yeah. No, everything he did to Chimney. Yeah. In summary.
Yeah. That's high key manipulation. That's a villain. But I think especially if he knew that like Margaret and Philip didn't like him, that there was already tension between them and Maddie, and he would absolutely use that as like to push that wedge in further to like completely take her away from them and kind of like make her his, you know, like that ownership. Because I think he would also know if he told Margaret and Philip like something, you know, what we were just saying, it would draw Maddie closer to him because they would end up having like a fight.
Because they'd flip out and she'd get to complain to him and get support from him and he'd get to look like the good guy.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Like she's running to him because he understands her and not her big bad parents who just like don't understand their love and connection and blah, blah, blah. But yes, I think like definitely Boston. And then after, especially when they move back, there would have been physical DV happening. And we see that when Buck visits Maddie in the ER because she has a broken or
arm.
sprained
Yeah.
arm.
Mm-hmm.
Her arm's at a cast, yeah.
Yeah. And then it's like, and later she's like completely beaten up when she is hiding from Buck. And I guess Omar gives Buck the letter of why she can't go. Like it is progressing in severity, which is classic, I think.
And I think, like, I guess since we're here at the ER the first time, like after Buck crashes his motorcycle, like it's unfortunate that Buck is so blinded by his own fear and hurt and anxiety and neglect that he didn't even clock that at all.
Because he's usually so astute at it, right?
Yeah.
Not really sure what he could have done to help.
I mean, I'm not saying he could have helped. I'm just saying he didn't even, like, he was too blinded to even like ask because he's like, oh, mom and dad, my life sucks, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, Maddie's also saying, yeah, things are tough at home because she does say that.
She's really like skirting the issues here, like really trying to not. And I mean, I think for Buck, like he's not able to pay as much attention to what he normally would, but also that is helped by Maddie purposefully like obfuscating, you know, because she's like, oh no, it's complicated. When Buck is like, you have a big house and probably a big guest room. And she's just like, you know, Maddie would give anything to like have Buck stay with her because they're like so much closer nearby than they used to be. And it's just like, no, she can't because she doesn't want Buck exposed to that. And she's trying to protect him in that way. But realistically, both of them, it's like paralleled because both of them are trapped by their situations.
Yeah.
So it's just like Maddie feeling so trapped and like unable to help when you know she would have. And then I guess we can talk about when Maddie goes ahead and gives Buck the Jeep. And we talked about it a little bit with Buck about how he says like, what is this? And she says freedom. And I think I alluded to it earlier, but I think this really does mean something different to Maddie than it does to Buck. She's giving Buck freedom, almost like she's living vicariously, right?
Yeah.
But freedom to her is the ability to go anywhere. Like this is what she's been dreaming of. Buck says like, well, where would I go? And she's just literally anywhere. Like this is what she wishes that she could do. And the next closest thing is to give that gift to Buck. Yeah, I think it's her living more like vicariously and what she wishes she could do. And she knows that when Buck says like, you should come with me, and Maddie just like goes ahead and mirrors Buck's sentiments of like not knowing where to go. I think because she hadn't ever really let herself hope that she'd be able to escape this. And for a moment, like the tables have turned, like she's offering Buck freedom, but then he's offering it right back to her. And it's like this, like the point is to go. That's what he says, which is exactly what Maddie needs to hear and what she she wants to be able to do. And it's like for a brief moment, she allows herself to hope and dream of like a way to break away, like cue Kelly Clarkson.
Like clockwork in my brain sometimes.
Oh. I'm glad you're winning the game.
I should play bingo, you know what I mean? But it's just empty like an empty thing, and I just check one off for every time.
So I think it's just like very symbolic of like this is what Maddie wants to give herself, but she can't. So she gives it to Buck, that freedom, that sense of freedom. And I think she continues to live vicariously a little bit through like Buck's postcards, which is why she put so much value in them, because it's also like he's doing what she wishes that she had the strength to do. She had the strength within her all along. It is her connection to Buck and to the outside world and to like a little bit of like a fantasy, right? Which is her, what she's like holding on to so tightly. And that's why she keeps the postcards, or one of the reasons why she keeps the postcards. There's many reasons.
Yeah.
Okay. So then present day. Present day Maddie.
This is the one time I give present Maddie rights in this couple episode arc because I was giving her so much shit for calling her parents.
Truly.
You know, which I think she deserved. But we get a flashback to the present, you know, and we have the scene with her and Buck after the beginning, and then we flash to the scene with her and her parents, and they're like, "What were you thinking? What were you thinking?"
It doesn't get old. I'm so sorry.
No.
It doesn't.
And she says,
"It wasn't your place."
Yeah. And she says that my brother felt unloved and alone, and I didn't want him to think that it was his fault. So I told him, well, it wasn't your place. Well, I'm not a kid anymore. You can't tell me my place. Like, thank you for finally overing up. Like, I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, it's like this is the Maddie that
we know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She's taken this opportunity to make an executive decision to tell Buck and like relieve herself of harboring the secret. And she's standing up not only for Buck, but for herself, which is what she's been trying to do her whole life.
Yep.
And I think, honestly, this could not have happened, or at least I'm convinced that it couldn't have happened without the journey that she's been on since season 2 and finding herself and learning how to stand her ground and fight back and killing Doug. Like, this is all part of the evolution of Maddie. And this is a conversation that she's owed herself for so long, because it isn't fair that she was told to keep that secret when she was so young.
No.
It wasn't her place to tell the secret, because it should never have been
her place,
her burden to deal with
to tell
in the first place.
Exactly. So, and it's like, she is right. Like, I'm an adult. You can't like tell me what my place is or isn't anymore. Like, watch how you speak to your mother. I am a full ass grown woman carrying a child I'm about to deliver. Like, please miss me with that shit is basically the energy that she's showing up with. And I appreciate it.
No, it's stupid that Margaret even said that to her in the first place, because she did raise a child, and that is Buck.
Literally.
Yes. That is Buck.
They had nothing to do with raising him.
No.
Other than financially.
So to say like, you're not a mother yet.
You don't know what it's like.
This is becoming a caricature and I love it.
You're not a mother yet and all that. Like, it's like,
yeah.
Even Maddie knows, like, because like, I think, what was it? No, it wasn't season 3. What episode was it that he was like, you raised me? Was it it
was at the end of the beginning of season 4.
Was it? They're doing the Pinky Promise for the first.
Near the end.
Was that the red episode?
Yes. The Pinky Promise in 3:16 is like when Maddie says like no one is ever going to leave you behind. No one's going to leave you behind.
The one from 401 or 402 is the one I'm thinking of, where he's reassuring her about being a mom, because like, I know you will be, like, you already raised me. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And then there's one more that I think was at like
season 5, I think.
No, it was before. It was like at the end of season 2 or the beginning of season 3, where Buck is in the hospital and Maddie is looking over, and then Athena and Bobby show up and they're talking about basically like kids, and Maddie basically admits like, yeah, I raised him. Yeah.
I think that was season 3, beginning of season 3.
Lots of parallels here.
Maddie did raise a kid. She was a mom.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So she doesn't get it, and Margaret doesn't realize that.
Them being like, we didn't have a choice. You don't remember what it was like. And I don't think she does remember what it's like.
Yeah.
I think she was plenty old enough. But again, that's not her fault or her problem that you chose to do that. And then that those were the consequences of your actions. You're not a mother yet. You don't understand that kind of loss. It's like, okay, well, how many times have I almost watched the kid that you should have raised, that I raised instead, almost die? And you haven't been here for it, but I have.
And she's been the one like patching him up too.
Exactly.
His whole life.
Yeah. His whole life. Yeah. But like her mic drop moment, she said, you disappeared into your grief and left me and Evan to fend for ourselves. And I'm like, Maddie, that's not fair. We tried. And she said, not hard enough, and walks away. It's my girl.
Okay, so there's something season 5 related to that
I know.
Because she kind of did the same thing, you know. Well, her postpartum, she disappeared in her postpartum depression, and like kind of just, I mean, she trusted Chimney to take care of Gian.
Yeah, but that was mental illness.
Yeah,
that was like chemical imbalanced mental illness. And yeah, she did make sure that G was taken care of.
Yeah, she wasn't like neglecting. She was like removing herself.
But I think
I see the parallels that you're making.
So this is where I kind of wish that there was like maybe more like, I know it's like annoying to see, most likely for all of us, but like I kind of wish it was more like Maddie and Margaret scenes where we can like touch upon more into their own dynamic, especially like after Dads and Cads, maybe there could have been an opportunity, you know,
because we got like Buck and Philip having their like heart to heart, but we never really got like a Maddie and Margaret.
Yeah, because she's the one who had the biggest reaction in comparison to Buck, but I digress. But anyway, but I mean, that's what I was trying to get at also, like prior when I was talking about the Philip versus Margaret and who they have connections to between these two kids, you know, because one is more remorseful towards that one. And then like, obviously there's probably something between Margaret and Maddie that we have yet to, maybe see and maybe explore. There's room to explore, I'm saying. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I just think it's a completely different situation for Maddie because it was like she was trying to get help. A traumatic event happened that like...
Oh, yeah. It's basically she's not her mom, basically.
No, she's not her mom. And then she did, you know, against everything that her brain was trying to make her do, push through it and found herself in a place to get help, like to be better. And then tried and like re-entered her kid's life stronger and better, you know, for herself and for them, which is not something that Margaret's literally ever done. The only therapy they ever got was to talk about fucking how Maddie killed her husband, I guess.
Okay, there's also, I think, one last quote, actually, this time from Oliver from the interview with the Wrap, where the interviewer said, "We see that even though Buck feels betrayed by Maddie, keeping their parents secret, it was not at all a burden she wanted to bear." And Oliver said, and I think this just like illustrates like how much he gets, not just Buck, but like the other characters as well, also in like especially in relation to Buck. But he said in some respects it's almost harder on her because she's about 10 years old when Daniel dies, which means that when Buck is 5, 6, 7 and she's a mid-teenager, she knows she has a thing that she is being asked as a child to keep inside and not talk about. So although Buck is suffering because of his relationship with his parents and he can't quite understand why, she does know why. And so to have her not be allowed to talk it out and process it is almost a worse thing for the parents to do to her than it is the way that they end up dealing with Buck. So I think that relationship between Buck and Maddie makes so much sense because she knew that she really only had Buck to count on, and Buck didn't quite know why, but he obviously felt the same way in response to her. Just to summarize it, that makes sense. And then we have that conversation, I guess, with Maddie again ambushing Buck at the 118 and how they're not, in his eyes, they're not like a united front. And he does accuse her of doing what like Margaret and Philip are doing, which are like trying to appease her guilt. But I think it's just like Maddie being classic Maddie, but a little overbearing in this instance where she's, you know, pendulum swinging a little too hard into like the mom arena for him when he just needed someone to...
I think he needed someone to vent to and probably like space to feel his emotions.
Process.
Yeah.
Yeah. It kind of makes me think of the conversation they had in season 3 where
she was like, "You're lonely and alone." Is it that one?
I think so. Where it's the one that's like, you don't understand what it's like. You know, you're not the one. Yeah. You're not the one being left. You're the one doing the leaving, basically. Where it's like, I understand that she wants to be there for her brother and also that she feels terrible because like they are each other's family. So it's like she wants to repair that. But it's like, girly pop, you gotta read the room and give the man space. I don't think it was a good move.
I think it's still it's so tied into like her worry and insecurities of being being pregnant
for sure.
and being a mom and like scared of doing so much wrong and like, you know, what led her to even do this bullshit in the first place, which was, you know, like calling up the Buckleys,
go back to therapy,
being like, "Oh, he's in therapy," and girl,
can't imagine why.
Yeah, it's like Maddie's so like kind of subconsciously preoccupied with like, I don't want to mess this relationship up because then it means that I'll probably mess up my kid.
Yeah.
She's holding on too tight, but it's not because she feels guilty. It's that she wants to protect him and she's just
going about it the wrong kind of in the wrong way or too extreme or like, it's too much.
Too much.
But it's just too much.
Yeah. And I think after that, she probably kind of realizes that maybe Chimney steps in a little bit and is just kind of like, cool your jets. I could see Chimney being like, I'll try to, you know, ease a path for you, but you got to like pump the brakes a little bit. Oh yeah. Just like when Buck forgives Maddie, we just talked about this with Buck basically, but yeah, I think it's really lovely for Maddie to hear how much Buck relies on her, because I think that's like very validating too, that like hearing from Buck that she's the person that he always knows that he can rely on. She's really the family that he chooses. Yes, they're blood related, but like they're choosing each other over their parents, essentially. And I think that's something that like Maddie probably needed to hear, because Buck now has that full context of why she is the way she is. And I think it's been like very enlightening for Buck about Maddie as well. And the fact that he's offering her that opportunity again to process some of this like deeply held grief that she never really got to get over or talk about. Like that's got to be so healing for her. And I hope it shows her that like she did do a lot of things right with Buck, even if she doesn't necessarily like realize it at the moment. Yeah, I just love that they choose each other, because they both have each other. They're always wanting to keep that connection between them alive. Yeah, that's so much about Buck and Maddie. Like they really, this really is like their episode. So I think before we go into slow burn, which yes, we can always find something. And we have. I think we'll get into our best buddies.
Shout out to our best buddies on Patreon.
Thank you so much. Aaron, Alexandria, Alexis, Alma, Amanda, Amber, Amy, Annie, Annika, Anthony, Aradia, Asha, Aubrey T, and Aubrey G, Casey, Christian, Dana, Destina, Doina, Elizabeth, Ella, Ellie, Emmy, Emily, Jane, Erica, Eveline,
Gabby, Gil, Gracie, Jane, Haley, Inika, Irv, Jen, Jin, Joey, Juan, Jules, Kel, Kenny, Quincy, Leah, Leslie, Madeline, Marianto, Max, Maya, Mike,
Millie, Mishi, Nat, Patricia, Paul J, Pigeon, Poppy, Ash, aka Proxima Nightmare, Rachel, Rebel, Sephi, Sheila, Sherry, Stacy, Tina, TJ, Triss, Wade, Zachary.
We're about to start a mini segment about what Eddie said to the Buckley parents.
It's exclusive to the Best Buddies tier of Patreon.
So if you'd like to vote on and hear special mini segments each episode
and get a personalized shout out,
subscribe to our Patreon.
Yeah.
Slow burn.
Woohoo.
So let's talk about a little bit of this queer coding of Buck at the Dude Ranch.
Dude, he was like, he saw Brokeback Mountain and said, bet.
I want to experience
Seems like a great career for me. I want to go work on a dude ranch.
It was like, saw that movie with Heath Ledger. Fucking, what's his other face?
Yeah, this Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah, that guy.
Didn't that occur in like Montana, Wyoming?
Oh.
I don't know. That's pretty close to Montana to me.
Well,
I'm not looking at a map.
Dude, all those states blur together to me. As far as I'm concerned, they're all the same.
Montana's in the north, but next to it's Idaho, and underneath it may or may not be Nebraska.
Montana is north of Wyoming. It sits on top of it. So it's pretty close.
Okay.
And Billings is south Montana, so it's kind of close to Wyoming.
So he just wanted to reenact.
Yeah, but
without the tragedy.
I would like to quote that he was doing the SEAL training, right? But the reason he quit was because they just wanted him to be a robot. So then he like went to big sky country and works on this dude ranch, which he says is serious. Interesting.
Mm.
But he's like, oh, it's going to be cold. So I'm thinking of checking out Peru. One of my old ranch hand buddies tends bar down there now. You're just following men all over the place.
No, he really is, because then he follows Connor.
Yes. You literally...
and
Shut my goddamn head at him.
He went from Montana to Peru and Peru to LA because of men that he barely knew.
Yeah. And it's just like, what is there to do on a dude ranch?
When you're not working, aren't they all sleeping in like bunks too? Like, I think they literally are.
I don't know the difference between a dude ranch and a
Ranch.
regular ranch. I just think a dude ranch has a lot more dudes.
Oh my God. On many working cattle ranches, right? Okay. Single ranch hands do sleep in bunkhouses, which frequently feature bunk beds to maximize space.
Which, I mean, he would have been kind of used to being in the SEALs for a little bit. So it's just like that. It's like that camaraderie that like community.
Google saying, are you looking into working for dude ranches?
What?
Because that was the AI summary. So it's like, are you looking into working on dude ranches? No.
No. This is purely hypothetical for a fictional character.
I'm doing research.
So also I find it on top of the dude ranch situation, the comment that Omar had about the village people. I want to focus in on the village people part of it, because that is like isn't that pretty like queer coded?
The Village People are an iconic disco group whose concept, aesthetic, and music were heavily rooted in 1970s queer culture. Formed by openly gay producer Jacques Morali, the group intentionally used cheeky lyrics and hyper-masculine, stereotypical macho drag personas to bring gay subculture into the mainstream.
Thank you.
Named after Manhattan's Greenwich Village, a famous LGBTQ plus mecca, the group was deliberately designed as a symbolic showcase of gay fantasy archetypes: the cop, the construction worker, the biker leatherman, the cowboy, the GI, and the Native American.
Okay, that's what I thought. I knew there was a connection to Greenwich Village as well.
I just have a little critique. We didn't need is he going to be an Indian next? Because there's other village people that aren't Indians. I don't think really needed that line. We could have said a cop or something that wouldn't have been, implying a white dude dressing up as a Native person. That's all.
Fair.
Oh. And the YMCA is about cruising because of the YMCA's history as a gay cruising social hub. While the band's aesthetic was fundamentally queer, the actual sexual orientation of the performers was mixed. Some were openly gay and others were straight.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I did not prepare that ahead of time, but I knew there was something to that. I thought there was like a connection to the Greenwich Village and just like this hyper masculine presentation and stuff. So just like having that in conversation with I feel like Omar saying, I feel like he's working his way through the village people is pretty funny and queer coded to me, especially because he's like trying on all these hats and identities and kind of like he did the construction, which was one of them. He was like the cowboy and the Navy SEAL. So like he is kind of like working through a lot of those identities. Yeah.
This still takes him 3 more seasons.
Yeah. To understand more of his personal identity.
Yeah.
And I know we touched on it earlier, but the whole Margaret saying, you think you're indestructible, but you're not. But you're not. That sounds suspiciously like you think you're expendable, but you're wrong. That we see at the very end of this season.
I mean, I already said this earlier. Like, I think that, that whole scene with 414 is so important for Buck, like in a book-ended way, because of Buck Begins, then going into him feeling guilt over Eddie. And then Eddie saying the words that he needs to hear, which is like, no, you're not expendable. And then, just like the will really does more for Buck than, or the gesture of the will is supposed to do more for Buck to kind of be, for him to kind of be like, okay, I need to stay alive because there are people that need me. It's to show that he's needed.
Yeah.
Like, Eddie's going to need him to take care and fight for Chris, especially if something were to happen to Eddie down the line. And it shows like the trust that he has for Buck.
Yeah. It's basically the same sentiment, right? It's the same meaning, but just the way that it's received by Buck when it's from the two different people and how he receives it in such a different way. I mean, granted, I think, he's so much younger when it's Margaret telling him that than Eddie, but just the way that it seems to really sit with Buck when Eddie says it, it's like it has more meaning.
Well, yeah,
because it comes from Eddie.
and the word choice is different, because the saying that he thinks that he's indestructible is more on the negative side of this. Meanwhile, saying you think you're expendable, it's already acknowledging the negative and just telling him that he's not, you're not expendable to me.
Yes. Yeah, because Margaret's basically saying, you are destructible, you are, breakable, but Eddie is saying you are valuable. And that actually does change the meaning.
Yeah.
You changed the meaning. Did you intend it? Sorry.
There's another parallel between Buck and Eddie, and it's a Athena and a Buddie parallel that I introduced in through 7. And Athena Begins, which Athena and Buck are very similar, where they have this drive to accomplish something. Like Athena was trying to find, bring Dennis Jenkins to justice, and like she had to do it on her own and all of that. And then so what happens is at the end of that episode, she gets home and she's like, I found him, and then collapses. I forgot what he said, but like it was kind of like, I know you had to do it, or you did it, or I'm glad you did, I think is what he said. And she gets to collapse and feel her own emotions. And then for Buck here, it's the whole telling Eddie, I had to do it, like all of his actions after the fire.
Mm-hmm.
And Eddie's like, yeah, I know you did. Like acknowledging, like, yeah, this is how you had to process. This is what you needed to do for yourself. So like, it's just them being supportive of them finding, or them doing the actions that taking the actions that they did, and for their own like growth and processing of whatever, conflict they had, and broader strokes to kind of like say all of that. But in a paralleled way.
It's in both of these instances, it's like Bobby or Eddie accepting the other person for exactly who they are.
Yeah.
Right. Like this to me is just another example of how Eddie really and truly sees Buck for who he is, accepts him, and I don't know, would you say like loves him anyway?
Mm-hmm.
So something that it's not like explicitly said, but we did just talk about what we think actually happened, but it's implied is that Eddie talks Buck up to Buck's shitty parents. And I know that's right.
So true.
If you want to hear more on what we think he said exactly, you can listen to our Best Buddy segment by becoming a Best Buddy. But I do love that he was just like there on top of things. Like Bobby took Buck to the hospital to get checked out, and Eddie was like, I'm holding down the fort of the crazy shit happening here, talking up my man. I'm gonna wait in the bay right when you get back to welcome you and tell you the situation, like as your person, and let you know that like I'm not mad at you for almost
doing
killing
what you
yourself.
did.
Yeah. And just look at you with the biggest heart doe eyes.
It's pure affection, honestly.
Oh, it is. Affection and understanding. It's gross, actually.
I love it.
And then we have my favorite thing to bring up, probably this entire season until we get, and including the finale. My favorite thing to bring up actually every time that I'm able to, since we watched Eddie Begins and knew that he did this shit. It is the Willifant in the room, if you will.
Oh my God. Was this the pun that you thought of earlier?
This was the pun that I thought of earlier while I was driving home, drinking my coffee, eating my crepe.
You've been waiting so long.
I have. No, literally, it was 9:30 a.m. because we were going to start recording at 10 a.m. It's changed to 11 p.m. Listeners, do you want to know what time it is right now?
No.
We're listeners right now, so no.
It's almost the next day. But anyway, I just love looking with the Will lenses at like Eddie's point of view when Buck is pulling some bullshit that could possibly get him killed. And I just like to think that in the back of his head, he's like, motherfucker, put you in my will.
I had this thought too.
Not? No, I think this every single time after Eddie Begins. Before, like, until he tells Buck, it's like, put this
he's cataloging it.
Yes.
Yeah,
he is. And this time it's like he's supporting him because it's like, you're going through stuff. I knew that you were going to save that guy anyway, and that you really needed to because of what you're emotionally going through. And I support you. But I just know.
But this is ruining my plans.
Yes. And I just know that man was so fucking annoyed that he couldn't be there and have Bucks back earlier because he was split up from him.
Like, I could have prevented this.
Exactly.
Probably. No, it's so funny that you bring that up because I also thought about this too. Because like when, Buck is explaining, giving everybody the TLDR and Eddie says like, this explains so much about you. Like, and it's just like Eddie getting the fuller picture. I wrote this down because I was like, I wonder what he must be thinking in relation to putting Buck in his will. It's like, oh my God.
But then
this tracks, but also like, oh my God. I have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Worry about him more. Not more, but just like.
Do you think he's the one who like led the charge to find, like not led the charge, but he was like at the front, like to find him.
He made sure he was at the front.
Yeah. So he's getting to Buck first and glancing down to see if he's okay. And then like doing the polling.
Yeah.
No one's going to try and get in between them being the first people to be there for each
Mm-hmm.
other. Like, I just always think about 301 when, like, Buck shows up at the party and Bobby pushes Eddie over to hug Buck. Like,
yeah.
I was going to say, well, except for the season 9 finale, you know, because Buck didn't Buck wouldn't have been able to do anything. Obviously, the paramedics, our two favorite paramedics had to get the...
I mean,
yeah.
He would have been doing something if he knew.
Yeah.
He didn't know, so he gets a pass on that.
And he's the only one who fucking noticed Eddie wasn't there at the end.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you see him hugging and being like, not Eddie, not Eddie, not Eddie, not Eddie.
He's like,
not
where's
Eddie.
the person that can actually meet my eyes between all of these short people? No, but for real, because it reminds me of the hug in 9, the one at Harry's graduation ceremony, because like they're literally like right in front of each other, and like they're the only two that can actually like
they see over everybody's heads because they're so tall.
Yeah. And he's like, everybody's so short. Where's my tall person?
Where's my guy?
Yeah.
And, you know, Eddie always coming to Buck's defense, even to Buck himself, you know, as again in that conversation where Buck's like, yeah, I'm defective parts. And Eddie's just like, you know, that's not your fault. That's not on you. And the fact that this comes like right after some good nature ribbing, like that is like best friend behavior, but it's also a little bit like married behavior, right? Just like the way they can flip from one to the other so seamlessly.
Well, yeah, the way you can flip from like, oh, we're like teasing each other and having fun to, oh, you're actually upset. And I need to comfort you and make sure you know that like you're good. You haven't done anything wrong.
And it's part of that collective flip, but it's always a little different for Eddie. That might be pulling at strings. And I know you guys just alluded to this as well, but like the fact that it was Eddie who reached Buck in the factory first before everybody else. Like that is Eddie.
Yeah.
Like that first point of contact. And that is to me just like another example of, yes, it was the whole 118 having Buck's back, but especially Eddie having Buck's back the way that they promise to do for each other. And like you were saying, I totally headcanon now that like Eddie was leading the charge there. You know, I think that's so fitting. Or if he wasn't,
he was at
like,
the front.
If someone else was navigating, like
it would be him.
He ran ahead to reach him first, which actually I think also now kind of feels a little similar to 913 in Mother's Boy. Just the way that Eddie like makes a break for it, even in an imminent danger situation, right? Like he kind of tunnel visions and is just like, no, that's Buck, and he's going to him. And
it's, you know, paralleling Eddie Begins too, where Buck was like, we're gonna dig with our bare hands. We're gonna get him.
Yeah. I also think, you know, this could have been similar to like the fire at the animal shelter in Sob Stories.
Yes.
Because like they do purposely cut to Eddie, who's like yelling into the radio because Buck hadn't come out yet because he wanted to save us. It's the same fucking thing. It's the same.
Yes.
It's the same thing.
He always does this.
That's the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's like, Buck, and like nothing. And then, but finally Buck, because I'm sure like if Buck hadn't come out, he would have been the person running in.
To run in after him again. Yeah. And he kind of always will be. Like if Buck's running into fire, then Eddie is too. And vice versa. Like they will constantly do that for each other.
I will say very loose production soulmateism of Eddie Begins and Buck Begins being the only Begins episodes that continually do the flashback, flash forward thing to tell it's non-linear, but it kind of is telling this very linear story of like how this person came to be who they are. I was just thinking about that like several times while we were talking about this episode.
Yeah, that is interesting because all of the other Begins episodes are like full flashback. And these are paired off in such a way. Also, Eddie Begins and Buck Begins being, if I'm not mistaken, the last Begins episodes.
Yeah.
So I think they're...
Unless we ever get a Robbie Begins.
Like, oh my God, please. So until that happens, there is...
The way we're never going to get
this tether,
and the way we're never going to get a Harry or a May Begins because we're already watching.
We're watching it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So like Ravi is the
only possible.
And we've been watching them begin since season 1.
Yeah.
Literally.
The whole show is Harry and Megan.
Mm-hmm.
Very loosely. I think Eddie being and I talked about this not in slow burn a little bit, but Eddie being the person who understands Buck the most is shown, even though there's so little like screen time of Eddie in this episode, and it's shown so well because like he learns this thing about Buck and immediately is able to tell like what Buck needs from him, like from Eddie, with this new context. Like he absorbed all of that and went, oh, this literally like what I did. And went like psychologically, oh my God, this explains everything about you. And I think he takes that into account, like going forward, and how like not that he didn't already like give Buck what he needed, especially like when Buck is going through stuff. But I think, and we do get there, and you already mentioned it, like in 414. But I think that's kind of like the culmination of him really like realizing all of the psychological damage that this did to him, and like what Buck needs to know that he matters, like him as a person just existing. I don't think it lands the way that Eddie intends to, but like
he's trying.
He gave it his best shot. I think he's still trying and doing a better job than anyone else is.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Eddie is, and we've talked about this before, like even the rest of the 118, like Hen and Chimney and Bobby, occasionally they'll show their cards that like, or in past seasons, I think every season it gets a little better, but they'll show like they don't necessarily have as good of a grip on who Buck is or what he needs as usual. Like they trip up every so often. But Eddie, I think, is probably the most attuned to Buck, and I would say like the most consistent in that way, you know? Remember, don't follow your buddy from the Dude Ranch to Peru.
But if you do,
take a buddy with you.
Thank you for listening to the Buddy System Podcast.
Can't get enough of the buddies? Subscribe to our Patreon for access to our Discord community, full reaction videos, and even more exclusive content.
And if you really want to make our day, leave a 5-star review on Spotify or Apple Podcasts.
Please come yap with us on your favorite social media platform.
We're at Buddy System Pod everywhere. That's BUDDIE System Pod.
Catch you next time. And don't forget,
Bring a buddy with you.